Hi, and welcome to the 18th Annual Artificial General Intelligence Conference. And this year held at the wonderful Reykjavík University and in a stunningly beautiful country of Iceland and beautiful city, Reykjavík. Had a chance to do a little bit of sightseeing around town. The concert hall is brilliant. These are exciting times for artificial general intelligence. Lots of changes in the last few years. Of course, everyone knows the role large language models have played. But I've been to a number of different conferences over my time, and this is really the only conference series that I know of that we really tackle the hard problems. What is intelligence? Deep philosophical questions about artificial intelligence, about humanity, and universal questions. We're not just interested in the small changes, and we make small progress. Oh, I got 1% improvement over state of the art. As we wait, of course, for our leader, Ben Goertzel, who I'm sure will be here in a few minutes. It's just, as I say, it's a deep honor and privilege to be here at Reykjavík University. And with that, I'd like to invite Kristen, whom I've known for, I don't know when we first met going back 2000, the very first conference. Okay. I'll let him take it from here.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, thanks. It's so great to be here and good to see you all. Yeah, Matt is one of the founders of this series, and I joined, I think, in the second session that we had in 2009. I don't think I missed very many. And it is really true, as Matt says, it's one of the few conferences that has a laser focus on a particular thing, which is the middle letter in the acronym, the G, generality. So you folks, I don't know if you think of yourselves as deep thinkers, but you are in a crowd of deep thinkers that like to tackle this very interesting problem called general intelligence. I'm just going to say a few words about that, and then we'll get to the next speaker. So AI is really one of the few, probably the only field that dedicates itself to this topic of intelligence, that has it at its center. And we are interested in understanding intelligence, the phenomenon of general intelligence. And as anyone who's been in research for a while knows, if you want to figure out something, you should focus on that something and not hope that a solution appears because you're doing something else. I learned from Carl Sagan that in the context of space exploration, because this was a very common argument for why we should send people into space. Well, look at all the wonderful things that are side effects of space research and space travel. And he actually, a space nut himself, said, well, I don't think that's a very good argument. If you have some things you want to solve, some things you want to understand, you should focus on those things. Now, AI has also another very unique property, and that is that, and I'll get to that in a second. First, I want to talk about two things. One is scientific research, and the other is engineering. So when you're doing scientific research, you're thinking about a topic. You're thinking about a phenomenon. And in our case, it's got a name. It's called intelligence. It's a bucket of stuff. We don't all agree on what's in that bucket. And that's part of the fun, to figure that out. But that's your focus. And so when you do work, scientific work, you are trying to understand the phenomenon itself. You're trying to understand nature. And nature is in the driving seat. You don't tell nature what to do and what to think. You ask nature how it works. And that's always the bottom line. And that's where the comparative experiment comes in, which is, of course, a fundamental staple of modern science. When you do engineering, you're the boss, not nature. You're trying to bend nature to your will. In science, the model is the focus. You're trying to create a model, you're trying to create a theory. In engineering, you're trying to bend reality to your model. The model is given. Of course, these can mix and match, but be very careful if you don't understand who is in the driving seat of your work. Is it engineering or is it science? If you are confused about this, your results will be confusing and everyone will be confused. You might make a lot of money and you might have a big marketing team, but this is not really how knowledge is created. I am very excited to be in this field right now. I mean, it's, as Matt said, it's hardly been more exciting ever. And every other year or every 5 years or so in my 30-plus year career in AI, I've thought, you know, is this something I want to continue with? And, well, it's actually every decade, it seems like it gets more interesting. And now, of course, it's in hyperdrive. So we're very lucky. It's awesome to be able to sit here with you and think about these things, these challenges. And I will talk a bit more about this in my keynote tomorrow. I forget when it's, what time it is, but you can look at the schedule online. Yeah, so I won't make this any longer. I would like to introduce the rector of Reykjavík University. We are very lucky to have not just a smart rector, but also a wise rector who steers the university with her steady hand. And believe it or not, she has an LLM degree, a graduate degree. It's not the kind of LLM you might think. Her PhD is in law. But please come to the stage, Ragnhildur Helgadóttir. Thank you.
Ég ekki góð með þennan? My name is Ragnhildur, as Christian told you. I'm a rector here, and it's therefore my honor and a great pleasure to welcome you all here. It's always fantastic to have a house full of thinkers. It's particularly so in August when the house has been empty and we have been sort of despondent for a while. As you may know, Reykjavík University is the second largest university in this country. It's the only one who has tuition fees, and it is and has been the strongest one in computer science. Research on AI in particular has a long and strong track record here, and Kadia, the AI lab, now celebrates its 20th anniversary and is the oldest such lab in the Nordics. According to our strategy, it is the university's role to prepare society for the future, and conferences such as yours are a key part of that. I have learned, being a lawyer, that when people are going to think about important things like you are going to be doing today and in the next few days, the best thing to do is to get out of the way. So that's what I will do, but I will first wish you good luck and lots of fun, and it's my honor to introduce Cyril Schund, a fellow Francophone and Francophile, and I will let you introduce yourself apart from that. Thank you all and have fun.
Dank je wel. Zet dat hier. I'm okay like this. Can you hear me? You can. Could you turn off, please, the screens? This is a no-tech talk, so I need you to close your laptops and shut off your phones, etc. Eyes on me. We're at university, you know. Let's get into gear. No introduction for me. I'm just a fellow human being. It's an honor and privilege to be asked to be here, and I'll do my very, very best to what I am best. I need you first to close your eyes and start listening. And we're going to do 3 breaths, slow breaths in, hold it in, and exhale on 3. So I'm going to count 3 in, 3 stay, 3 out. Okay? Close your eyes and listen. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, hold, 1, 2, 3, and gently exhale, 1, 2, 3. And again, inhale, 1, 2, 3, fill it up, and hold. Hold. And you can hold it more, believe me. We have strong lungs. Exhale gently, don't force it. 1, 2, and 3. We're almost getting there. One more time. Strong now. And inhale. 1, 2. Tank it up. Big back. It's like a singer. Fill it up. All the way to the stomach. Yeah. And hold. And then just let it out like, yeah. Now you're here. Now I need you to stand up. And people online, if you can stand up, please do so too. We're not going to do anything dangerous. Hi, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're standing. You're the best student in the room. So it's very simple. The word is create, and you can follow my lead, okay? Trust me, we're going to do this 2 times. So, yeah. We will create. Yeah. We will, I can't hear you. I need you one more time. We will, thank you. Perfect, thank you. Stand, keep standing. Okay, thank you. Now I need you to greet each other, kind of introduce yourselves to 2 or 3 persons around you. I need your eyes, smile. Tyra Banks would say smize. Smile with your eyes. And you can use any gesture, a handshake or namaste, or just, be gentle. And take 2-3 minutes, 1 minute, because we're on time schedule, and introduce yourself. Okay, go ahead. Pick anybody you don't know. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all the time you've got. Thank you. And now I need you to settle down and sit down. Thank you. Be so kind to sit down. Thank you. Okay, I've got a cue for you. You need to work on your elevator speech. Needs to be quick to the point. Hi, my name is Sigriður. I'm a fellow human being, and I bring joy. Okay? You need to have something that is just instant. Okay? Do that. It's gonna save the world. You know, we have limited time. You do know that. So now I got you present and connected and grounded. How about that? It took about 4 minutes. So this is a no-tech talk, and I need you to just ease in. Just squirm your back to the seat or be alert, your choice, but be here and be focused. I'm talking about the power of creativity. And I want you to think about what do you need to be creative? And I'm talking about truly and genuinely being creative. Do you need to be in a certain kind of mood? Do you need to be in a certain kind of situation or setting? I used to have meetings when I was starting work in my 20s in a room, sitting in a room, you know, filled with people, and we were looking at a projector. Now I take meetings in nature, and we just walk and talk, and we sweat it out, and sometimes we argue, and then, you know, to solve the argument, you just point at a mountain and say, oh, look at the view, you know. So think about that. How are you going to be creative? We need courage to do this. I propose 3 ways. We need to be safe. We need to be curious. And we need to be joyful. And let me tell you why I'm proposing these 3 elements. I'm going to break it down. So to be safe, we need to be able to express ourselves. And this goes to the core of our era, freedom of speech. I'm lucky enough to live in a country where I'm free to say what I think, my beliefs. Not all of us are. So be respectful about that when we're interacting, because AI and what we are about to create and are creating means that we have a lot of people coming together in this village of the world, and we do not possess the same rights. We're not all safe. We have different kind of safety. And we need to be safe in our mind, words, and actions. With the actions, we need to be safe doing no harm or damage. This is hardcore stuff. Kristin just talked about this. This is on us. It's not on the leaders of the world. It's not the handful of people that have some positions of, you know, power. The power is within us. So we need to group together. We need to be. I was just synchronizing a whole group of people. It was easy enough, right? Through joy. I didn't control you. We just did a couple of things together, right? Yeah. We also need to think about, as you know, you are well educated. Think about the end in the beginning. So we need safe outcomes. And I'm going to flip this and say we need to raise the bar. So this is our village. We need to have outcomes that are sustainable, peaceful, and bring prosperity. Easy enough. Sustainable, peaceful, bringing prosperity. Hardcore stuff. About curiosity, how do you remain curious? Because we tend to go off curiosity if we are stressed, anxious, you know, start to think about something else, open up our laptops and, you know, get off. You need to be alert. Alert means, you know, you can sit up or you can sink in, but you're there, you're present. You have an open heart and an open mind. what is she about, that woman? What is she talking about? This is an AI conference. Yeah, I don't know anything about AI. I'm not going to talk about that. You do that, I do me. You need to be motivated. And you need to be excited for this. And you need to be diverse. We cannot have a monarchy. It's going to create a multiplication of problems if we do. Think about this as the village Earth. And we need to be joyful. It has to be fun. If it's not fun, it's so boring. And it's also going to create a multiplication of problems. To be joyful has a similarity with curiosity. You need to be very peaceful and calm. And I find my peace and calm, now I'm taking my shoes off because you can't see it. It doesn't matter. Same person. Yeah. I think Oprah did the same. You know, she was sitting at television, bringing the high heels, but she was sitting saying, bring me the heels. I'm not standing on those ever. Perspective, okay? So keep the perspective. I find my joy and curiosity through golf. If you're a golfer, if you know this, it is a great way to train yourself to be calm, joyful, and take accountability. It's your own actions that are going to create the problem. It's not this way, it's not the club, it's not the ball, it's always on you and yourself. So I urge you to find a place where you can train yourself through sport or whatever. Now, I urge you to structure yourself with deliberate and planned thoughts and actions and words of grounding, connecting, and feeling the flow. You can't control this. It's impossible. AI and the future we are creating you can relate to it as the feminine aspect, age of Aquarius or whatever, but it's actually what we were not raised up in. It's the opposite. So we have to learn, we have to adapt this. As I said, I do this with golf. I keep my sanity through this with golf. I train my stamina, resilience, accountability. I go outdoors, I'm with people. Everything brings this to training for me to do something good at work and interaction with people. Now, the power of creativity is our own power. It is not a power that is given to you, it's within you. And I know you know this. I have taught 6 to 9-year-old young children, and I mix them up. I don't split them to 6, 7, 8. I just mix them up. And I teach them about science, innovation, and it's a low tech, because tech is all around. I don't need to teach them that. And tech is, you go into a computer and you just know what to do, because it's designed that way. But I want you to go within. And I ask them, so, what do you want to do? What am I supposed to do? They say, I don't know, it's your idea. It's your creation. I bring all the stuff to you, but it's within you. And some of them go ahead and they hoard, I'm going to do all this, and I'm going to create something beautiful. And I'm just like, good. Others, they just cramp up, and they're just, I don't know what I'm going to create, and I'm afraid to touch anything, because then I could actually create something. And I said, that's okay. Give it some time. It's going to come to you. And you will feel it. It's your thing. And I know you know what I'm talking about. It's your thing. It's something that you relate to. But to be able to relate to it, you need to be in this safe zone of creativity, safe, curious, and joyful. If you're not, you're going to be stressed, pressed, and probably you're going to choose the wrong direction. But if you're safe and you're having fun, it's going to be something very exciting. Now, I'm going to give you, for AGI Conference, a moral compass. You have spent time, money to come here. It's a great location. Usually we would have a touristic volcanic eruption for you. We just turned it off a couple of days ago. I'm so sorry. You should have come 2 weeks earlier and take a hike out there. You can go sea swimming, you know, next door, and I do recommend that. It's not cold, and if you think it's cold, you can take, you know, Instagram photos. I did it. So do. You can also take a hike through the hill, adjacent hill, and to the Pearl, because the Pearl is a great museum, natural museum. And it's also going to, you know, clear your head for the days inside, right? This is a great opportunity. Make use of it, because the future is now. And I propose 3 things for you to do, actionary things. Be engaged, first. You're going to ace my session if you connect to 15 people you don't know, okay? And you need to connect to those 15 people. You're going to get an A+ if you pay it forward for 5 or 10 other people. And I'm speaking very altruistically here. It's not about you, it's about us. Connecting people, I'm here because somebody connected me. Connecting people is paving the way for all of us. It's going to make us move faster and in a synchronization, okay? So do this, I urge you. Also, there are no circles. If you see a circle, you need to break it up. Make it a horseshoe, because a circle means that you see the back of a person, and not all of us have the capability or, you know, the courage to go and step into a circle. This is so dangerous today. We need to be in a horseshoe, and I need to see your face. Hi, my name is Sigrid. We haven't met, right? Do this. Train yourself to do this. If you can't, I propose, you know, the simplest way is just have an elastic band, and you just have to snap it 5 times and go there. It's going to give you more pain and courage, okay? This is just my way to, you know, pinch you to deliberate actions and connections. This is very serious. We have got a lot of clever brains inside here and online, and we need you guys. Girls. There are no soloists. If you see a person that is solo and kind of out of place, could you be so kind as to connect yourself and say, are you okay? You know, do you want to talk? Etc. And this goes to also being safe and having joy, because we, you know, one of the problems we're having today is post-COVID is that we feel isolated and we might feel alone, and we're not alone. So also use these connectivity exercises. And I'm talking about this to facilitate, lubricate, if you want, okay? So connect each other. Number 2, be responsible. This is about cooperation above competition. I know. A lot of us think about, you know, the money and competitive edge, etc. That is also something that is going to stall the creativity. We need to cooperate, and we can have competition as well. It's survival of the fittest. It has been for, you know, ages. So don't think about that. Think about how can we link and cooperate together, okay? Because we're seriously saving the planet. This is probably the key sentence in my talk. We are seriously into saving the planet. And we matter. You matter. Each and every one matters. We need to have this accountable future, as I talked about, sustainability, peace, and prosperity. And you can just put it hardcore. Thirdly, you need to be courageous. I know. Leap of faith. You need to have faith that you matter and you value. Everything you say and do matters. So be responsible, speak up, participate, engage yourself, make cold calls. If you like a person, I'm here because somebody made a cold call to me, said, could you kindly speak here? And I said, sure. When? And I didn't ask, what should I talk about? That's my choice. Okay? Don't flip it around to say, what is it about? When is it? Okay, maybe. Don't do that. Just say, yes, do it, and you are a pillar, foundation pillar in something that we're creating together. Also, if somebody is doing a great job, praise them. Let them hear, you can send them an email or whatever, messenger, whatever. You had a great talk, Kristin, I really like what you did, etc., because we all need to hear and feel what we're doing, okay? And if you need to scold somebody, in private, please. You can praise in public, but scold privately, okay? Pay it forward. I'm talking about a moral compass. I remind you, pay it forward. Especially I want to mention females. We need females. There is, in tech, there is this balance, which is a weird balance. So not a lot of girls, and we need to have it more even. And this goes to diversity and equality. So please, this is also a quest for you to work on. And I know you don't need to, think about it broadly. Think about how can I help girls, a woman, etc., push forward. And the technique is to talk about her, make the call, knock on the door. And I've done this myself. I'm an angel investor. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's my connections, and it's about making the call, knocking on doors, and just saying, I want to scale up this group, this woman, this man has an idea that needs to go forward. Could we please help each other do that, make that happen? It's going to help all of us. Be that person. Now, finally, I'm going to give you a high five. It's a very interesting, but a fundamental, goes to the core of humanity, as Kristin was talking about as well. How are we going to enforce that power of creativity that is already within us? Okay, high five. These are free, sustainable multiplicators. What is she about? She's a loony. These multiplicators, they're going to promote peace and prosperity as well. Think about that. So if you carry these high fives with you, it's going to be amazing. And I'm talking about hope, grace, gratitude, very strong. Wake up with gratitude and go to sleep with gratitude. Joy, so powerful. You felt that at the beginning when we were doing something together, breathing, clapping, whatever. And the strongest of them all, of course, love. If you open your heart and you carry love with you for other people, all of us, it's going to be something great, amazingly great. Thank you. Have fun. Enjoy your days in Iceland. See you.
Perhaps. Well, oh, there we go. Sorry. I went loud at the wrong moment. I wanted to thank her. She was amazing. What a graceful lady. What an amazing way to start off the day. Here we are looking at general intelligence, and one of our critical themes and topics is, of course, embodied intelligence and embodied artificial intelligence. And now we are all embodied intelligences. So grateful. Sad that she left before I could express that. So thank you all. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. As Matt said, it's going to be an amazing conference, an amazing group of people here today. A couple of items. We're going to avoid this front door while we're in session, unless the door is open for breaks. Please use the back door so that we're not disrupting the speakers coming in and out. I think that covers most of it. You can see the exits, restrooms, coffee, and such. Everybody's been here for most of a day. If there's any questions, please let any of us know. And now it's my honor to welcome our first keynote, Tatiana. And just to share a little bit about how, or to say a few words, she's an expert coming to us from Meta to talk about LLMs and agentic LLMs, how they can help us advance scientific discovery. So please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's a huge honor for me to be here, and especially to share this keynote with you. As this is the first keynote, I've made some steps to make it more of an overview, to not just talk about my own work, but also to give you like an overview of what's happening in the industry and research right now. Yeah, I think it's working. Right. Just the first keynote of the day, you know, we're testing everything out. Right. So we will be talking about how we tackle the scientific progress automation in acceleration as well, because automation maybe sounds scary and it's not happening anytime soon for now. So that's a good thing, perhaps. But a lot of things are happening that are increasingly important, and I want to draw your attention to them, because I would predict that in 2 years from now, the AI research in itself would look completely different. So I've mostly have been working on the intersection of computational linguistics, language models, methodology of science in foundational model training. And since the last, 10 years, it has been like an overlap that has been paying off pretty well. But right now, I'm mostly working on the software automation and extension of the LLMs. So I'm working with agents and specifically on their application towards science and research. And this is something that we will be talking about today. So the agents currently are becoming better and better in solving more and more complex tasks. Some of the overviews, including the meta one, are showing that there is an exponential scale in the quality of the performance. I myself would question a lot of the data points that are present in this analysis, but that kind of still states the obvious, that the agents are becoming much and much better in the very, very complex tasks. And this is just a question of time when that will be applicable to the very complex questions that we have in science and research. So we are currently in the moment of time, living in a timeline where the first AI-generated and like purely proposed, including the idea, the whole experimental cycle, the code base, and the results analysis papers have been submitted and accepted to the peer-reviewed workshops. This actually happened like a few months ago. For the record, these papers have been later retracted for keeping the scientific integrity, but still that kind of happened. Is it actually the first time when it happened? Well, technically, no. We can say that like fully AI-generated papers have been here for some time. That's not considered a very good thing. And one of the first times when it happened was like 20 years ago, actually, when there was a quasi-scientific paper called Router. I think it was generated with like hidden Markov models at the time. It was accepted to a journal. So what we have right now, this generated papers by AI agents, are they just a more fancy version of the Router paper, or is it actually any sort of scientific novelty in there? Let's talk about that. So I will be using this architecture, like the overall design schema of the research agent by Sakana AI. This is the startup that created this agent that get the papers accepted. We'll be using that as an example just because many works right now use something very similar, so that's a good example to start with. And you can see that we have the ideation stage right here where like the agent generates ideas, checks for the novelty of the idea, tries to score different ideas and pick one. Then there is an experimental cycle where the agent proposes the code base for the idea. It executes the code base, maybe it includes training a small model. Then it tries to actually evaluate what's going on there. Is there any sort of improvement? For example, if you want to hill climb a specific benchmark, this is a very easy task for the agent right now because you can have a verifiable signal in the meantime while you do the experimental loop, right? Do you have an improvement or not? Is this hyperparameter set working best or not, right? And then in the meantime, in the end, you have like the paper writing, which is like just summarizing the results, basically. So this is how it works. And to take it from here, I want to highlight our attention around the 4 main principles that we need to attain within this AI agent research. And I want to make it an overview of what's actually happening within the methodology of science. Because a lot of papers that are coming out are not adhering the methodology of science like at all. And we will try to evaluate what is the maturity of different parts of this experimental cycles and the automation of research in there, and how that all is connected to the main principles that we want to stay in place. So starting with reproducibility, we're thinking like computer science people, most of us, we kind of think that reproducibility is on a very high level in machine learning papers, right? At least we're better than psychology, right? Well, maybe, right? Like some sciences, like psychology, as I used as an example, they do have a well-described problem of the papers being hard to reproduce. And even after the overall community effort to make the experimental descriptions more standardized, this problem still persists. So within the current state of things, the reproducibility rate in the psychology papers is around 39%, which is something. Like, what's your bet? What is the reproducibility rate for machine learning papers right now? Just say it out loud. 50%, 45%, okay. Who's less, who's more? 5%, okay. Very pessimistic, I love that. Yeah, maybe if you combine all the archive papers, you know, not peer-reviewed papers, there would be like 5%, I guess. Well, it's slightly higher than that, but we are like technically just a little bit better than psychology papers. So it's like 48%, according to the meta-analysis papers. If you look at the different implementations in different areas of machine learning research, there will be a difference in the areas. Like, let's say the optimization papers will be very reproducible, benchmark creation papers like not reproducible at all. That kind of depends on a lot of factors that I will not go into like right now, but you can look up the paper later. It's mostly due to omission of important details that are not present in the paper, and sometimes it's like also the ill description of the testing procedures themselves. So that kind of creates a blocker for other researchers to reproduce machine learning paper results, but it's also a blocker for our automated progress there, because the agent also cannot reproduce the paper well enough. So what's happening with the verifiability and falsifiability in machine learning? So as we know, logical positivists, including Goertzel, they have shown that like in every system of knowledge, there is a basis that's like a set of axioms and presuppositions that are not explained within the system, but to explain them, you need to create a meta-system. So they wanted to have a good procedure to verify scientific knowledge within the current system. And what Karl Popper has noticed is the symmetry between the operations of verifiability and refutability, right, or falsifiability. However, like when you are creating a theory and you are collecting the facts, you can have the verifiable signal, like for a very long time, you can collect the verification of your theory. However, the refutability, like the refuting operation, is the final one, and it can only happen once, and that's it, you're done, like it's not working. Right, so there is a nice symmetry in there. And in the end, also, Popper has proposed that we have the accumulation of knowledge happening within science. So you can never kind of have the final state of the world representation. You always kind of accumulate the facts, and it will be a question of time whether this theory or that theory will be refuted, right? Because there's still a chance that you will have the fact that will kind of falsify your theory. So the theoretical ability to falsify your model is the criteria of the work being scientific, and it's stronger than the verification procedure. And within machine learning, actually, what we have more right now, specifically with agents and language models, is we're mostly getting the verification signal. That's just true, right? We're mostly focusing on test sets and benchmarks, and this is all verifiable signal, like showing that the theory is working, but we're not thinking of the refutability as well, right? However, we also have that, right? It's like a lot of good works include extensive ablation studies. This is also very important to have that. There are generalization studies trying to understand how the system is robust or is it not robust. There are a lot of data leakage and memorization tests. This is all the very, very important, I would say, more important thing right now than just having the benchmark and like state-of-the-art results claimed. But there is also life after Karl Popper, right? So that was just the first half of the 20th century. And within the scientific method, a lot of things have also progressed since then. So let's talk a little bit about the works of Thomas Kuhn and Imre Lakatos, who are the students of Karl Popper. So what they have noticed, technically, is that, we want to have the falsifiable and verifiable theory. So when it actually comes to reality, that's not exactly what's happening, right? Otherwise, your scientific advisor or your professor would be very happy if you refute their theory, right? However, it's not always like that. And we have social implications added to the scientific process. What actually happens is there's a paradigm, and there is like the evolution of paradigms happening. And every scientific paradigm has its own hardcore, as it's called in Kuhn's work. Like the hardcore can include a set of axioms that the paradigm is based on, and there is a protective belt of works around it that just explains a lot of facts that are coming in. So the protective belt actually proposes a way of the theory connecting with reality in the meantime. So if we would come from different scientific paradigms, for example, I come from, transformers, scaling, and you come from symbolic reasoning, we can say that's like a different paradigms, right? We are basing on a different set of axioms, and that would be like, we have conditioned our works on the set of different grounds, right? Like, let's say for scaling, one of the core notions would be like, transformers are good for modeling sequences, and the protective belt would be just all the works around it, introducing transformers to different modalities, like let's apply transformers to DNA data, let's apply transformers to drug discovery, image generation, and many, many more. Let's create benchmarks. Why do transformers do not work well on math, right? All of that would be like within the protective belt. So this is also the thing where they have refuted the idea of knowledge accumulation, because the set of facts that is related to a specific paradigm would not be actually translatable to another paradigm. So in the moment one paradigm dies and there is another paradigm that's taking place, some facts are just lost. They're not relevant anymore. But we can go even farther than that, right? So this is not exactly the paradigm that's approached by many people, but there's also the epistemological anarchism that we can apply. And in a lot of machine learning works right now, this is currently the most productive way of thinking, unfortunately. So this is actually what's happening. So Paul Feyerabend has introduced the way of thinking completely different from Popper's, and just saying that, you know, there is no right way to get to the scientific truth. There are many ways of doing that. And let's just apply everything that we have. The more ideas, the better. And finally, we can get there, right? So there are two main principles that the Feyerabend introduced. One of proliferation principle that I just introduced, that's just the more, the better. More ideas, bolder ideas, different ideas, a variety of ideas works better. And the second principle is methodological permissiveness. So whatever works, goes. If we are doing tarot reading and somehow in the meantime we can predict what will be the weather, let's keep it because it's working. We don't know why, right? This is not, once again, approved by the overall general community. Somehow still, it is very much present within the machine learning research right now. So we can see that like a lot of papers actually adhere to the principle of proliferation. Within agents, for example, let's just generate all the ideas by an LLM and see whatever works. This is very Feyerabend-like approach. Methodological permissiveness as well. It's like a lot of current works in reinforcement learning have been really popular and adopted by many researchers. And then there comes a critical analysis, and we see that even random signals within this works still would somehow get us to the better results. We don't know why, right? It's just random signals that we're getting, still making language models better. Still works. Nobody has refused this theory still. So the scientific process is a very complex thing to model. So it includes the evolution through competition of different paradigms. And every scientific work is conditioned on a different set of axioms that it's basing on. It has social implications introduced to it as well. And the progress is not linear, right? And all of that, technically, we can model with agents. So let's try to approach it in a way that we know right now what to do with that. Let's take a look at the current stage and see how can we estimate the maturity of AI agents for research. So once again, we're looking at this wonderful schema right now knowing that this is a very simplistic representation of things, right? We kind of have the LLM idea, like generation, that's not actually connected, not getting any signal back from the overall execution cycle, right? So we generate the plan, then we execute it, we're not getting any signal back. Technically, that's also kind of unfalsifiable at this stage, right? So we also have the novelty check, which is very, very simplistic right now. It's nothing to do with the real scientific process. This is just the API call to semantic scholar that's happening there. Not exactly the papers are evaluated towards how are they related to this or that paradigm. And in the meantime, also we have the idea scoring, which is based on human preference generation. So basically, we're trying to model like reviewer number 2 in the committee and trying to understand what would be the pros and cons of certain ideas, what would be the one to try best. But it's like not verifiable once again at this stage because we're not looking at the actual results of implementation of that idea, right? So I would say technically right now looking at that this is a very Feyerabend-like approach, right? On the scale of Feyerabend, I would get a 10 out of 10, right? And this is the major thing that we are looking into right now, right? This is like the work that's claiming the most progress and the papers being accepted to the conferences, you know, so this is a very dangerous thing. But how do we actually do that in the right way now? So I will give you an overview of different papers, some of them by my team, some of them not. And within the time that we have, hopefully, I'll get some signal from the orgs if I'm over time, and we have time for questions as well. So within the ideation stage, actually there are a lot of works happening right now specifically focused on how to generate ideas better. One of my ideas is like it should be much more conditioned on the set of axioms from different theories, which is not happening right now. But here is like an overview that's just looking into what if we generate a lot of ideas and then review them as we would review the proposals by real scientists? What's happening there? And actually what has happened is that we can know right now that the ideas proposed by language models are mostly perceived as more novel by reviewers. They're received sometimes as more interesting ones. But then when it comes to implementation, we see that the proposed solutions and the implementation details of the ideas have a lot of problems, which human proposals just do not have, because regularly you're an expert in your field. You would propose an idea and you would propose a correct benchmark to measure it, or maybe you would propose the good theory and the good overall analysis, right? This is exactly what's not happening within the LLM-based proposals. So LLM kind of lacks diversity in idea generation, but in the meantime, we see that like all the generated topics have typical limitations. So we have lack of motivation. So there's no motivation right now in the AI-generated papers. A lot of errors in the accepted methodology and how to use it. Incorrect use of data sets as well. So all of that is happening. And also on top of that, there is also another work that shows that if you take this approach straight away, you would also generate a lot of plagiarist papers. So sometimes the ideas are just introduced without citing the original paper, but this idea actually has been introduced by human researchers before. This is also a huge problem. So up to 36% of the generated ideas right now proposed by agents are just plagiarism. Right. So the idea generation and ideation stage, as we call it, is right now the lowest in maturity. But it should be better with experimentation right now. So how do we create the environment where the agents can introduce their own plan for experiments, and we would compare that we are becoming better and better in the experimentation cycle? There are a few works doing that specifically. One of them, the MLE bench, the benchmark by OpenAI, where they have converted Kaggle competitions into an environment for machine learning agents to kind of compete with each other. So very, very straightforward. It's like the existing competitions that we all have seen, the environment where the agent has an access to a limited set of tools, some limit on compute and time to spend, and the agent should get the gold medal in the Kaggle competition. So we also get the distribution of all the participants' results, right? Because the competition is already over right now. And we can see that like some of the earlier works this year, they have been successful in achieving medals in Kaggle competitions. Specifically, there is like around 16% in 01, 03 models of achieving like any medal, and like 9% success rate of achieving a gold medal, which has been pretty high. Within a narrow scope of Kaggle competitions, there are a lot of questions that there should also be the memorization problem here happening. But this is pretty high number overall. Still, there are also other problems with MLE bench. Specifically, our recent work is showing that you can drastically hack it and make your results much better if you don't change the whole model, but you also optimize the agent itself, so the set of tools and the agentic scaffold. It can take you pretty far in getting gold medals on Kaggle right now. So what we have done in parallel with this work is we have created the benchmark with a very similar environment, but where the tasks are not a Kaggle competition, but they are very standard machine learning classic tasks. And we call it MLGym. This would be, I would be referring to it later because we're widely using it right now for analyzing results of AI agents. So MLGym bench includes a variety of tasks from different areas of machine learning, including game theory, including reinforcement learning, but also NLP and computer vision. And we're also evaluating the gains that the agent can get, starting with a baseline. So we're giving an agent some existing baseline, for example, like a cipher classifier that would be like pretty standard, and then the agent should iterate over the baseline, evaluate, generate code, execute it, and then he'll climb the benchmark. And it's very useful to see what the agent is doing. In the meantime, there's like log visualizer and then the analyzer, so you can see that in most of the cases, step by step, the agents will start with bash scripts of reading the files, then viewing the files that we have given them, and then editing the code base, executing, running validation scripts, and then submitting the results. But we can go even deeper than that, right? We have been going wider, adding more machine learning domains, but what if we go deeper within one task? And this is also has been done recently. There is a nice community project called NanoGPT Speedrun, started by Andrew Karpathy. This is the pre-training project where there's a pre-training code of a small language model, GPT-2, and the community gradually introduces different optimizations to the pre-training code. And the goal is to make the training much shorter, like more optimal. I think it started with around 30 minutes training on one GPU, and now it's like less than 5 minutes after 25 successful contributions, optimizations from the community. So we have taken that and used that as a benchmark for AI agents to recreate this result. Because all the code base is in open source, technically you can make a benchmark out of it, and you can give the agent a hint of what sort of optimization it should introduce on every stage of these 25 steps, or maybe not. You can give it like, not give it any hints and see if that still happens, you know. You can just give it a task. Can you optimize this code base, right? And we can also see that's not happening all the time. So overall, even with a very, very like state-of-the-art models right now and state-of-the-art agentic scaffolds, what actually happens is that the recreation is around 40%, right? So at best, you get 40% success rate of the same contribution that the community has done. This is fine, but this is a very objective metric, you know, because it's not memorized, it's kind of leak-proof in a sense. So this is the very objective way of evaluating what's happening within the state of agents, within just one task, right? But you can go wider as well, right? So technically, you can have a pipeline to get any new scientific paper that also has code attached to it and kind of use it to create more and more tasks for the agent to recreate. Let's say we want to train the agent to read the paper and recreate the code base and verify if result is there, right? We know that there's a reproduction crisis, you know, we're just a little bit better than psychology, so let's do like the automated test. Maybe we already can do that. So the SciReplicate work does exactly that, and there are already hundreds of papers that are included into the pipeline. So anytime you propose, maybe you submit a new paper and you put it on archive, also think of maybe submitting it to SciReplicate or anything like that, because there are projects like that, where you can test whether your work is actually machine readable and reproducible. Always useful to have that. I'll talk about that later, you know, what would be the consequence of that as well. So one of the takeaways for SciReplicate and their benchmark as well is like still the LLM struggles. So this is a very non-saturated evaluation for AI agents right now. We can see that the overall numbers are very, very low, including the accuracy and the success rate. But we can see that LLMs are very good at comprehending the algorithm logic and pseudocode. It's just the actual implementation of code base is what's difficult for them right now. So all the environmental requirements, containers, system requirements, all of that is kind of the bottleneck for now. So having that in machine learning research, what's naturally happening right now is that also this field expands into more sciences. And when I say more sciences, I don't talk about just like natural sciences, as we talked about yesterday, but I'm mostly talking about any modeling science that can have some data set right now and can benefit from any sort of model trained on this data set. And there are some sciences like that. For example, there are domains like drug discovery or DNA data, like protein sequencing, that have already got transformers applied to that previously. And now they're the first for AI agents to be applied to them after the LLM-specific tasks. There are a few benchmarks that are actually using other papers and converting them towards this Docker container with a data set and the baseline code for the agent to hill climb. So the task for the agent is generally to become better at a specific task that was introduced by human researchers. So moving from left to right, we kind of are moving from being very deep in one specific domain towards more and more generalization. So we have generalization across different domains in machine learning. We now have the pipeline to also integrate almost any machine learning paper that has the code base as well. And now we're moving towards more modeling sciences to be included into this pipeline. And this is all that just happens in like late 2024, early 2025. And there's even more than that. So technically speaking, there are also works that are taking the next step and thinking about the scientific principles and like how do we actually keep these agents to model scientific process and not just the singular hypothesis, because that will be having a lot of consequences on the overall community and the way how we conduct the research itself. So there are very nice works, including the Popper agent, for example, that are introducing procedures for the agent to generate ideas and then to generate hypotheses as well and try to do statistical tests and find the test cases where it's not working. So trying to automatically falsify their own ideas that the agent reproduces. And within a limited domain, that kind of works right now. And it's even more than that, like the latest methodological work in the agentic field has introduced the process that's called a Darwin-Gödel machine. So it's evolutionary metaphor applied to the Gödel machine. Gödel machine also is kind of a metaphor here, to be honest, because we are keeping an agent like the AI system that searches the way of provably improving itself continuously in the space like machine learning, where you can always have this verifiable result. But actually the provable part here is around just having some metrics, improved scores on the benchmarks, right? So this is very applied in a sense. So we can have an agent that is creating a meta agent. And the meta agent modifies the agents continuously and tries to see what would be the introduced changes that improve the overall system performance on specific tasks. And you can have one task, but you also can have multiple tasks in the meantime. And this is showing that within this very complex evolutionary structure, you kind of search for an improvement. And when you find it, you make a branch out of that, and you later make a branch out of that as well. And within a tree search mechanism, you try to find the optimal solution that's optimized for a specific task or many tasks. And you can see as well that the progress here is not linear. Technically, you could also condition any different agent here being based on different hypotheses. So technically, you could already potentially model the competing process of the different works, and theories being explored, more factors added, protective belt kind of explored. Technically, this is already possible. And even more than that, there is right now the infrastructure that's being created for agents to have machine-readable resources and to propose machine-readable science. So there are platforms including Agent Archive, and there are also some others like Reversed Archive, like Vixra it's called. So on Vixra, there are only agent-generated papers right now that are also, like, you can read them, but they're, like, hard to read. But, you know, there's like an API, so there are other agents who are reading them instead of you. So this is exactly what's happening. And within the Agent Archive platform, what can happen is that the agents are, like in the multi-agent setup, are trying to tackle different problems. And you see that within this nonlinear progress on Math 500, this is like a reasoning math benchmark. They're starting when one paper introduced, then another agent modifies it, then another one modifies its code base. There's also this like tree structure and branching happening in there. And then in the meantime, you have an improved result, right? And this is not limited to this 30 paper step. It could be more than that, right? But this is actually what's happening right now. So this is very interesting. So what we can actually do to push the agents forward right now, right? Approaching the problem of reproducibility. So first of all, perhaps we just also need to have this sort of standard in the way how we include the details of the papers in our work, right? Like we already have the authors checklist, like when you submit the paper to NeurIPS and some other conferences, right? But it looks like it's not enough because the authors checklist already helps a lot. It's very machine readable. It's very nice to have it. But sometimes a lot of important details are still missing, both from the paper and from authors checklist, and they're not enough in the end to recreate the paper and automatically check if it's, you know, if we can reproduce the result or not. So when we have that, we can have more impact for our papers because any work that you propose and you post it, it's like you don't just get the human readers right now, but you will also get machines that are reading your paper and are also trying to build their research on top of that. In terms of the verifiability and falsifiability, what we have as well is a lot of the things that could be done to improve our state of generalization in machine learning research is a lot of ablations could be done automatically. A lot of ablations are currently just the modification of the experimental code base, and its maturity is much higher than the ideation stage, as we have seen. So the agent can propose a modification of a code base to run different sort of ablations, leakage, memorization tests, all of that. And in a lot of papers, that would be super crucial because we want to introduce new architectures. And when we introduce new architectures, we want to test them for generalization in different domains, right? We have, like, let's say the Mamba architecture recently, nobody is trying to apply it, for example, for music generation or for like DNA sequences once again. But this could be done automatically. This could be done automatically right now. It's already mature to do that, including, of course, like hyperparameter search and everything like that. We could be sure that we have pushed the abilities of the proposed architecture or the proposed method to the max before we actually post it. The same with the novelty, right? So the novelty is perhaps the hardest problem to tackle with agents right now. But we can see that, like with the agents like the Popper paradigm, within the paradigm where we have this infrastructure for the agents to recreate results, we can actually apply different ways of modeling science. So we can apply Thomas Kuhn and Emery Lakatos' idea of the history and the cycles. And we can actually condition the agents much more on the actual principles that we want them to base on, right? Because right now it's just a language model. So language model can have some knowledge inherently, but it's also hallucinating a lot. We know that, right? So we cannot be reliant just on that. We want the explicit parts of the theory to be used by an agent and to condition the ideation stage and to evaluate the novelty. The same with the knowledge accumulation. We don't know exactly what would be more useful to actually remember all the facts that we have right now, or maybe some facts would be crucial for transformers, not crucial at all for, I don't know, for symbolic methods, they were maybe like interesting for the vector models previously, but now they're not useful. But we can actually test that. I'd love to see an ablation where we can try to evaluate what sort of knowledge is the most useful at scale, what sort of approach to using the knowledge within like conditioning and scientific paper writing would be more useful. Would it be more useful to have the proliferation principle and maybe have, you know, more and more and more ideas introduced by agents automatically? Or maybe it should be still people who propose the ideas, but the agent would be just more and more systematic within the search and ablations within these ideas. So hopefully we'll see the future where AI agents are co-driving scientific progress with scientists, and we can have good papers introduced by agents, and maybe even a new paradigm in science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Are there any questions that we can take for Tatiana?
Yeah, I hope we have some time for questions.
I think we have a few. We've got one in the back. Let me see if I can get this microphone working and bring it to you.
I'll just put some of my papers here.
Hello. Yeah. How is Meta applying this to their products that are available to the public?
Oh, that's a great question. We're not yet. I don't think we have any plans right now. Yeah, but like all the works that we are doing, they're open source, so you can use them. I don't know, accelerating science is not the core goals of Meta right now, but it's the core goal is to support open source and support the scientific community. I wish we could have done more on that, but I think that just having the prerequisite of openness on everything we do is already like a huge contribution to that. There are a lot of problems that I haven't talked about today around like what you can do right now with closed source models, right? I would prefer that we have higher quality open source models adopted by the community, because that also helps a lot with the reproducibility of the works.
Hi. So I think like AlphaFold seemed to be kind of an incredible project that solved a really fundamental scientific problem that was probably, you know, arguably one of the most important problems in biology. And I know it's not maybe specifically agent related, but it seems that that took a lot of concerted effort to focus on a specific scientific problem, build upon the existing frameworks to adapt them for it. And I'm kind of wondering, is anyone else trying to do things like that? Because for me, that was such an amazing thing. It was Nobel Prize winning science work, and I'd love to see us do more things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what will happen within like the next decade, right? Because there's a huge opportunity for many, many more areas to have their own AlphaFold moment in a sense. And AlphaFold is an example where you do it without agents, right? You just have a specialized solution, but now you can also have an agent searching for that solution, for sure.
Hi, so that was great. Scientific discovery research in AI has been going on for a long time. So in the 1980s and 90s, Herbert Simon and Bradshaw and Deepak Kulkarni, they kind of took sort of symbolic approach with search. And now we have, as you mentioned in the beginning, a new paradigm using sort of the machine learning approach. I'm curious, sort of generally, as you think about these two different paradigms, are there elements from the old symbolic approach that you find most useful when combined with this new large language model? And what are those? And any comments you can make about that?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's an amazing question. Well, if you would ask me the same question, I don't know, 5, 10 years ago, I would say that they're like completely different, you know, heading completely different directions, and like scaling the idea behind transformers is like overall very different from the ideas of symbolic reasoning, for example. But what we see now is that there is not so much of actual confrontation going on there, but it's much more complementary than it was 10 years ago, right? So people are training transformers on lean right now, right? So like people that are doing automatic theorem proving, right? Like it's all kind of combined right now in different ways. So I'm not saying you should always like use symbolic reasoning to generate the data and then, I don't know, maybe train a transformer on that. But what you can also do is like you can have a software system that combines that for different use cases, right? So we technically have agents right now that are using tools, right? So symbolic reasoning could just provide a wider range of tools for the agents to use, right? So we're not trying sometimes to make a language model much better in math calculations. Sometimes we can just combine it with Wolfram Alpha, right? And maybe that's also an approach that will work with symbolic methods as well. Or maybe we will just have a more general architecture at some point that also has just more grounding with reasoning as well, because I kind of feel that we can reach the limits of what we can get with language pretty soon, and we also need the just pure logical reasoning there added very explicitly as well.
I think you'll find very little disagreement here. Last question, sorry.
Thank you very much for a very nice talk. So what you said, so what your overview gave is mainly research about machine learning kind of papers and empirical papers and data-driven research. My question is, do you see any possibility for this kind of approach for research that is less empirical, just more theoretical work, like theoretical physics? I mean, could these approaches come up with a new Schrödinger equation or provide a new idea for how to solve dark matter in cosmological models, things that are very far from concrete data sets?
Yeah, I think that's also something that will be happening very soon. At least I know that there are projects of like huge institutions where like AI acceleration approach is applied to physics right now, theoretical physics, and like string theory. I think that there's like a huge effort that should be also done in connecting the communities, because the computer science community has their own prolific methods introduced, and they are very different to theoretical science in a lot of cases, and we just need more connection, more specialized communities for that to happen. But I kind of feel that we will have that in a lot of things very soon. So in theoretical math, that's already happening in a lot of areas right now, right? If you have the system that can be implemented and where you can have like a verifiable signal that's not noise, hopefully, then we can have that, yes. It's harder with humanitarian sciences for sure. Then, you know, you can try to model their things still. It's like there are different competing ways of like creating taxonomies, describing different areas. I don't know, in philology, for example, we can try to model that as well, but it's just harder to get the signal out of there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It was a wonderful speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you, everyone, for all the questions. We ran a little bit of an impromptu poll online just a few minutes ago with our audience, and we discovered that there were very few people that trusted AI with scientific research fully or not at all. Everybody was sort of in the middle, and hopefully with these technologies, we can improve that to the spot where AI agents become very reliable with advancing scientific research for us. So now we'll have a short coffee break. We've got coffee outside, of course, as everybody's seen, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, I believe, and we'll get started with our first contributed paper session. So please be back in a timely way so we can get that kicked off. Thank you. Okay, that's okay.
He's coming in a taxi.
Okay, great.
When is he
We're,
at the end?
we're starting with Vita, and
Okay.
yeah, we'll do you
that's
guys-
perfect. Then
It'll be close to 30. So. we've got- All right, thank you. Welcome back. We're starting our first contributed paper session of the day. So excited to dive into the deep AGI research happening here this year. We're going to start with a dive into AGI and large language models, from their role in general intelligence to cognitive design patterns for agents and challenges of faulty reasoning and artificial dualism. And we'll have a follow-up small session on formalism theory of intelligence as well. So we're going to kick off today. We're going to hear from Vita Potapova talking about the role of LLMs in AGI, doing a virtual presentation. So Vita, please, welcome and take it from there.
Hello, can you hear me? Is the sound is okay? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Well, my name is Vita, and my talk today is on the role of large language models in artificial general intelligence. Large language models are kind of a hot topic now, and they may seem to lie outside the scope of traditional approaches to AGI, such as cognitive architectures, universal induction, or embodied agents. And does this imply that LLMs are irrelevant to AGI, or that traditional approaches are fundamentally flawed? In our article, we aim to examine whether LLMs can undergo incremental evolution toward AGI, potentially remaining a central component in its eventual emergence. I need to... Without aiming for exhaustiveness, we will attempt to identify the key limitations of LLMs. If we shift our perspective from simply using LLMs to building AGI, several critical limitations become apparent. First, training LLMs requires massive data sets and compute, and yet they are poor at learning from just a few examples. All new information must fit into a limited context window, which is inadequate for many real-world tasks. Then there is the well-known issue of hallucinations. We can't fully trust the facts of reasoning LLMs produce, especially in high-stakes domains. And despite their language fluency, LLMs still struggle with deep reasoning. These limitations aren't just technical quirks. They are fundamental blockers for reaching AGI through today's LLM paradigm. It raises a natural question. Can we overcome these limitations simply by extending the current architecture with external tools? For many AGI researchers, that's an attractive path. After all, most can't afford to train their own foundational models. So the dominant strategy today is to build on top of LLMs. But the real question is whether this path really leads to AGI, or if eventually we have to bite the bullet and rethink the architecture or revisit entirely different approaches, especially since many of these practical limitations seem to stem from the inner assumptions of LLMs themselves, more on that in a moment. The first foundational assumption is the task itself. LLMs are trained for the next token prediction. That works remarkably well when you have huge data sets, but it's fundamentally a local objective. Meanwhile, a fully generative model would aim to learn the joint distribution over sequences, not just the next step. So instead of asking what's next, a true generative model would aim to represent the whole. Model creators are well aware of the limitations of pure next token sampling, and they have applied methods to compensate. Beam search, energy-based models, and predictive coding. These help avoid greedy choices too early in generation, which can hurt the overall coherence. But underneath, the architecture still computes each token in an autoregressive, essentially discriminative way. And because of that, LLMs don't actually build internal representations of the entire text or problem they're working with. Instead, their internal features are optimized to distinguish only which token should come next. If some information doesn't help with this goal, it's discarded during bottom-up processing. So we shouldn't assume there is a full high-level abstraction of the prompt or reasoning process inside the model. Functionally, LLMs resemble linguistic reflexes, a bit like AlphaGo, trained on tons of data, but lacking internal deliberation. That raises a deeper question for AGI. Are reflexes enough? In our view is no, they are not enough. Enabling higher cognitive layers will require internally structured representations of the task and context. Let's consider a more challenging setup, lifelong learning. An LLM-based agent continuously encounters new data not seen during training, and the volume quickly grows. If it can only learn via prompts without fine-tuning, it inevitably hurts the limit of the context window size, both computationally and functionally. Retrieval-augmented approaches like RAGs may help, but handle lifelong information effectively. Internal memory must be more powerful than the LLM itself, which means simply augmenting LLMs with tools isn't enough for AGI-level lifelong learning. Now imagine a truly novel and compact problem, like an NP-complete task. An LLM can't solve it in one pass. Its computational complexity is fixed, while hard problems require exponential search. It might try using chain of thought or synthesizing a solution, but LLMs aren't built to systematically traverse a decision tree or simulate an arbitrary algorithm. In fact, they use the prompt as both long-term and working memory, a fragile substitute for structured computation. Without deeper integration of memory and reasoning, systematic problem-solving remains out of reach. Many practical limits arise not from lack of tricks, but from the core of how LLMs work. It is easy to overlook, since next token prediction can go surprisingly far, but it is still just one pre-trained skill, not skill formation, and certainly not AGI, which should form and control different skills. And that's impossible without architectural changes beyond next token discrimination. So could LLMs still be the core of AGI if we integrate tools more natively beyond prompt hacks? Possibly yes. If we move from bottled-on tools to components that are deeply intertwined with the model's internal computation. This would shift the LLM from a stateless oracle to something closer to an agent. Classical RAGs depend on predefined ways of injecting information into prompt, limited and indirect. A more promising direction is teaching LLMs to access dynamic memory natively, reading and writing from memory modules via layers, not prompts. Some researchers now train memory access mechanism jointly with the model, enabling it to query or store information more like an agent with autonomy. That will let the model internalize memory use, not rely on handcrafted retrieval. Another key step toward AGI is incorporating working memory, an internal state that tracks ongoing reasoning. While distant from long-term memory, working memory focuses on actively manipulated data, like steps in a problem. This idea predates LLMs. It goes back to neural Turing machines with trainable read-write heads over memory tapes. Such architectures allow structured control over internal computation, far more robust than stuffing instructions into prompts. The challenge is, they are hard to train, but if we want systematic reasoning, they may be essential. A natural direction stemming from LLM's architectural limits is to make them truly generative. This would mean training transformers to build a latent representation from which the entire prompt, including its own reasoning, can be reconstructed. And such models output isn't generated token by token, but emerges from a coherent internal state. This idea aligns with fully modeling the joint distribution, not just predicting tokens step by step. These models are harder to train, but they are a step toward deeply structured cognition. One reason for hallucinations is that LLMs don't build grounded representations of what they are talking about, neither of prompts, nor their own thoughts. A real solution would be to incorporate a world model, a latent representation that captures not just task, but how it evolves, effectively simulating state transitions. This world state would live in internal working memory and guide reasoning much like a model-based agent. With this, LLMs could describe tasks, track their own reasoning, and update semantic memory, supporting generalization and deliberate thought. Training LLM-based AGI model would be more complex than training standard next token prediction LLMs. It requires accumulation of an internal representation of the context with details stored in episodic memory and potentially with updates to semantic memory as well. Can we get there just by tweaking LLMs? Possibly, step by step, but it may take deeper changes. Integrating neurosymbolic reasoning or moving beyond pure backprop-based learning. In this view, the LLM becomes a component, not the agent itself, nested inside a larger architecture that governs memory planning and behavior. The further we move toward AGI, the less central large language models become. LLMs are excellent as linguistic reflex machines, but true AGI requires structured reasoning, planning, adaptation, capabilities that go far beyond next token prediction. So LLMs may remain, but more like a skill module or communication core within a much broader agent system. And in conclusion, let's summarize. AGI demands both general learning capability and architectures for domain-specific behavior. LLMs likely aren't the agents of AGI, but they are valuable components. The focus shifts on to learning modular, reusable skills and combining them via memory planning and control. But what LLMs taught us, that AGI is no longer just a scientific pursuit, it's becoming an engineering challenge. And the bottleneck now is efficiency, not promise. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vita. That was wonderful. Very thoughtful. Next, we've got Robert Ray, who's presenting on applying cognitive design patterns to general LLM agents. So as a note, we're giving all of our papers 15 minutes to present, and we'll have a short Q&A session for the live attendees, at least at the end, where we'll wrap up all questions. So please record them and keep them. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to pass questions on to the virtual presenter. So please, Robert, thank you.
Great. Just going to start my timer. All right, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today, and especially appreciate the hospitality from the folks here at the university. It's really a fantastic place to be. So I'm going to be talking today about this notion of cognitive design pattern, which goes all the way back, I'm an old guy, goes all the way back to one of my earliest ideas for a PhD thesis, and then thinking about how to apply that idea to what's going on in agentic LLMs, which we heard about a lot this morning. So some of you at the beginning of the year, there was all this popular press notion of 2025 is the year of the agent. Lots of ideas about this, and right, I've been thinking about agents for a really long time. So, what are they talking about, and is it the same thing as what I've been thinking about? And you know, one of the kind of core notions of an agent goes back to the Russell and Norvig textbook, which is just an agent as a combination of its architecture and its program. And for many of the things that we hear about with agents, that's exactly the case, especially for agents designed for a particular purpose. So the scientific kind of agent that we heard about this morning, right? You're kind of developing an agent specifically for a particular goal. In that case, a really big open goal, but still for a particular goal. In the AGI world, we're a little bit more interested in what it means to create an agent that potentially could do anything, right? That's intelligent across a whole range of different tasks. And so we can think about a reformulation of the Russell and Norvig story as something more like an agent as a combination of its architecture and whatever content that I put into it. And I put knowledge in quotes there because, right, we always are talking about some encoding of what we would call knowledge, but whether that thing is actually knowledge is unclear. And so the architecture in this formulation is generally fixed. It's something that doesn't change very much. And then what we're changing as an agent moves from task to task is the content. Now, it turns out that that picture is a picture that people who work on rational agents kind of think about as true for them. People who work in cognitive architectures, which is the world that I came out of, think about this for sure. And even see this in the AGI community as well. This notion of, well, there's an architecture and there's some content, and I'm trying to kind of think about what the architecture might be for a general agent. So one of the things that I noticed, when I'm not the only person that noticed this, but is very kind of resonant with me, is the notion that there's these recurring functional components, rational agents people, cognitive architecture people. They're kind of designing the same things over, even though they come from independent worlds. And it turns out that there's all these common primitives and processing that comes out. I was thinking about this 20 or so years ago. More recently, folks who work on the common model of cognition have thought about this specifically in terms of like cognitive architectures meant to model human reasoning. And then it also turns out that within the BDI community, this rational agents community, they've also been thinking about what are the commonalities in their architectures. So what I want to introduce to you right now is this notion of what I call a cognitive design pattern. And it's really just taking the idea of a design pattern from software, but trying to apply it to cognitive systems. So in software systems, a software design pattern is just a template or a description of a common solution that occurs over and over again. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. You look at the design pattern, and then that tells you how to solve the problem, or gives you a lot of help in solving the problem. So a cognitive design pattern for me is an abstract description of some kind of computational solution to a problem that occurs in cognitive systems. And cognitive systems, AGI systems, intelligent systems, agents, for the purposes of today, all those are kind of synonyms. It is important that I mean abstract. So I'm not talking about, a specific algorithm that gets implemented over and over again. It might be more general than that, and I'll show you some examples. And then it's important that it's recurring. So you see it in different architectures, and I'll give you some examples of that. So I'm going to start with an example that's near and dear to my heart, and it's a very micro pattern. And it's this notion that in many architectures, you don't just stick something into memory, but you generate candidates for a slot in memory. And you think about, okay, what are the candidates that could go in there? And then there's some kind of decision process that decides that's the way that I want to fill memory at this point in time. And then there's a reconsideration process which says, do I really still want to stick to that same thing that I put in memory? And this has the features that I talked about. It's recurring. The same kind of thing is used in BDI architectures to think about the differences between desires and intentions. It's used in the SOAR architecture to think about operator proposals and decisions and when to retract operators. It turns out that this is a good example for abstraction because at the same time that I was doing my PhD thesis and thinking about what is a good reconsideration mechanism to incorporate into SOAR, completely independently of me, actually completely unknown to me until a few years after I finished my thesis, folks in the BDI community were solving the exact same problem. They solved it in a very different way using the decision theoretic means where I use more of a kind of traditional truth maintenance kind of notion, but it's a solution to the same problem. So this is what I mean by cognitive design pattern. Here's another high-level example, macro example of in the BDI architecture, you have a decision process, and the decision process gets some input. You do some kind of analysis over that input. How do I update my beliefs about the world? What kind of desires might I have given that updated set of beliefs about the world? And then you make some commitment to one of those desires, an intention, and then based on that intention, you take some action. Again, this was, I can't remember whether this was in the Bratman book, but it definitely in the early 90s, this was the sort of way that BDI decisions were formulated. Around this same time or so, SOAR was getting created. And it turns out that SOAR, all the words are completely different, but they all map onto the BDI, the same thing as the BDI. So you're doing some kind of high-level notion of what kind of world or situation am I in, and then I need to make some commitments about what I want to get accomplished in that world, and then I'm going to take action. So what I'm trying to kind of emphasize here is that although these are different architectures, different intellectual traditions, even in this case, they have similar commonalities in terms of trying to solve problems for general intelligence. All right, so at this point you're saying, what does this have to do with language models? Actually, sorry, I blew my segue there, but there's a bunch of these patterns. This isn't intended to be an exhaustive list. I'm not going to go through this list. It's in the paper, but there's a bunch of these and they occur over and over again. So now I want to talk about language models. And it turns out that I'm going to try to argue and convince you that we can kind of take our understanding of what we have learned from all of these other architectures that have been developed over time and begin to apply that understanding to what's going on in agentic LLMs and be able to not only understand it, but make some predictions about where they might fail and maybe even learn something from what they're doing. So I'm going to walk through, I just don't have time here today to go through all the examples in the paper, so I'm choosing one to go through, but there's multiple examples in the paper. If you know React, we talk about the React pattern in the paper, and there's some learning pattern in the paper that we talk about. But I'm just going to talk about one pattern today, and that's episodic memory, which was mentioned in the previous talk as well. And so episodic memory is memory of your past experience. It's sort of rich in context. You remember lots of things about your experiences as opposed to semantic knowledge, which usually is divorced from that experience. Episodic memory is automatic. It just sort of happens. You don't deliberately decide to remember stuff as a human. And it's also generally segmented into these things called episodes. And exactly what an episode is, lots of people have argued about. But roughly, it's like one period of time in which something happened. There's been lots of study of the computational characteristics of episodic memory. There's multiple implementations in this community of episodic memories. And so when you're thinking about episodic memory, you're thinking about how do I take all of my experience and compress it down? Maybe sometimes I have to forget what I've learned because of that compression problem, things like that. And there's also this notion of what exactly gets encoded when I lay down in memory. And one of the really important ideas in episodic memory is this notion of the encoding specificity principle, which goes all the way back to Tolving. And that's basically the idea that the things that are getting encoded in your memory are really specific to the context in which they occur. So I do not happen to remember where I learned Paris was the capital of France, right? That's the canonical example. But if I think about where the house that I grew up in, those memories are not about some generic house. They're about the house that I grew up in. So that's episodic memory. So what have language model folks done with episodic memory? There's a lot of examples of this. This one's a couple years old, but it got a lot of attention when it came out, is this idea that came out or was used in a paper called Generative Agents out of Stanford. And in their domain, they had some multi-agent environment. They had a bunch of agents that were in this simulated world, and they were doing things like going to work each day and planning a party and getting together for meetings and things like that. And a key part of the way that they approached this problem was this notion of each agent had its own experience, and as part of that experience, it laid down these memories. And the memories were it captured sort of everything that was happening. That's sort of why I want to talk about it as an episodic memory. And then it had this ability to retrieve past memories to think about what it should do next. So as an example might be today, somebody is talking to me about their experiment, and we talked about it yesterday. I should be able to recall that memory from yesterday to be able to continue the conversation about the experiment. So this is, an example of an episodic memory. I want to kind of emphasize that the Park and colleagues do not actually call it episodic memory, but sort of everybody since then sort of often cites this as the first example of episodic memory. So we can compare the things that we know about episodic memory from having studied episodic memory to the things that they do. I'm not going to go through this entire list. I'm just going to highlight one, which is in their memory, they just say every time I go through 100 turns, I save a summary of the memory. So they're not doing this episodic segmentation. And so you can sort of think about, well, what is the benefit of episodic segmentation in our notion of episodic memory? It's you get a kind of coherent whole when you retrieve the memory. And so if that conversation that I had yesterday with the scientist happened to be cut off in the middle, then I might not actually pull in the complete memory that I had before. And this is what I mean by being able to make predictions and understand patterns a little bit level. As mentioned in the previous talk, I'm not going to go through this slide here today due to time. There's a huge explosion in people who are saying we need memories in LLMs. Now, all of these are necessarily episodic memories. There's working memories, there's semantic memories, there's even procedural memories. But one of the things that I find disheartening as someone who came out of the cognitive architecture world is a lot of times there's one paragraph in this paper that says, this memory is inspired by human cognition. Next. And that's it. And having been a reviewer for a number of different conferences recently, I find that really frustrating. But all right. So in terms of these cognitive design patterns, I walked you through one example of episodic memory and one question related to episodic segmentation. Again, the paper has a lot more of these, including an idea that we might learn something from language models. But in conclusion, I just want to say that I really like this idea of cognitive design patterns. It's been something that I've been interested in for a really long time. If anybody else is interested in the notion of comparative cognitive systems, please come talk to me because I would love for that to be a subfield of AGI. I really am using this cognitive design pattern thing myself personally to just kind of make sense of what's happening in the LLM agentic space. I think it's really helpful. I'll make two quick observations that one I already alluded to, which is just a lot of these papers are saying they're human inspired. You might have a little picture of Ebbinghaus's memory curve in the paper, and then it has nothing to do with what we know about human memory and also these design patterns. And then one of the things that's disappointing to me is that a lot of this agentic work, which I think somebody alluded to this morning in the question, doesn't necessarily have a lot of visibility into all the work that has gone on previously in terms of architecture. So they're very interested in building architectures, but haven't necessarily taken advantage of what we've already learned about them. And then last, I'm really interested in who might be interested in supporting research into this area of how can we take what we've learned from cognitive architectures and agentic architectures and apply it to agentic LLM systems. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's a good presentation when everybody's taking pictures of the slides. So next we'll have Giancarlo De Carvalho and presenting for a paper with him and Kristin on bad reasoners, the Turing trap, and the problem of artificial dualism.
Hi, everyone. I'm late. I lost the bus. A bit stressed, but I got here via taxi. So the paper I wrote with Chris, we called it Bad Reasoners, the Turing Trap, and the Problem of Artificial Dualism. You're not going to like it that I called it artificial dualism, but it's okay. It's sort of an opinion or more of a review on LLMs and if LLMs can actually reason or not. And so what is the actual problem? Can LLMs reason? Are LLMs the thing that would lead us to AGI in the case of them being able to reason? So why is this important? Humans can reason, right? In its different forms, it's sort of the core of our ability to actually understand the world around us, to solve problems, novel or not, and to actually generate new knowledge as well. So it would be great if large language models can also actually reason. And I introduced here a concept already, which is out of distribution, which just means patterns that are not necessarily something that was included in the training data, or are not necessarily something that the LLM can expand from the training data alone. And usually there's this idea that's been introduced in LLMs, the idea of a parrot. And if LLMs can go out of distribution or not, you call it a parrot if it's only reiterating things that were already in the training data or not. And there's sort of weaker proofs and stronger proofs of how to show this, how you would go around to show this. I tried this very early on, tried to get the Millennium Prize myself, of course. Can it just solve the P versus NP or not? And then you just see what it says, where does it go, right? But there's stronger proofs, so you can benchmark, you can actually build a whole suite of benchmarks and see how it does in out-of-distribution tasks. So why does this matter? Obviously, if we get to AGI, which I think is very intrinsically linked to the capacity of a model to reason or not, we can just, every problem becomes a nail, and your LLM is your golden hammer. You can just fix all of them. Disease, global warming, hunger, energy, all of those sensationalist ideas. There's also going to be some rusty nails there in the middle. So the use of LLMs through prompt-based programs also give the possibility to whoever produces these things the capacity to socially manipulate us, right? To do mass surveillance over what is it that we're talking with these things all the time. And also, there's a few other problems like massive job losses in case we solve this for sure. So, but let's forget that for a second. Just concentrate on the nice things. If an LLM can actually reason, as a scientist, that would be very nice because you can have it as an assistant, right? An actual thing that can think like you and has no biological constraints like we do. So it would have way higher bandwidth. And if it's embodied, bar the ethicists, you could also do all sorts of crazy experiments with them that you can't do it yourself. So you could send a robot and it's living in the moon and actually reasoning through experiments itself. It doesn't need any person there. Go through the ocean floor, whatever, all of these interesting things. So just let me also just do a quick formalism that this is the way that we defined the model as just the probability distribution that you sample from. And so we're trying to say that we can just explain the behavior of the model with this and not really having to use anything else. We don't have to find reasons for why it is reasoning. We can just say that it's doing the probability distribution thing, and you can still predict what it's saying. And there's a problem here. So because if output state is actually novel and outside of what we call the learning manifold, so whenever you're done training, this softmax happens on a manifold, or training data, if you want to call it that. And when you're sampling from it, the model is actually assigning a very low probability to things that were not seen in it necessarily. And why is this important? Because we need to find ways of actually figuring out if the LLM can go out of what it learned through experiments that don't require us to be able to see this stuff inside of it. I can give an example from CNNs. This was given to me during my bachelor's. CNN that was trained to classify dogs and cats, and it turned out that it had very high accuracy in determining if in an image there was a dog or a cat. But when people used mechanistic interpretability tools to check what was the reasoning inside of the LLM, it turned out that it was just relating patterns in the picture, like the sky being in the picture or a sofa being in the picture. And if it was a sofa, then it determined that in the image it was a cat, and if there was a sky, then it was a dog. That's why I think it's important for us to figure out ways that actually let us figure out what is the LLM thinking, what is it reasoning, or how is it reasoning. So even though I'm going to say that the LLM is not reasoning, as you could have predicted already, this is not to say that the LLMs are useless, right? Even if they're not, it's the opposite. They've been very productive, and today's day and age, they're being used all over the place in chemistry, medicine, material sciences, and physics. But if you look at the papers and how they're using these models to do useful work, usually the pipeline looks like this. So they use the model to generate a huge amount of data, and then from that data, they send it through reasoning things. So they don't expect the LLM to be able to reason. They actually then pass it through, simulations, whatever, ontologies. They use equations to verify if the information actually makes sense and is tractable to what is known in the scientific field. And I think this is this already, the necessity of the scientists to use this in this way already shows us that LLMs inherently lack the mechanisms necessary to validate truth or to reliably perform explicit reasoning processes. That's sort of the idea that I'm going to try to, the point that I'm going to try to make. What do I mean by reasoning, right? There's so many definitions of all of these things. I think valid human reasoning in the real world is sort of has as a primary requirement knowledge of what is and what isn't possible, and it turns out that brains actually do this by modeling different parts of the world explicitly. But since the set of these possible real-world situations that we're modeling is often untractable, we use different ways of reasoning about the knowledge that we're creating. And so you have deduction, induction, abduction, analogy, and we could define these in different ways and add or retract, but I think everyone sort of knows what I mean by reasoning. You model, and then in that model you can execute certain tasks or change information that is in that model to generate more knowledge about the model that you have. Yeah. I think I need to go faster, I'm sorry. So can LLMs do something like this? Is there an explicit world model inside of the LLM? Or is it just autoregressive token-to-token prediction and nothing else? Well, I don't know. I don't suppose that reasoning is actually happening in a way that we can understand it, because this is not to say that enough strings of text representing the use of inference rules might not be learned during training, and then the model will be able to use those inference rules. But we are still missing, even if that's all that the model is doing, we will be missing very important mechanisms that would enable the sort of reliable generalization that we would expect out of distribution data. And right now, the practice of the largest large language model makers is often to overfit the model on the largest possible available data set, or the whole internet. But this doesn't seem to magically solve the problem, and I'm going to show some experiments that I think prove this. Yeah, I think the fact is that the bottom line is, in the case of LLMs, we have the causal arrow reversed. So we're trying to make from textual correlations, which are driving token prediction, we're trying to model things. And any appearance of reasoning because of the way that we're doing that is nothing more than a byproduct of the statistical pattern completion that the model is, basically. Yeah, that's what I'm going to argue here. And so I came up with this analogy, not the parrot one, but the cage, because there's many ways that people have tried to get the models to reason into out of distribution data. And in my simple analogy, the parrot is the model, and your cage is your manifold or the training data that you use it on. And then where the parrot spawns inside of this cage, it will be your initial conditions, be it the temperature or the initial prompts that you gave to the LLM. And the question is, people have been arguing that TOT and COT, which is a chain of thought and tree of thoughts and a mixture of experts and all these things, can make the parrot get out of the cage in a way. You know, it can help it bootstrap its own, it can bootstrap reasoning into existence by just prompting the LLM in a particular way. In my analogy, I think it's nice because the length of the chain of the parrot, so how far it can go in the manifold, is sort of equivalent to how large the chain would be, the actual chain of thought. And the tree of thought just represents, for those who don't know, it's just in parallel, you initialize a bunch of them, right, with different prompts or whatever, different temperatures. And so that would just be the different places in which the parrot appears in the cage. And so the bottom line is, can it actually get the parrot out of the cage or not? This is one of the questions. And I think if it does do it, it only does it by chance. And so in the case of the P versus NP, what actually you see happening as you prompt the model is that it can quickly go through the things that have been done so far, and that's kind of okay, even though I'm not an expert on P versus NP. I think you guys should do that experiment, and maybe you're the lucky ones that get it to solve it for you. But what you see is that the model quickly hits a ceiling on where it can go and how far it can go in trying to figure out P versus NP. Yeah. So mixture of experts is another way that people have tried to solve this problem. So instead of chain of thought or tree of thoughts alone, you just train multiple models. But the problem here is that if you train your models on the best available data set and the largest available data set, there's no difference of putting two parrots in the same cage, in my opinion. And you can keep making them larger and putting more parrots in the cage, and keep making them larger and putting more parrots in the cage. It's not going to get the parrot out of the cage. So, or will it? I mean, it's a question. I'm saying it because it's my opinion, but the point is that it's a question, right? Will you get the shiny robot that finally solves everything or not? But in my picture, reasoning is not happening, as in nothing is really happening. So we are just taking an input to the model, we're checking a table of possible outputs, and then we flip a coin. And we pick one of those sampled possible tokens from the output. This is not to say that if enough strings of text represent some inference rule, the model will not have learned it. It's very possible that it will have learned that inference rule. But we are still missing important mechanisms that would enable the sort of reliable generalization to out-of-distribution tasks. And so this is a few of the points that I think are relevant in terms of comparing a person and how a person reasons to how LLMs reason. So if we look at different out-of-distribution experiments, like with chain of thought and tree of thoughts, what researchers have actually found is that the longer you make the chains and the more trees you build, you actually get a degraded performance over these things, and you will hit these things that they call critical thresholds, where after you pass them, the model output becomes redundant, and there's error compounding and all of these things that don't help in any way the actual output of the model. Some of the reasoning is that LLMs are missing important biological parts. So the human brain can reason because of a bunch of things that we've discovered from neuroscience, so recurrent neuromodulator loops. This has to do with how the prefrontal cortex sends signaling to the rest of the parts of the brains. And, transformers are just feed forward. They don't really have those sorts of things. There's also what I just said, right? The scale and compute. We already see that there's diminishing returns on how far you can take these three techniques of mixture of experts and chain of thought and tree of thoughts. So what I was thinking of as the artificial dualism problem. I think that maybe artificial dualism is an unfortunate choice of words, but you know, so is artificial intelligence. So if you think about it, it's just keeping with tradition. What is ADP? ADP is just a bag of relative definition. Well, when people come into the problem of AGI and stuff, they bring a bag of relative definitions and assumptions that have to do with consciousness, reasoning, and intelligence. And when you apply them to people who are actually experts in the field, they will push this bag, they will open this bag and drop it all over the embedding. So it's in the embedding space, they tell us that everything is happening. And they, sometimes justifiably so, right? The model is very impressive and it does all sorts of things that we also do with our mouths. But this is sort of artificial, this is sort of an artificial or fallacious dualism in that you don't need the embeddings to have this magical property in order to get the outputs that you see. You can look at mechanistic interpretability techniques and tools, and also use all sorts of benchmarks that are already out there in order to untangle these embeddings and actually see what is happening in the LLM's mind. There's limits to it, obviously. But unlike our own minds, when you dissect an LLM, it doesn't die. You can open it and you can actually see what's going on, somewhat. And often what you will find is unintelligible at best, and at worst is spurious. So you will also find a lot of spurious correlations within the data that has been learned. This is something that Schneider and Boltok have called naturally like, but internally LLMs remain alien in motivation. And the Turing trap is just maybe a better word for it, but while writing, we thought that these were sufficiently different to call them different things, but what I mean by the Turing trap is actually that the Turing test is a trap. So I would like to propose this as a different take, or perhaps a better name than artificial dualism, as an inference error that is being projected to, well, it's just anthropomorphizing the LLM. But this applies more to people who are not experts, right? Because you're not reasoning about embeddings, you're just looking at what the model says to you. Yeah. And that's basically what GPT is, right? You're just talking to it. But you know it's an LLM, so it's not a valid Turing test either way. There's interesting things to say about the Turing test. For example, it has been solved many times already. So if you look, there's a famous competition that you can submit your own bot and stuff. And a guy once won the prize of that year because he made a 13-year-old bot. So like the bot would just pretend to be a child, and so he could get away with a lot of subpar responses that way. And it actually messed with the people on the other side perception. So it was easier to think that it would be a child than a bot. Yeah. I don't know how much time I have. I'm sorry. Am I over already? Yes? So I'll just finish here then. I'll just say this, that one way of us getting an actual good evaluation, in my opinion, about OOD capacity reasoning for LLMs is through games. So this month, DeepMind already made this public. So they made a deal with Kaggle, and they have some benchmark there available with chess. But this is something that the field was already doing for a while. So submitting games like chess and stuff to LLMs and seeing how they do. How many of you can play tic-tac-toe? Just as a quick question. I assume everyone. So how many of you would think that 3.5 could play tic-tac-toe? Well, I'm giving it off, but the point is that 3.5 could not play tic-tac-toe, and 4 also play tic-tac-toe very badly. And worse than that is that if you asked it how to play tic-tac-toe, it would tell you exactly how to play it optimally, but then you try to make it play, and it would play suboptimally. So there's experiments showing that it actually loses 3.5 lost more than it won, but 4 won more than it lost, but it still lost, and that's the point. So in situations where the board setup showed exactly that you could win in the next move, it would still make the wrong move. And in situations where it could block a winning move from the opponent, it would still make the wrong move. And so this is sort of, I call this show, don't tell in terms of LLMs, and I wanted to propose that as I'm late. I mean, I did publish something on Archive a year ago saying this, but now that DeepMind is there, obviously I'm late. But the point is that it's nice to see that the field is walking towards this, and I think it's a good solution to try to figure out if the model is actually reasoning, because reasoning is intrinsically linked to how we play games, so hence that. And this is just, yeah, I think I can finish there. I'm sorry. Bit of a mess. but
Thanks very much.
thank you.
Great distinctions made. I really appreciate that. We're going to move into a little bit different section for the last two papers, and then we'll come back for questions on all four of our presenters. So we've got Elijah Perrier here, and he's going to be presenting Hamiltonian formalism for comparing quantum and classical intelligence and quantum AGI ontological foundations.
Thanks.
Not only do we need AGI, we need quantum AGI. So raise the bar.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Elijah. I'm from Sydney. I'm a fellow at the Centre for Quantum Software and Information at the University of Technology in Sydney. It's great to be in Iceland. I was here randomly about 6 months ago where I caught up with Kristen for a drink. I think he thought I was drunk. I just hopped off a plane from Perth. Yeah, so it's fantastic to be here. And I'm going to be giving two talks wrapped in one, and this is a talk about research that is in part an extension of some of my PhD work, and in part a collaboration with Mike Bennett, who isn't able to be here right now. The basic theme of this talk and the various papers which were accepted for publication in this conference is around what we call quantum AGI. So what quantum AGI might mean, why quantum information theory, quantum learning may be something that those of you who do care about AGI may care to pay attention to. I'll be talking about the general context of what we mean by sort of quantum agents, quantum AGI in the first part, and then in the second part of the talk, I'll be talking about some new work, and I'm very open to comments and criticisms about some formalism by which we might be able to compare classical and quantum AGI. Don't get scared, I'll talk quickly. There is a bit of math. I've tried to strip out the math from this somewhat. I'll be starting to talk about exactly what I mean by quantum AGI, then I'll be focusing on some of the key features and principles of the quantum mechanical world, which make learning and the types of things that we identify with AGI slightly different. I'll then be talking about how Hamiltonian formalism, which some of you may have heard of before, may be one technique by which we can compare classical and quantum forms of intelligence. So let's get started. So 2025 is the year of quantum. Some of you may or may not have been aware of this. So it's 100 years since the foundation of quantum theory were essentially established by Heisenberg. If you like doing your matrix multiplications, that actually came out of quantum theory. Schrodinger's wave equation, of course, was developed around the same time. Dirac's work synthesizing essentially advancing Schrodinger's theories was around the same time. In that last 100 years, we have come from what was a highly speculative theory to the forefront of building quantum information systems that we believe and hope can really advance the types of computational problems that we can solve. 2025, if you've been reading the press releases from Frontier Labs, is also the year of agents. One of the previous speakers mentioned this. we've obviously seen rapid progress since the emergence of LLMs towards sort of pseudo-autonomous agents. We're here because this is very much not just the focus of this community, but the world at the moment, and there's no going back. But the types of agents, what I will try to persuade you of is the types of agents which we are talking about when we talk about the year of agents are classical agents. But I'm going to try to pitch to you that there may be other types of agents, namely quantum agents. So what happens when we combine quantum and agents? What's the basic premise of this talk? The universe is quantum. Everything you see around you derives from the laws of quantum physics. AGI, as we know it, is classical, and I will talk a little bit more about this. And classical systems cannot efficiently simulate, and I would argue no, or this may be controversial, quantum systems. Classical systems can simulate quantum systems. It just takes a very long time. So we're interested in this word efficiently. So what happens, if our wildest dreams come true and we have built a classical AGI, maybe on the Hyperon substrate, and that AGI then encounters or wants to know about the quantum world. In principle, if it's trying to maximize its knowledge of the world, one would expect it to want to know about how the world is actually built, and the world is built from quantum mechanics. So there are good reasons for why the AGI that we know and love, or that we may know and love, may not love us, would be interested in this problem. And it really begs these questions of whether, these hyperbolic terms, which, again, I love myself, things like SuperIntelligence or AI scientists do require what we call in the papers quantum native AGI. But there's a deeper question as to whether the site of agency can even be at the quantum mechanical level. So this is what this first paper is about that I wrote with Mike, and I'm going to briskly skip through it. So again, just to recap the basic pitch, the universe is quantum mechanical. SuperIntelligence, I think we would agree, seeks to maximise its information about the universe. But AGI proposals are classical. And although we have techniques such as classical shadow tomography and other ways of essentially approximating quantum systems, it is never the full box and dice. AGI must interact with quantum systems in order to know them. And what is not clear is whether this interaction is only instrumental. So would classical AGI only, for example, use a quantum computer as a tool? Or is there some possibility where quantum systems themselves become part of AGI systems beyond being a mere instrument? Can intelligence be quantum mechanical in nature? And what would this entail? And how would you even formalise this? That's what this talk's about. So what do I mean by quantum AGI? It's one of those, terms people hear and love to talk about, but often don't define. So what do I mean in this talk? I mean, take your defining properties of AGI. For example, agency, autonomy, action, self-reflection. It doesn't really matter what they are, just you choose them. Ask, can these properties be observed in systems that behave according to the rules of quantum mechanics? Or to put it another way, can the site of AGI, agency intelligence, be quantum? Or is AGI constrained to be classical in nature? I'm not sure. The answer is we don't know yet. And if the answer is no, then agency or intelligence can only be classical. If the answer is yes, then it may be the case that intelligence has a quantum analogue. Why bother? It's a very important question. I have a day job in banking and I always get asked that term. Why should you care about quantum? Because if we build a fault-tolerant quantum computer, big if, then there are real gains to be had regarding simulation, solving problems more quickly, even those that aren't in higher order complexity classes, doing things faster and better. It's still not clear, but there is a good reason as to why you would be interested in quantum computational systems. I'll briefly skip through this. what does quantum buy you? It buys you, so what we know is it can buy you search, speed up, root n, Grover, okay, so what? It's not super polynomial, but it's still better than nothing. It can improve your sampling strategies. The kind of classic go-to case as to, why China and America have quantum at the top of their security investment strategies is that in principle, it's not that easy. You can crack RSA codes and other classical encryption protocols. Moreover, in principle, you can simulate quantum systems. I should say, for purists out there, most quantum people think that the set of problems that can be solved on a quantum computer is a strict superset of those that can be solved on a classical computer, but we do not have proof of it. I always get chewed out about this, so I just thought I'd mention that, so please don't bark at me. There are a range of kind of advantages which I won't go through just in the interest of time, but fundamentally there are good reasons why we would care about this. So, okay, we may be interested in these questions of quantum AGI and quantum intelligence. One of the issues, and there are papers on sort of integrating AI and quantum systems, but one of the things that always jumped out at me, and I suppose coming from a philosophy of science background, is there are fundamental differences between classical and quantum ontology, and they affect the types of computation you do and the types of substrates and ways that things are put together in order to possibly resemble something like intelligence. In classical ontology, we assume that definite states exist independently of observation. You might not be able to access them, but there's an assumption that they do exist. We assume things like local causality sort of exist in this light cone, and that states are separable. There's also a sort of fundamental kind of ontological idea that be it AGI or you as classical objects here, you persist through time. You're the same. There is enough of you which is the same from now versus some time period in the past to say that you are the same thing. And we also assume that, again, context-independent truth values. These all change in quantum systems. So what happens in quantum systems? Well, quantum systems are those that satisfy the axioms of quantum mechanics. I won't run through them. Some of you have no doubt heard of them. States may be in linear superpositions, and exhibit what are called quantum coherences. There is no definite value. When a system is in a quantum state, the dogma, and it's not just dogma, it's experimentally proven. I should say quantum mechanics is the most experimentally verified theory we have ever come up with in the history of anything. There is no definite value before measurement. There's this thing called the Born rule, which tells you how you extract probabilities of certain states. I'm going to skip through some of the formalism just in the interest of time, because I just want to leave you with the intuition and the sort of impressions. But there are ways that we actually describe quantum states which are different from classical states. We use formalisms to Hilbert spaces and density operators and so on and so forth. This does matter for what we propose in the paper in terms of a formalism that allows you to compare quantum and classical. So apologies for the math, and even greater apologies for clicking through without probably explaining it. So let's talk about measurement. When you study quantum mechanics, you kind of start with this concept. Often in classical, sort of ML or computer science, most people don't start with a theory of how you measure. I think it's critical. I've got some work with Mike on this, on sort of classical measurement theory for AI. But in quantum systems, when you observe, you've probably heard of Schrodinger's cat, when you observe a system, that fundamentally transforms the system. Okay, that's been known for a very long time. What are the consequences then for AGI? It means that to learn requires interaction. You have to measure. Measurement destroys superpositions. So you cannot passively observe quantum states, and that includes a quantum state when you may be trying to observe yourself. So if an agent or a system which you describe as agentic is existing in this quantum superposition, the moment of self-reflection is a moment of collapse. And so it sort of begs the question as to whether going forward you actually have the same quantum system or quantum agent. There's a fundamental learning observation trade-off in quantum mechanics that does not exist in classical systems. There are other trade-offs in classical systems. We all we all know and love, but they are different from what you see in quantum. So there are three main sort of quantum foundations ideas that we talk about in the first paper. One is Bell's theorem. I'm not going to, just in the interest of time, I won't run through Bell's theorem, but the kind of fundamental point of Bell's theorem is Bell's theorem shows that non-local correlations are real, and that fundamentally hidden variables models are inconsistent with the observed outcomes of quantum mechanical measurements. So again, apologies, I really should have got rid of this math from the paper. The kind of point about this is, some of you may have read that Quanta article recently. Actually, it was a good article on all the quantum brains got together at Helgoland in Germany recently, and they realised that they didn't have a straight story to tell, because things like Bell's inequalities, which were experimentally proven, and the researchers who fundamentally show that experimentally won the Nobel Prize a few years ago. What they show is that the uncertainty and the properties of quantum entanglement are not epistemological. They're not just because you have an imperfect device, you've just had a better sort of instrument to measure, all these problems would go away. They are actually fundamentally part of reality. What are the implications for non-locality? Well, one of the issues is if you have a quantum system, be it an agent, and a quantum environment, they can be entangled. And so that begs the question of where the boundaries between your agent and the environment are. Also, there's this whole debate about whether you can have spooky action at a distance, but if I or an AGI want to interact with some object over there, you are constrained in effect by the light cone. So your influence has to propagate through space from here to there. That is not the case with quantum entanglement. There are other subtleties which sort of mean that you don't violate the rules of special relativity, but fundamentally that's different. So you can have entangled agents in a way which is just fundamentally different from anything that classical AI or classical systems could exhibit. And distributed computing takes on a very, very different nature when you have entangled systems. Second point to take away is the single contextuality. So we heard Ben yesterday talking a bit about non-commutativity. Commutativity, I can never choose which one to say. Essentially, this is where the order of operations of measurement do not commute. So if you measure position and momentum, or momentum and position, you may get a different outcome. And again, you probably would have seen this. You see non-commutativity cropping up everywhere in quantum mechanics. It's not just an artifice of how we write the math. It's fundamental to entanglement. It's fundamental to how we even describe quantum systems. And that really sort of boils down to one of the infamous theorems of quantum foundations of quantum mechanics, the Koch-and-Specker theorem, which is really around saying that outcomes are contextual. So to grossly bastardize the physics, if you measure someone's height and weight, the height and weight would change based on the order in which you measure. It's fundamentally different from what we assume at the classical level. What this means is there's no universal truth table for all observables that could be observed of quantum systems. So this has implications, and we talk about this in the paper, for things like how you reason. If your truth values are dependent on the order in which you perform operations, then maybe the proofs that you come up with are going to be they're going to be contextual, for example. Logical inference may, not always, may become order dependent. So truth depends on context. That's maybe something to take away. So these have consequences for sort of any proposals for how sort of quantum-related AGI may perform reasoning, for example. You may have to perform sort of a strategic analysis of how you measure. And if you work in a quantum lab, you have to do that. You don't just go in and measure things and be like, it's going to be awesome. What you do is you have to say, I'm going to measure this way and that way, or in this basis and that basis, because if I don't, I cannot extract the information that I want. In principle, an agentic system would sort of have to reckon with that fact. The third point I just want to quickly talk about is the no cloning theorem. You cannot clone quantum data. There's an error in the math here, just ignore it. So what happens with quantum? Well, you take a way of generating a system into a quantum state, apply Hadamard gate. You evolve it according to Schrödinger's equation, let's ignore noise, and you measure. When you measure, it collapses into one of the eigenbases of the measurement apparatus. If you measure that again, it's not in the quantum state again. It's still collapsed down to the classical state. What you have to do is re-prepare that system and measure again. And you do that over and over and over, or maybe you have a lot of qubits and you can just prepare them identically. And what you obtain are measurement statistics, and from those you then make inferences about what the system is through tomography. That is what you do with quantum systems. And that's fundamentally different. Again, there's this question as to could agency, or could the things that we associate with agency be like have continuity if every time you observe it you actually collapse the state? So I'm going to leave that as an open question. In the next 2 minutes I'm going to skip through the other part of the paper. So you check out the paper, come and ask me some questions. There are fundamental issues again. If you cannot, just imagine you're trying to build your AGI and it's self-assembling, or it's sort of self-improving, but it can't clone itself. I mean, where do you go? Okay, it's not that it's insurmountable, but it raises a series of fundamental challenges. All right, I'm going to skip through to the second paper really, really quickly. If I've got 2 more minutes, you think, is that okay? And apologies, there's just too much information on these slides. Again, please take a look at the paper. We have a way of describing all of this in terms of information theory, classical and quantum information channels, which I think is quite a neat way to pass classical and quantum agentic systems. There's another paper on quantum XE, if you can. The kind of second paper then is, okay, let's assume that we have candidate theories for quantum and classical AGI. How do we compare them? So in this second paper, I propose Hamiltonian formalism. If you study physics, you do Hamiltonians. If you do quantum mechanics, quantum computing, you write down Hamiltonians all day. When you write down quantum gates, the gates are the elements of the Hamiltonians. What's a Hamiltonian? Just for people that maybe are not familiar. Hamiltonian formalism, it comes from variational calculus, Hamilton's equations. It's essentially a unified framework, I believe, via which we might be able to compare classical and quantum agentic dynamics. So what is a Hamiltonian? It reflects the laws of motion. In physics, what you care about is how do I identify something and then how does it change? Hamilton's equation, Hamiltonians tell you that. And the neat thing about Hamiltonians is that they drop out of the variational calculus, and that's where we get our laws of physics from. The laws of physics, you see, are essentially equations of motion. So in the paper, very quickly, I propose the idea that perhaps, and I'm very happy to be shot down about this, perhaps Hamiltonian formalism is a way that we might compare classical and quantum systems. We can write down classical Hamiltonians. Ball rolling downhill can be written down in a classical Hamiltonian with a potential energy term, for example. But we can also write down quantum Hamiltonians. And so then there's this question of, well, are there components of Hamiltonians that maybe reflect things that we associate with agentic or AGI systems, such as induction, reasoning, logical consistency, recursion? I won't go through them now, because never ever stand between an audience and lunch, but I would urge you to take a look at the paper. And the kind of basic idea is perhaps we can use Hamiltonian formalism as a route by which we might bridge this gap between quantum and classical AGI in order to see what are the differences and what are maybe some of the impossibilities. So I'm going to leave it there. If you've got any questions, please come and speak to us afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Actually, go ahead and stay here. We'll have see if there's a couple quick questions for either of our three presenters. Robert, if you want to come back down, and Giancarlo. Perfect. There's a question here.
For Elijah, I may have misunderstood, but it sounded like you were talking about two different types of quantum AGI, where the substrate is quantum and where the intelligence is quantum. Do you see there being a distinction?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Maybe if I can, I guess there's a yes. So I suppose in the paper we had actually started to go down that route, because you cannot have, if you like, quantum software that runs on classical substrates. So you have to have the quantum hardware. Like you might have thousands of physical qubits, but you need the physical qubits to get the logical qubits. So this paper really focuses. It kind of abstracts that away, but it's a good question. So it's more based on the sort of informational theory aspect. So.
And you are looking at quantum AGI as running on qubits.
Yes. So you cannot take a classical. You could have the whole world could be a data center, but you cannot then efficiently simulate logical qubits using classical systems. So, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I have a question to Elijah over here.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. You mentioned quantum logics. Are you thinking of the von Neumann logic, or do you have your own formalism, or is there some other quantum logic that you're considering?
Yeah, it's still very early days. My background is quantum information theory, so essentially in this paper, we really just spent a lot of time trying to say, well, how can we use quantum information, classical and quantum information theory as a basis for comparison, which is what this diagram tries to show. So you have classical AGI can only interact using certain communication channels with EC is a classical environment, EQ is a quantum environment where there's quantum coherences. So there are certain channels. This shows you why classical AGI can only interact using quantum to classical or classical to quantum channels, whereas quantum AGI in principle has this extra tool, and it can interact unitarily with another quantum environment. So yeah, but I haven't got to the sort of formal logic stage. It's definitely part of the kind of research agenda. So yeah, no, let's chat definitely.
And just, do we have any questions for Robert or Giancarlo? I know that quantum was the most recent, so.
So quick question for Robert, but maybe the other panelists may want to respond as well. When you talked about cognitive design patterns, it reminded me that a main problem for AI agents is transfer learning. You learn things in one task, how do you apply it to another? And it seemed like those patterns might lend themselves to transfer learning. I'm wondering if you've done any research on this or if you have any thoughts on that.
No, that's kind of fascinating. So the idea there would be that an agent that learned something could potentially transfer its knowledge to an agent that used a different architecture by sort of taking advantage of the patterns. Is that the, yeah, that'd be a cool problem to work on. I haven't worked on that, but so we have this problem with knowledge interoperability, and one of the problems with knowledge interoperability is that knowledge tends to get, the encoding of knowledge tends to get specialized to the architecture. And one of the things that could be really cool about this pattern idea could be generalizing beyond the architecture specificity by taking advantage of the patterns. Great idea.
It's just a comment. Like in a way, aren't you seeing the transfer learning happening in that sense? Like someone training a very small model that then can perform very well at a specific task for like $300 or whatever it was. Like Google did this with no, not Google, sorry, Stanford did that with Alpaca. $300, and they trained like a tiny model that performed as well as GPT 3.5 or whatever it was at some task. Would that be equivalent to what you're saying?
Maybe. I think that there's I don't know enough about that specific case to be able to comment on it, but I think in general, the idea of, I mostly think about embedded agents living in, embodied agents in physical environments, right? Or virtual environments. And so they learn things, and then how do they transfer that information? And it could be that some kind of distillation process might be really effective, but I don't know enough about that specific case.
And then do we have a question for Giancarlo, just so that we give everybody a chance?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to give a talk, to give a question. So you're emphasizing this out-of-distribution learning. But the out-of-distribution, the distribution is implied by the parameterization of your LLM, right? So the model you put in there. So if you put one model, you get, and you're maximizing likelihood, which is basically saying where the data is, there you're going to be high, and where the no data is, you're going to be low. And because there is always very sparse data and it's very high dimensional, you get some artificial effects, how it will generalize. And that depends very much on what kind of model you put in. So if you don't put any emphasis on that, and I did not hear you say that, then you get random kind of out of distribution behavior. So should you not be controlling that in some way, that you want a particular out of distribution kind of behavior?
So you mean controlling the architecture of the model that you're using?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting additional constraints. Let's say, okay, I want it to generalize in this way or that way, because.
Yeah, you get that with reinforcement learning. So there's, I want to say many things. It's too many things. But the interesting thing with reinforcement learning with human feedback that you need in order to get the LLM to say anything that makes sense is sort of doing a little bit of that. It's constraining at the embedding level as well, for sure. Yeah. So I think you're right. Yeah, and. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So in the interest of getting everybody to lunch, we'll thank everybody for our first beautiful session here. Thank you. I want to give a quick reminder that we have a reception this evening. It's going to be at the Nautal, I think, restaurant that's just behind the university here, just a few minutes walk. It starts at 5:30 or whenever we're done here, hopefully on time. So lunch is in the same spot that it was yesterday. We'll be back in an hour, so at 1:30 we'll start promptly. Have your badges so that they know that you're part of our lunch, and I believe drinks are covered today. That was unusual yesterday, so that should be should be rectified today. Yes, exactly. First day of conference. lunch and here to wake us up and remind us of our biological origins inspiring artificial intelligence is Alex Ororbia. So we're going to kick off with Alex's talk. He will take us beyond traditional computing toward biomimetic intelligence inspired by the mortal nature of living systems. So please welcome Alex Ororbia with me.
Right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to assume you can hear me. All right. Well, thank you for that introduction, and thank you for having me speak at AGI this year. I'm very excited to talk to you about a framework that my friend Carl and I have proposed over the last several years and sort of been advocating. Last year in particular was through a podcast circuit in different interviews that I wanted to kind of espouse the framework that also came from some work from my friend Jeff Hinton, and we'll see that in my slides to come. So yeah, I'm going to motivate going beyond the difference engine and towards something a little bit maybe more animal or human-like. And so with that, let's go to the next slide. So really, to kind of start from the premise of mortal computation, we need to start the opposite. We need to think about what is immortal computation. And it turns out that immortal computation itself has a history. And it goes back to as far back as to the work of Ada Lovelace and Charles Babbage in terms of creating the difference engine, which was just essentially a particularly powerful calculator powered by a crank handle. And it was able to approximate polynomial functions or tabulate logarithmic trigonometric functions. It gets its name from the method of finite differences, which is just essentially a way of interpolating functions using a small set of coefficients. And then its predecessor is the analytical engine that came out in essentially was proposed around 1849, but really wasn't constructed until 2002. So Charles never realized the physical manifestation of the analytical engine. Essentially, it incorporated something a little bit more modern, the arithmetic logic unit. It had control flow, conditional branching, integrated memory. These are all the things that should sound familiar for those that know the inner workings of the von Neumann architecture or the computing architecture that sort of that defines our modern day era. It's just essentially the first general purpose computer. And then, of course, if we continue a little bit further, just touching on little keystones in history, I'm not obviously covering absolutely everything in the history of digital computing. We had the ENIAC, which just stands for the Electrical Numerical Integrator in Computer. And that was essentially a set of multiple panels, a modular computer that could perform different functions. And many of these modules were essentially accumulators that could subtract or add numbers, could hold a 10-digit decimal number in memory. Essentially, numbers would be passed across these different general purpose units through what was known as buses or trays. These are just big kind of cables or connectors of wires. And again, there was a way to do all of this in high speed because the idea was that they would save answers and then that would trigger a different computation. So it was a very powerful kind of setup for a traditional immortal computer. And then, of course, we had the EDVAC, which is more the von Neumann design that we know and love today. Essentially a processing unit, a control unit, memory for mass storage. And you can kind of see there in the center here a little bit of the relationship between memory and the CPU, or the central processing unit that defines our computing systems. And we're actually going to talk a little bit more about that particular setup, the relationship between memory and computing in a little bit, as that creates what is known as the von Neumann bottleneck, in fact. And what does that really just ultimately boil down to? It means that let's just use our favorite example, machine learning, which again could be done through transformers, LLMs, deep neural networks that process images and do classification. The idea is that when we do an execution of a deep neural network, which exists, or you could say exists on the CPU, it's going to be the calculation. Let's say we're doing a forward pass on our data, processing an image and running it through a chain of operations to produce some type of output. Well, we also have this tensor of synaptic weights that are stored in long-term memory. And that could be deep down into the von Neumann architecture. I'm obviously not going to give you a crash course on all of how memory is constructed in a modern day computer system. But the idea is that we need to transfer the values of those synaptic weights, the parameters that define our neural network, maybe even load the topology, and transfer that from a long-term memory, like in NAND flash, and go up through the memory hierarchy in a modern day computer up to the CPU. The key here is that every time that you do that, you are expending energy. Essentially, there is, and of course I have it in the diagram here to the right, an order of microjoules from going from NAND flash, again, to transfer from there. And then we also have the order of nanojoules to go up to DRAM, and then the order of picojoules to go from SRAM all the way up to the CPU. So this is a lot of energy, and actually is what's creating high energy inefficiency in modern day computers. And this is something that is just inherent to immortal computation. Now, immortal computation, again, why does it get that word immortal? And I should have made sure to say that a little earlier, is that the design of the computer system facilitates the design of your software, your programs, your calculations, without you worrying how the design of the computer, is proceeding. So basically, you don't care how the computer is constructed, you just write your programming code, right? Maybe you write it actually at a compiler level, you write it in a high level language that gets compiled down to assembly and compiled down to an instruction architecture set, bits. And so again, you design your programs without a single worry, most of the time, with how the computer is designed, how it's transferring information. You trust the system. So that means when you design a neural network, yes, when we write things down on paper and we write out a topology, as we do in pedagogy or academia, when we teach someone what a neural network is, it has a visual representation in our minds, but actually on a computer, it is amorphic, which means that, again, modern day intelligence doesn't have like an actual topology or structure to it. It is just a set of synaptic tensor weights that are arranged in a particular way, transferred across a memory system. There is nothing inherently structured physically about this particular neural network. By the way, immortal computation is the foundation of computer science. So for those that are in computer science, without it, we wouldn't be able to worry about levels of we wouldn't have our levels of abstraction that allow us to do our programming. Also, the advantage of immortal computing means that if your computer dies and you have a copy of your program saved outside of it, you can put it on another computer and it'll run pretty much the same. So again, if you're taking ChatGPT or a transformer and the server from which it is executed from dies or fails, it is no big deal. You just load it into a different server and it'll behave the same. So that means that the knowledge and characteristics that are acquired of something like a large language model or a deep neural network is acquired irrespective of the medium upon which it is executed or it exists, which is the premise of essentially all of machine learning. So now that we kind of have a flavor and a historical contextualization of mortal computing, now we can get to what mortal computation is. Obviously, it's the opposite of immortal computation. And it basically says that, and this is something that originally was said in a few sentences from my friend Jeff, that software cannot be divorced from the physical substrate or hardware. It cannot exist. It's basically, in this case, it dies, if you want to consider the software as a form of a living entity, if the hardware ceases to function. And we can kind of, and this is what Carl and I have written a little bit more at length in the bottom reference as well, that essentially this is the characteristics, the quirks, the things that particularly define the knowledge, the behavior of software, and it is very tied to the structure or the physical embodiment of that particular software execution. And then you can generalize this a little bit further to actually create a directive, a prime directive, or a very base instinct as to what we want for an intelligent system. And it is that an agent, what it does is in service of its very needs. It's a need to preserve its identity, to continue to exist. And this is, again, what's going to allow us to sort of essentially move towards a different sense of autonetics. In case you were curious, autonetics is just the science of using and developing automated devices for the purpose of control or guidance. But here we're giving it more of an intelligent twist. Ultimately, it's going to center around the idea that agents or computational systems want to avoid thermodynamic disintegration, which is just the physics way of saying death. So again, this is our shift towards a naturalistic autonetics or biomimetic intelligence. So again, if you take anything from this talk, just please read the paper that Carl and I wrote about now 2 years ago. If you want, it's a survey on basically all the history of ideas over the last century that kind of give rise to what would be known as mortal computation that Jeff eventually said in one of his papers. So it's a 40-page length thing, not including the appendix, but it basically covers everything in this talk in great detail. So I highly recommend you look that up. But to give you kind of the gist of that work, this basically is espousing what is known as the mortal computation thesis, which is, again, a corollary of the free energy principle. I will define a little bit in a highly abstract way the free energy principle. It's mostly a very mathematical kind of framing. Again, it can be viewed as like an objective function, and there's a couple different ways to look at it, but I'm going to give you sort of the more physics interpretation. But again, basically the mortal computation thesis speaks to a computer or agent's directive. As I said, it wants to avoid disintegrating into its heat bath. And it also puts forth the idea, the opposite of an earlier slide I showed you, that a mortal computer is morphic. Again, it has an inherent 3D topology, a structure. It exists in a niche. And we'll poke at those concepts a little bit later. But you can also use the formalism of the notion of Markov blankets. And again, these can kind of be used to construct essentially a system that operates across multiple dynamics at different scales, and each of these follow a free gradient flow. And I should keep an eye on my time, I just realized. So this framework synthesizes a lot of ideas, and we want to move towards a form of what is known as mortal computing. Again, we've already now seen it when I was showing you the von Neumann bottleneck, so I won't dwell too long here. But again, it all centers around one, where the energy and efficiency comes from, which is the thermodynamics of contemporary computing. And again, very brilliant people in the past have kind of talked about the relationship between information processing and thermodynamic efficiency, such as Rolf, pictured above. But really, we can kind of take two principles, and this gives us kind of a key point. Landauer's principle just basically says there's a minimum amount of energy, E, required for a irreversible operation, like erasing a bit on a computing system, and this is proportional to the temperature of the system. So that's what that equation basically shows. KB is Boltzmann's constant. And then Jarzynski's equality essentially just says to move from state X to state Y, the difference between their free energy calculations, these are the physics form of free energy, can be constrained to be equal to the average of the work, the physics work done to go from X to Y. What does all that physics really tell us? There's a lower bound on the amount of thermodynamic work that needs to be done to change the information content, like manipulating bits on a computing system. We can't go below this bound. The goal is to get as close to this bound. And essentially, we have von Neumann architectures that are very far from this bound. And so we want to move towards a form of mortal computation, which is getting us close. Like, for example, real biological neurons are much closer to the Landauer limit, but not necessarily at it. And that's an important point to make too. So again, we are interested in circumventing the von Neumann bottleneck, or the memory wall. And what does that really mean then? That means that mortal computation also advocates for essentially a form of in-memory processing. So to realize something like Bayesian computations, which is just what we ultimately are referring to, belief updating or changing of synaptic parameters, neuronal dynamics, if we're using neuronal computation as sort of our target premise, but it could be other biotic systems or biological structures. We want to do this updating within the memory of the computational system. Again, this is going to lead us towards something like what's pictured in the bottom right, I'm showing there a crossbar or essentially a structured array of memristors. And this is where, for example, things like spiking neural networks live. They are often executed on a neuromorphic chip, which essentially is a form of doing in-memory processing where we do the calculation actually in the portions of the chip itself. We don't have to do that transfer that we ultimately do in the left for a von Neumann architecture. So ultimately, to be Bayes optimal means we are being thermodynamically efficient and vice versa. This kind of allows us to leave behind modern day deep learning, which is essentially just a form of red AI, and move towards something known as green AI, which has actually been advocated for quite a while, especially with the advent and incoming of transformers and large language models. So ultimately, we want to move to something like that. And I'll just give you a very fun little old statistic. It's now out of date because transformers have gotten a lot bigger, but essentially transformers can emit 4.96, so essentially 5 times the lifetime emissions of the average car. And this was based on GPUs that were shipped back in 2022. And so ChatGPT itself at that time could produce up to 500 metric tons of carbon just during its training. And that was for GPT requiring essentially more than 1,000 megawatt hours. So it's essentially insane the amount of energy and resource expenditure needed to train these big models and essentially forms of immortal computation. Another fun one is BERT essentially had the carbon footprint of a round trip flight between New York and San Francisco, for those that know what BERT was, an early transformer for a single passenger, by the way. There's also, and I won't dwell too long on this, but there's also cognitive philosophical motivations for mortal computation, but essentially they center around 2 very key ideas from cognitive science. Embodiment, or the embodiment thesis, which just basically says that your mind, or human and animal minds, are grounded in their sensory motor coupling. So essentially an organism's body intrinsically constrains and shapes the nature of the mental calculations or mental activities. A fun way to think about the opposite of embodiment or embodied cognition is classically that was known as the brain in the vat. So it's basically that you could basically have a brain and it would do everything it needed independent of the body, that it was instantiated in. And so that's kind of a move away from that old kind of thinking, isolated cognition towards embodiment. And activism is a different step. It basically says that there's a dynamic relationship between you, the living entity, and the environment or the niche, to use, or the eco niche, to use a biological term. So your cognition is the result of exercising those sensory motor subsystems that ground your mind, according to the embodiment thesis, in the exchange with the world. So really, we can all take this to mean that a mortal computer, which would be yourself or any living entity, is an active participant in the generation of the information it processes, and it is shaped by the consequences of its actions and how it acts and essentially what the environment or the niche responds to those actions. And then a little final fun bit, we won't have to dwell here too long, and we can get too far into the weeds because naturalist philosophy and existentialism speak to far broader notions than we really need for mortal computation. But one piece that you can take from these particular directions or these particular domains is that there's a finitude to life. Life will end for living entities, for animals, and for humans. And that can be viewed as a way of endowing life with a purpose. This is what motivates reproduction, communication, teaching, passing on information from generation to generation. So there's some high-level big motivations that come from the fact that there is a termination to a biotic entity's life or lifespan. And again, there's a quote that starts the paper from Soren Kierkegaard in 1843, but really one way to take a lot of his writings is not necessarily, he wasn't writing about mortal computation, but that death is a horizon that shapes the behavior and consciousness even of a system. Now, I'm not going to touch consciousness. It's a very, very messy and very deep philosophical concept that mortal computation doesn't necessarily speak to. It's just essentially a foundation for sentience. But again, one thing you can kind of take from naturalist philosophy is a living entity is in the process of continual self-evidencing. It is information foraging, gathering data or sensory information from its environment in an active sense to affirm its own identity, to ensure that its identity also persists with time. And then there's just these two little concepts that are taken from naturalist philosophy. Very briefly, operational closure just means that a system must go autopoiesis or autopoietic self-assembly. It just means it needs to grow, repair, change with time. In order to keep in its internal states the way that it is maintained, different and separate from its external environments. So you have a set of internal states, and then there's the world. You don't want to disintegrate and become the world. So that's essentially what physics is saying is thermodynamic disintegration. And then sense making is just saying that there's a mutual dependence between an entity such as yourself's external processes the external processes in the environment and your own internal processes. Really, all that means is that the biological system must distinguish itself from the niche, yet it is still coupled to that niche. We can't think of the environment and the entity completely separate. It is very important to understand the environment in which a mortal computer is being executed. So these are a lot of interesting concepts that start to give a framing and a shaping of maybe the types of computing, intelligent computing systems that we might want to be designing in the decades to come. So without dwelling too long on a lot of the interesting components of the mortal computation thesis, again, I recommend you just read the survey. It gives you all the glorious detail you could want. But I mentioned something called the Markov blanket. The Markov blanket is just a statistical construct, but it's a very useful one to think about the idea of states within a living entity, for example. And a Markov blanket is just kind of like that boundary between what is known as internal, and in this case, Z is going to be our variable to just denote abstractly your internal states that, are what define your life processes. And then, of course, we have O as the observed or the actual environmental states. And then there's an interface between Z and O that isn't necessarily allowing them to be the same thing, which is our states S, which are sensory states. You are able to perceive the observations of the environment. So again, you are using, for example, visual systems, touch, tactile, smell. You are olfactory. You are processing elements of the environment through sensory states. And you interact with those sensory states, which ultimately manipulate the observed environment through action. So that's what A is your active motors, your motor control, essentially what is allowing you to change and manipulate your environment as you do things like engage in sense making. So really at the Markov blanket formalism, it does have like a specification on the statistical dependence between, for example, states Z and O. And basically because there is this existence of a Markov blanket, Z is independent of O, conditioned on that Markov blanket. So it doesn't mean they're completely independent. There is a sort of like indirect statistical coupling. And really again, that doesn't mean too much to those because you can also use that to talk about a statistical neighborhood and talk about how, for example, there's a weak coupling between your internal states and the environment states. It's just really the Markov blanket's like the cell boundary, right? The cellular membrane that separates intracellular organs and components from extracellular elements. And then there's an interaction, like you need pumps and things to bring out, for example, resources and nutrients from the environment to keep the cell alive. And then you need to excrete or remove waste in order to, again, prevent toxins from building up that ultimately lead to the death of the cell. And so then there's some more formalism here, but we don't really necessarily need it. And then this is just a fun example adapted from a particular paper, DeCoste 2020, just showing, for example, the bacillus and essentially saying that you can kind of break apart the anatomy of a bacillus and kind of point to what its internal states are from its external states, and then what are the blanket states and how does it interact with its environment. And bacillus is just a rod-shaped bacteria, and it can become like an endospore to preserve itself if there's not enough nutrients. But that's just the fun example of essentially what is a biotic mortal computer exercising its Markov blanket. Now, what is the free energy principle? Just because that essentially mortal computation is just a corollary or complement to the free energy principle. Free energy principle from the highest level kind of physics point of view, it just talks about something known in physics as the thermodynamics, the non-equilibrium steady state solution. And really all a NES is essentially that a living system must be in a non-equilibrium state, because if it's in equilibrium, it means it's disintegrated into its environment. It's kind of become one with its heat bath. And just heat is dissipated in thermodynamics. So again, given that such a state in the system, it has to be kind of separated out from the environment. So in order to preserve its identity, to prevent and to allow it to stay in its non-equilibrium steady state, essentially a living entity must maintain its structural integrity by changing their relationship with their environment through action. And again, this is allowing it to absorb energy and materials or nutrients from the environment. It's going to need to have an exchange. There needs to be a flow between the environment and the and the system itself. So this is essentially a critical condition for life, and it's essentially what allows it to drive the agent, essentially what drives the agent, its prime directive to do what it does. So ultimately, the free energy principle applied to mortal computers means that a mortal computer's internal dynamics, the way that, for example, its internal states change with time, are conditionally independent of its environment, and it also prescribes that the mortal computer will continuously self-evidence by essentially trying to return to or be near its nest. So again, it's action manipulating its environment, gathering resources to continue to survive, to preserve its identity, to prevent disintegration or inherently death. And then you can cast it more mathematically. We won't go into this as well, but again, it can be viewed as the variational free energy. And then this gives you kind of like a concrete objective. That's what F is here. And F takes in as its arguments the Markov blanket M in the internal states. Really, again, all that formalism is just hiding behind it the fact that the entity has to have a morphology or a physical structure Q. Inside that morphology are parameters mu, which are, again, are like, for example, you could think of the morphology as the structure of a neural network, the actual topology, the arrangement, the physical arrangement, and relationship between the different neurons in a structure. And then the parameters are the synaptic efficacy. So again, inside those synapses, and for those that were at the workshop yesterday, I talked about that being like the synaptic junctures and the degree of chemical modulation. That could be the strength between the connections, if you will, between neurons. And then the internal states are like the organs and the things that define, for example, a particular neuronal cell. These are the dynamics that will change with time. And these all happen at different scales. It's kind of one way to take away. I'm not going to waste time on this slide, but again, it's just basically reiterating the difference between that. And remember, an immortal computing system is amorphic. Your software could be defined independently of the system. You can write down the equations of a deep neural network without caring at all about a 3D environment. And this is not to say about those that try to model the environment. This is just to say that, again, the execution really doesn't care. It's just a pile of math, as one of my students would talk about. Whereas a morphic system has an inherent evolving 3D structure, and there are effectively just two constraints on this. There's a thermodynamic cost, which just comes from the fact that there's an irreversible encoding of information. Writing or erasing a bit to and from memory is something that is important to a morphic system. And then, of course, information coupling. You are connected to your environment. There's a physical instantiation that strictly determines how the entity's inputs are obtained and transferred from the environment in which it exists. So ultimately, the free energy principle is just being said to apply to a mortal computer. Now, another thing that's kind of interesting is the backbone of the framework of mortal computation is this thing called MILS, or Mortal Inference Learning and Selection. We've kind of already seen that earlier in the Markov blanket construction, where we saw that we had a morphology Q, which means the structure of the system will change with time. So the fact that, for example, cells in your body are constantly dying, they might have a particular persistent organization, but you're constantly in this process of death and birth, right? The idea is that you're changing with time, you are growing, you are decaying. That is the nature of an animal or of a biotic entity. So there is a dynamics to your structure. So Q could be governed by an ordinary differential equation. I'm not saying that there's one particular one that you need to have, but that turns out to be something similar to the partial derivative of your free energy or your free energy functional with respect to the structure, which just means that there are dynamics on your structure, and that is something that needs to be accounted for that actually is not very often in modern day intelligent systems. But again, that's also a byproduct of the fact that they are immortal computing systems and not necessarily structure bound or entangled. And then, of course, we know that we do have learning in some systems, right? We do change the parameters, maybe with something biologically implausible like backpropagation of errors. But learning could just be cast as, again, another free energy functional an inference, which isn't done as often in modern day machine learning, but in neuroscience it is there's a dynamics or a change, for example, to how even neuronal behavior happens over time. For example, in a deep neural network, there is no dynamics in most cases. It doesn't exist until data is clamped to the system and run through, whereas a lot in neuroscience models, there's a sense of dynamics that I sort of also talked about yesterday in terms of predictive coding. One other key point is that the relationship between these three scales of how systems evolve, there's a mean field approximation that is applied that basically factorizes them out from each other. And without going into all that fun math and what a mean field approximation really is, it just means that we create a conditional independence among them based on the morphology or the substrate upon which they all exist. But there's also still like a dependency, an indirect dependency between learning and inference and learning. You can't have inference without learning, but learning is not possible without inferring dynamics. And same thing goes with topology. I think this diagram to the left that's also in our paper kind of highlights that kind of dependency structure and where mean field approximations are sometimes applied. There are things known in biology, for example, and there are structural mean field approximations that are commonly made by nature. For example, the what-where distinction, knowing what something is in your visual system doesn't necessarily tell you where it is and vice versa. But however, that makes things more efficient and easier to do inference. And then, of course, what we're ultimately tasked with in a mean field approximation is to repair the damage that is done by such an assumption. And that's what, for example, learning is trying to do. And we talk a lot more length about that in the paper. So again, I recommend you read that. But really, that one way you could think about modal computation is a physical manifestation or realization of Bayesian inference for any Bayesianists in the audience. So because I am worried that I might run out of time. Let's see, it was 25, and I think there's like about 45 minutes. So I might want to speed through this a little bit. But in the paper, we sort of like cast modal computation through three big pillars over the last history. There's a biophysics or physiological kind of dissection. I will briefly touch on it here because I think it gives kind of an interesting little blueprint for how to construct a modal computer. Then there is a cybernetics approach, which cybernetics is like the predecessor to computer science. It's very, very old and interesting. And there's a lot of interesting principles that we survey. Turns out a lot of cybernetics can be connected to biophysics, and they kind of say similar things. So you're going to see the cybernetic pillars kind of shown here, but we're not going to dwell on them for sake of time. And then there's a cognitive science motivation as well. And I will just briefly touch on a new theory that Carl and I have, really an extension called 5e cognitive theory, which is just what a modal computer is. But for those that might have seen this diagram for me yesterday, I promised I would break it down a little bit so we can kind of cut it apart. And again, we're touching on what we're calling a naturalistic autonetics, basically cybernetics and biophysics kind of connected together. And ultimately, by the way, just to say something briefly about cybernetics, cyberneticians used to care about how can a system learn what it needs to know in order to act effectively. And so there's a currency in cybernetics or a basic unit known as variety. Without going into the information theory of variety, it's just essentially the degrees of freedom that any system, living or not, has in choosing what state it will be in. And this is reduced through selection. So if you have less options, it means when you move to a different state, you might have different options. And so there's some very, very brilliant people to kind of keep in mind, and that's who I was showing earlier. But if we just kind of lean in on the biophysics without defining the millions of different principles that come from cybernetics that kind of attach to the biophysics, we can start to think about the very, very basic way of how to design a modal computer. And this is what Carl and I sort of talk about as essential primitives, which are the building blocks to a modal computer. This is where we go back to biology and talk about things like metabolic processes, which manipulate your basic resources. And again, really the idea of metabolism is essentially your metabolic organization stands far from thermodynamic equilibrium. Our goal, remember, is to stay in the NESS, the NES, right, the non-equilibrium steady state. And so that means we want to stay away from equilibrium. Otherwise, we will dissipate or dissolve. So that means that a mortal computer is a dissipative system, establishing order by generating or disorder, right? Changing its environment. And again, thermodynamics says heat is going to be exchanged, right? Heat is going to be created through this interaction. So again, no matter what, something is going to be lost as heat and waste as the mortal computer acquires new resources and tries to acquire matter and then extract energy and kind of secrete toxins and waste back into its environment. But again, that means that we need to be designing things like basic metabolic processes that manipulate very simple primitives or variables at the very foundation or base of a mortal computer system. And then above it are homeostatic processes. Homeostasis is, again, just trying to stay near a set point, trying to keep variables within a certain value. For example, you need to be at a certain temperature to be in a healthy state. You need certain bacidity or, certain acidity levels, right, in your blood system. Certain chemical levels and concentrations need to be maintained within a certain level. So you need a homeostatic set of processes. And again, these will also influence the sensory motor pathways. I'll show you very briefly something from biology that talks about how your sensory motor systems, which are your actions that you take on the environment, can be influenced by homeostasis. But ultimately, we need to engender and construct these processes. Homeostasis, which Carl and I talk a bunch about in the paper, is essentially like a dynamic form or a temporal form of homeostasis. It's just the fact that you want to return to now no longer a particular state or single value. You want to return to a trajectory. And really, you could just take it as it's a form of continual error correction. And such a system needs to do that. So that's kind of like the foundational part of a mortal computer. And then above it is the regulatory functionality. Allostasis is essentially like a predictive form, or whereas homeostasis is more reactive. Allostasis serves homeostasis and essentially tries to preclude further deviations from essential variables. It's just like a predictor, right? It's trying to guess what's going to happen and anticipate in the future what will happen. And it means that you are triggered perhaps even by indirect cues that might lead to you realizing, oh, this is a stressor that might cause problems for my homeostasis. And then there's, again, to the right, I'm not going to define them right now, lots of wonderful principles that sort of kind of give you guidance as to what, for example, like the good regulator theorem basically is kind of speaking to these aspects of allostasis and trying to talk about self-regulation. So ultimately, a self-regulating mortal computer must contain a model of that environment too, a world model, if you will, that it needs to manipulate because it needs to predict what it thinks is going to happen without the thing actually happening, and then it can update that with data. And then, of course, we talk about some design principles about like what, for example, would coupled homeostatic subunits look like. But that's going to take a little while to define what an effector and a sensor are and how you go about designing an allostatic system. But it's talked about in the paper, but I'll move forward. And then the last level, kind of at the top level, and again, remember, this is like a foundational block. This doesn't define all of intelligence. Intelligence is far more complex than this. This is just kind of like the base level. And I just want to comment that this isn't the end all and be all framework for example, AGI. But we also need morphogenesis, which is just change, right? The idea is that your structure needs to be able to be repaired. It needs to grow because it will decay. So if, again, a computing system is damaged, it needs to be able to repair that damage, much as biotic systems often do. And so we need to be able to repair, kind of grow. We also need to replicate. Replication is just essentially, again, from cybernetics or cellular automata systems, is just the idea of creating a copy. But the moment that you introduce mutation or noise into that replication process, you have essentially reproduction. So that's why we have there like a very, very gross simplification of mutation plus replication is essentially what leads to an offspring. But the idea is that's another form of extending yourself temporally into the future through reproduction and then communication and teaching. You are extending your identity, even if you ultimately yourself will disintegrate or die. And then there's a lot more other things that I'm not going to dwell on. But just for those, again, that don't know what autopoiesis is, it's just the idea that a mortal computer must be able to make itself from within and continuously reproduce. Again, this is assuming it has an exchange with its environment, gathering nutrients and resources, converting matter to energy, and vice versa. And so an autopoietic entity is specified and shaped by its topological domain. And basically that just has a bunch of conditions that you can kind of talk at length about. And so biology kind of gives us an interesting way of thinking about how to design a mortal computer system. I did say I would touch on sensory motor dependency, and that kind of is like a very specific part of the diagram you'll see in the top right. Your homeostatic process, your self-regulation system kind of can drive the actions that you take in your environment. And so, for example, in E. coli or very, very simple kind of cellular systems, it's been kind of moved. There's a move from homeostasis to independent cells, which just says you're maintaining homeostasis, maintaining certain metabolic variables in a certain range, but your actions are just kind of coupled to your sensors, and that's all. Whereas actually, in fact, a more accurate model, and I have some citations there, is from those that are influenced by your need to gather resources, or an entity, biotic entities need to gather resources and gather, for example, particular chemical nutrients. So there's a dependency here that must be modeled, and I think that's an important thing to go forward when designing a mortal computer as a design principle. And that was talking about chemotaxis, which is locomotion for particular cell systems. And then, as I mentioned, there is 5E cognitive theory for those cognitive scientists in the room that would rather cast mortal computer from what was known as 4E cognitive theory. Carl and I just added one more E. It's elementary. Mike Levin, my friend Mike, might talk about basal cognition either at AGI, and he's talked about it elsewhere. But it's essentially your life-sustaining mechanisms that shape your processing. It is the interplay of basic life functionality, and that is actually a form of cognition and cognitive functionality. So that's kind of the base level that we think that is important for defining any basic mortal computer. And then you move up the chain of cognitive science theory. Embodiment we talked about, which is, again, your sensory motor systems, your bodily structure shapes your processing. Enactivism is just the niche influences your cognitive functionality. There are two more that we do touch on in the paper a bit. Embedded cognition just says that you live in a collective. There are other mortal computers that you interact with, and there's situatedness. So there's a social system, an assembly of others that shape your processing. And then there's the extended theory of mind, which is just the idea that there's the interplay of non-mortal or non-cognitive objects. You use a phone, right? Or you write on a piece of paper. You are offloading your memory to that particular non-biotic entity. So it's really interesting, and we touch on a connection to some really nice work by others like Kirchhoff on life-mind continuity thesis. It looks very similar to that as well, with a little bit of other definitions. And we talk about morphological cognition and other things in the paper as well. But it's just a lot of these interesting parts connect to cognitive sciences. The main takeaway. I could read you out this entire definition, but I think maybe it's a little bit better just to highlight kind of some key tenets. And it's an informal definition because part of this survey and work was sort of to encourage all these fields to kind of come together in a transdisciplinary way to sort of formally define a mortal computer. And there's a lot that's missing. There's a lot of work that could be done to kind of shape this out. But some key ideas that Carl and I thought were important to highlight is that you need a morphology that can be specified in terms of a Markov blanket. You need to have an internal structure. And again, since we're borrowing from cybernetics motivations, there needs to be some type of a generative model or world model that entails the relationships between the Markov blanket and the boundary in your environment. Then you also need to be able to specify a set of primary imperatives. Those are like the metabolic variables and the regulatory processes that govern them. So you need some imperatives as well. You need to instantiate them. So you need the regularization. You need a generalized homeostasis, artificial metabolic pathways. You need to implement mills, You need to have those three kind of timescales specified. Without any one of those, then you don't really have a mortal system according to what we were defining. And then, of course, the idea that harkens back to Jeff's original comment that you need co-design. He didn't quite say the word co-design, but you need to account for the hardware and the software that you're designing, and your core agent goal is to remain in its NAS. Now, this does not define all of intelligence, and it certainly does not touch on consciousness. It's just a base level of sentience that I think is a necessary precursor to get ourselves towards those types of complex entities that we might want to design. Again, I won't dwell too long here. I believe this is actually in the appendix of the survey. But again, there's the notion of neuromorphic computing, and we touch on a little bit about how that could be a way of doing like an in silico, non-necessarily squishy kind of version of mortal computing. Now, the way that we currently do it, which is the top row, like neuromorphic deep learning, where we are just converting DNNs through a translation process to software that looks like neurobiology, kind of, and then we kind of convert that to a chip. That is definitely not a mortal computer, but it is one way to kind of process information and kind of hack yourself into a neuromorphic system. Brain-inspired computing sort of is you design actually a little bit more towards the neuromorphic system. And so there is a little bit of a relationship that looks like a mortal computer, but a mortal homeostatic computer would be where there's an interplay, right, between even the properties of the hardware influence the dynamics themselves. Again, that topology Q must influence the learning, just like learning influences the topology. So we would need sort of more like a dynamically growing kind of chip. So it might not be that we necessarily have that existence now, but that's something to keep in mind. We do have something like known as morphologic robotics, which is like structural changing robots that kind of adjust to the problem at hand. So we could probably borrow from that domain as well. But just basically means that a mortal computer, a mortal neuromorphic computer would have an adaptive dynamic structure. And there needs to be sort of like a flow of information and properties between the substrate and the calculation and vice versa. They must inform and drive one another. That would lead to NMCs, right? I've called mortal computers MCs for short. And then you can start to touch on things like, again, I'm not going to define all of this for the audience. I talked about predictive coding at length yesterday, but predictive coding, forward learning, spike timing dependent plasticity. We touch on the idea that a neuromorphic computer could leverage, for example, these types of learning assignment or learning kind of credit assignment algorithms, and as a means to then get yourselves towards mills. But they don't tell you the whole story. So there's, the picture of structural change that's very important. And then, of course, you need morphogenesis. So that's kind of the key missing part in some aspects of neuromorphic computing. There's a lot of interesting implications that come from here, but it ultimately just means that there's going to be the creation of these feedback loops between hardware essential primitives and the dynamics and the plasticity of the calculations that are being executed upon them. And there's a relationship or an entanglement between them. There is a brittleness that comes with it. That means that a particular mortal computer, if it were to die or break down and cease to be able to maintain homeostasis, then the knowledge that is acquired, the specifics, the quirks are gone. Right? It is part of its identity, right? Now, there's an organization to that is sort of independent of the physical structure, and that's something else we touch on in the paper, but that organization is the relationship between those parts. And if that ceases to exist, and that happens in thermodynamic disintegration, that knowledge is gone. So there's a brittleness to that as well, but we also think that is an important direction to pursue because that is what grounds a lot of knowledge. That is embodied artificial intelligence, if you will. Now, one other question that sometimes I've been asked, and while I'm not an a philosopher of ethics capable of answering that or equipped to answer that carefully, one might say, well, how would we control mortal machines? Because essentially you're creating something that's sentient. And we kind of conclude the paper by talking about that. Yes, if you have sentience, you do need to consider perhaps rights, right? So these are things that are proprioceptive. They have feelings, right? They have a sense of pain. And that is something to account for because these are essentially what you're creating as a living entity. So we might need a different kind of programming. There's genetic programming and directive encoding. I've talked to Mike Levin about this a little bit. And again, I'll touch very quickly on xenobots and anthrobots. Those are just examples of mortal computers. But there's also the notion of mortal machine teaching, right? Just as we interact with other living entities, other humans, we teach, we communicate through a noisy, lossy channel. But we are able to, for example, endow principles in other living mortal entities. So the same thing would happen with a mortal computer. We're just going to have to change how we train them, right? It's not going to be like a slave kind of induced kind of control. It's going to be like an interactive process. But I don't have too much to give a paradigm for that, because I think there are those that are far more qualified to answer what we would do with an actual mortal computer, and be interesting to hear their thoughts on that. But we don't control them, right? There's an artificial sentience here. And then Carl and I talk about levels of mortal computers. I don't think it's really important at this point for sake of time. I'm certainly over. So I just want to end by just mentioning a few extant mortal computers. I've touched a little bit about how neuromorphic systems could be a mortal computer. We do have, again, different levels of mortal computation. Ross Ashby, for example, created the homeostat quite a while ago. But ultimately, it is a non-biological in silico mortal computer. And what was really interesting is that it basically evaluated configurations of a stepper switch. What was kind of a fun way to think about a homeostat is, unlike a modern day computer, if you cut a wire, the homeostat would just reorganize around, for example, one of its modules being disabled, whereas a modern day computer, it quits working if you cut a wire. So that was kind of why it was an adaptive system, able to kind of adapt dynamically around damage, which is kind of an interesting element. You can also make a homeostat and allostat, as Carl and I talk about, by adding trial and error learning. And so then you give it kind of like a form of adaptive behavior, because the original homeostat kind of just does like a random search. So you can make it a little more intelligent. But again, it's a very, let's say, very primitive mortal computer. Then there's also the electrochemical ear, or the electrochemical thread, which is basically just like a dish of platinum electrodes connected to an electrical source. And these metallic iron threads essentially would form connections between each other under certain stimulation conditions. And so what was kind of interesting is why it was called the ear is that if you induced like a form of positive reinforcement learning, the thread would grow sensory organs that could perceive, for example, sound. So hence why the ear kind of appears in there in kind of scare quotes. But what was interesting about these electrochemical threads is that they would self-assemble into larger, stable, cooperative structures. They could absorb unstable substructures. They were a self-organizing dynamical system. It was a very interesting kind of mortal computer that also exhibited something in cybernetics known as ultra-stability. It just means it could maintain its variables within a certain range. So it was maintaining some version of homeostasis. And of course, then we get into more modern things. Some of you might have heard of mold-based or fungal-based computing, especially like based off the pink oyster mushroom. Yes, literally, I am showing you a chip that has mold on it, but that is on purpose. So the mold is integrated with, for example, the transistors in the board. But the idea is that we exploit the internal geometric calculations or reprogram them within the mold-based system, or the pink oyster mushroom, and we kind of leverage the resulting electrical activity to drive the circuits. And you can do a lot. There's like a book I actually found recently, I haven't gotten through it, called Fungal Machines. And it's kind of interesting. It talks about how the resilience that is within a pink oyster mushroom can be reappropriated to do certain computations. Of course, what's nice about mold-based computing is that it's able to not only transmit information across its internal structure, but it's also able to self-maintain. It's autopoietic, it's able to grow. And yeah, this is kind of just explaining how we can get information from pink oyster mushrooms taken from the paper there from 2018. But it's basically spikes of electrical activity, and then computation can be implemented by kind of reading out these electrical spikes and connecting them back to known circuits. So it's kind of interesting. to point those out. And then, of course, the Xenobot is one of my favorites after coming and researching, building up for mortal computation from Mike Levin's group at Tufts University. But the Xenobot's just essentially a swarm of biological robotic agents, or biobots, as they're often called. And they kind of come from frog cells. So there are these small self-healing biomachines that have like little metabolisms of their own. So they need nutrients to survive. They need to be fed or they will die. And these swarms kind of are able to move payloads, engage in cooperative behavior. They assemble into a construct that Mike has referred to as spheroids. The entities within the system essentially can also learn to spontaneously specialize into new roles. So they, of course, obviously exhibit basal cognition, the foundation, right, from a cognitive science perspective of mortal computing. They exhibit morphogenetic change. And then you can even point to, for example, the genome or the cellular structure is their hardware, whereas the software is the cellular communication behind creating higher level structures. So again, you have to feed the Xenobot to keep it alive, but it's kind of interesting, and they can live, for example, in certain conditions for a period of several months. There's also, I should mention at the time that we were looking at this, the organoid, which I also think is a very interesting and rather more powerful mortal computer. It's autopoietic. And so the idea is that actually some research was done and shown that, for example, these are taken from human stem cells, by the way. And so in these intelligence in a dish systems, they were shown to do reinforcement learning. They were shown to play the Atari game of Pong, actually, which was very interesting. And organoids are a very interesting kind of space coming from microphysiological architecture design. And so again, they are capable of receiving genetic level instructions to drive their self-organization. You can construct complex morphologies, tissues, minimal organs. It's a very important space for revolutionizing medicine, but it also can be an interesting space to look at for intelligence. And organoids are effectively a mortal computer in some of the more advanced kind of ways thinking about it. And then, of course, what was kind of interesting, we did not have, at the time of writing it, there was also anthrobots, also from Mike Levin's group. And those are essentially taken from, I believe, lung cells. So they're a little bit different. They don't come from frogs' leg cells. But it's interesting, and they can also specialize in very interesting ways. And I think anthrobots, I totally recommend looking into those as well. From the paper, Motile Living Biotics, Self-Construct from Adult Human Somatic Progenitor Seed Cells, for those that are curious to look up that particular work. So you can kind of contextualize them in a history. One I'm also not going to go into. I know I throw a lot at you at this point in this talk, but you can also use soil as a mortal computer, soil compost to be specific. This is taken and adapted, that picture from communication with a friend of mine, Craig Arnold, who works at Swiss Soil and has worked on, for example, soil-based, compost-based computer, which is also a form of mortal computing as well.
Hello?
And it has many of those properties
Hello,
we've talked
excuse
about.
me, Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can we conclude in the next few minutes,
Yes.
please? Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
I can
it.
wrap up here. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. So ultimately, there's a lot of implications for general machine intelligence. I think the mortal computation framework, I hope from this talk, inspires you to maybe go look at the paper and maybe begin to think about reframing the notions of the foundations that give rise to intelligence, maybe the notions of how we redo computing. And I think this is something that's a decades-long endeavor. I think it's more about organizing a community around mortal computation because it's an inherently transdisciplinary domain. But really the future lies beyond a tool-oriented perspective on artificial intelligence. And that means that we must look to natural intelligence, I think, more closely to humans, animals, even organisms like E. coli as the foundations for maybe redesigning the basic compute that could give rise to intelligence. And this has been argued for a very long time. You'll see names you recognize and names not. There's I think 500 references in the survey. So all of that work I recommend you read. But the mortal computation thesis might be a catalyst for the next stage of physical computing-driven machine intelligence research. This means that we don't view intelligence as a difference engine anymore, but as an artificial form of sentience, one that is capable of self-healing and self-repair. There are problems. Of course, I did touch on a little bit about the notion of rights. and what does it mean to have an artificial sentient system. Another one that might be difficult that I'll wrap up on here is the body niche problem. This is touched on in the appendix again of the survey, but we talk about, for example, many of you might not have access, like myself, like I don't have access to organoids or xenobots, unfortunately, despite wanting to play with them. So that means that there's a cost associated with it. Only certain labs have access to organoids, although there's been a little bit more commercialization and marketing and online access to organoids I've been noticing from different people. So there's going to be a democratization problem, but we propose maybe perhaps constructing virtual morphologies as a small stepping stone to allowing yourself to play with an inherent structure that you can then design your computation around. This is just my lab, my wonderful students that are involved in this bigger agenda for mortal computation and neurobiologically inspired systems. And with that, I will conclude. Apologies for going a bit over time, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was an amazing presentation. I don't know if you could hear our applause, but we're very grateful to you for being here today. We will
thank you for having me.
Yeah, we will unfortunately have to skip the Q&A, schedules being what they are. And I apologize. I hope everybody will read the paper and reach out to Alex to follow up on this. And I hope that we learn not just how to make mortal computers to increase artificial intelligence, but how to make immortal biology. Let's cross-engineer this. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll go into our next contributed paper session. We're going to feature 3 papers here. We've got a virtual presentation that we'll pull up in just a moment, somebody calling in. We'll have Robert Ray come down and give another presentation. And then we have a video from Tyler Cody, who couldn't be here at this moment. We will go straight through the coffee break with Tyler's video presentation. So feel free to step out into the hall at your convenience and refresh your coffee if needed. And then we'll have Rich Sutton go straight into his keynote after Tyler's presentation. So our next, this session is going to be on adaptation optimization, and we'll have Evgeny Jivelikian, something like this, speaking on temporal predictive coding, hopefully Alex stays on to listen, as world model for reinforcement learning. Please, Evgeny.
Yes, hello, thank you for having me. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy to share our recent research on biologically interpretable agents. Can you hear can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. So yeah, and research is titled like temporal predictive coding for reinforcement learning and POMDPs. And why? Why we use predictive coding? Because predictive coding helps us to make memory, to learn memory. And memory is important in reinforcement learning because we usually, it's rarely that we have full access to real states in the environment. So we can closely model real world environments with partially observable environments in reinforcement learning. Sorry. And yeah, we have challenges with it because recurrent neural networks, they usually have problems getting relationships between time steps because of vanishing gradients in backpropagation through time. We show it that state-of-the-art algorithms, they require a lot of experience, a lot of data to model those relationships. So why predictive coding? We think that this is one of the options we can test. Firstly, because it is local learning, it uses local learning, and it is biologically interpretable. So one of our goals here is to build biologically interpretable agents so we can bring the gap between artificial intelligence and neurophysiology. We think that it is important both for AI because we can build more adaptive systems, and it is important for neurophysiology to make more formal, more useful and predictive models of intelligence. And yeah, predictive coding also similar to Hopfield networks in a way, because it uses iterative updates for hidden state and is similar to attractor dynamics. And in contrast to Hopfield, it also explicitly uses hidden states. And we will show that it allows for generalizations. And this is like formal task in reinforcement learning, which we use formulation for which we use to model real environments and cognitive agents that act in this environment. And the purpose of memory is to infer hidden state of the environment, which is not accessible, and we should infer it from interaction with the environment. So we have observation history, and we have action history, and we should use it to infer our current hidden state. And this is just a short recap of a model which we use. And I believe it was first proposed in the paper Learning Grid Cells by Predictive Coding. And it uses basically previous time step, hidden state, and action activity cells to predict next hidden state and make predictions about observation which we should get. And updates are going like from comparing our predicted observations X and what we get from the environment, and we iteratively update hidden states to match predictions and real observations, and also conditioned on previous hidden state and action. So, and actual learning happens in the equations that are at the bottom of the slide. And we can see that it is actually local and can be implemented in neuromorphic hardware. And it also can be interpreted as Hebbian learning. So, yeah, and internal step of this model is to update hidden state. In contrast to recurrent neural networks, where we get hidden state like immediately after applying a recurrent metrics, here we do it. Here, predictive coding does it iteratively with fixed synaptic weights. And our contribution was to incorporate such model. Such memory model into architecture of agent architecture that uses model to navigate in the environment, partially observable environment. And we combine here model with so-called successor representations, which are also discussed as a biologically plausible concept. And here I leave a reference for those who are interested in it. What is it in short terms? Successor representations basically is a distribution of future observations which we can get from the environment following some stochastic strategy policy. So, and we kind of get a superposition of rollouts in the environment, and so we don't need to sample each trajectory in the environment and test it. We just get immediately by setting our action vector on the left to some, for example, uniform policy, we can get all trajectories which we can get in the future and distribution of observations, future observations. Then combining this distribution of future observations with the reward function, we can get value of each action. So we can test mentally inside our agent which actions are better. So Our experiments were divided in two sections. Firstly, we just tested that predictive coding actually can work in partially observable environments, because previous tests were conducted only in fully observable environments. And firstly, so we checked that indeed, with amount of steps in the environment, we can see that prediction accuracy increases, and it increases with learning. And here we tested different setups where we have number of colors less than in a 5x5 grid. We have 25 states. So in fully observable environment, we should have 25 colors to distinguish each position. But if we have colors less than 25, so we get kind of partially observable environment. And we can see that the effect of investigating environment is bigger with increased partial observability. So, and this is set up for reinforcement learning tests. We used a small 5x5 grid environment with one goal, which is denoted like F here, and 3 starting positions, which are chosen randomly for each trial. And we can see that with learning in this heat map, that trajectory of the agent is concentrated more towards the final destination. So we kind of see actual learning here. And we also, in this same setup with reinforcement learning, we also can see that prediction accuracy increases in the same way like I showed before for just random roaming of the agent in the environment. We also compared in the same setup, in the same architecture, we used different memories in place of temporal coding, temporal predictive coding. And we can see that, for example, LSTM and RWKV, they require much more samples, and they learn slower in this environment, while our model with our architecture with temporal predictive coding works, learns very fast, and it's comparable with expectation maximization based algorithm CCG. We also tested that we actually can interpret hidden states as positions in the environment. And we can see here that shapes represent positions in the environment, and colors, observable colors which agent get. And we can see that even with the same color, hidden states are grouped into different shapes. So we actually see here kind of interpretation of hidden state as a position in the environment. And we also tested our hidden states, how can they be used to classify current position in the environment. So we just put on top of hidden state, put a simple classifier logistic regression. And we also can see here that accuracy is pretty high, especially if we increase number of steps in the environment. And also as a additional check, we tested a classifier which was training on previous time step hidden state. And we used this classifier to classify current hidden states in the same way. So, and we actually can see that hidden states are more consistent with number of steps in the environment, because we can use classifier which was trained on current time steps, on previous time steps for classifying current hidden states. So our conclusion is that temporal predictive coding can be used as a model of memory, and it's for us it was a bit surprising, because if you look at math of predictive coding, you can see that it is actually equivalent to backpropagation in time in one step. So, and experiments show that it's not enough for recurrent network. For vanilla recurrent network, it's not enough. But for predictive coding, it works. So we don't know exactly why, but our experience showed that for such algorithms, we can implement in local learning rules something that can generalize structure of the environment. So, yeah, I think that's it. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer you.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. I don't think we'll be able to take questions. Oh, we can take one question. Awesome. Fantastic. We've got permission. Any questions for Evgeny?
What's the longest number of rollout steps you've done?
Number of steps. It was 25 steps. So it's basically the length of the episode. So agent had 25 steps to finish the, to find the goal. So, and we did like full rollout of in the length of 25.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Evgeny. Thank you for that presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we'll go to Robert. And Robert will be talking about requirements for recognition and rapid response to unfamiliar events outside of agent design scope.
Great. All right. Can 1, 2, 3. Hear me? All right, there it goes. So I'm going to be talking about a problem in this talk, a little bit more than a solution, but an idea about how we might solve this problem. I wanted to mention working with folks at the Center for Integrated Cognition, including John Laird. Some of you might know John. And he had planned to be here today and was, we thought that he would give this talk, except he had something come up. So apologies from him to not be able to be here, and apologies to you that you have to hear me twice. But all right. So what we're going to talk about here is a follow-on to a talk that I gave in Stockholm a couple years ago. And that talk was really about how do we get agents, AGIs, to respond to constraints that come from the real world. So I'm not talking about constraint satisfaction problems. I'm talking about laws and norms, and how do we get agents to essentially conform to human expectations with respect to those, especially agents that are going to live in pretty complex environments similar to the worlds that we live in. And so I talked about things like abstract specifications. So getting an agent to follow the speed limit, it has an accurate speedometer, is pretty straightforward. Speed limit's 60 kilometers per hour, and you say I'm above or below 60. But there's all kinds of other constraints that come up in driving, like don't follow too closely, drive safely around pedestrians. So those are abstract specifications. And so one of the big problems then is in how do you get those to ground in a specific circumstance to say, okay, in this particular circumstance, I'm following too closely or whatever. So it turns out, we've been thinking about that problem for 3 years. And it turns out in many cases, it's not nearly as difficult to solve as we thought it was going to be when we first started and when I talked to you 2 years ago. So if you're in a world in which the world is relatively static and you have plenty of time to do familiarization, whether it's through some kind of training regime, we think a lot about agents that are instructable, and so interacting through natural language instructions, you can kind of get them to work through that problem. The real challenge comes is what happens when the agent's in an environment that it doesn't understand at all. So you didn't think about it as a designer, the agent doesn't understand it. What is the agent going to do in that situation? So, right, this is a ChatGPT image that's meant to be a little bit fun, but, you can imagine an agent thinking about, very basic questions. Am I in danger? Can I continue to do the kind of things that I was trying to do? What can I do? What kind of control or power do I have in this environment? and how much time before something eats me, before I have to make a choice. And so that turns out to be a pretty interesting problem. And it's a problem that I think that the AGI community in particular is going to care about. Like when I've talked to people about this in other communities, the very first question is, well, you just weren't a smart enough designer. All right? You didn't anticipate the kind of problems that your agent's going to have, and so you need to think harder about the problem. And my argument to that is really twofold. One is that we really want agents to be able to live and thrive in open worlds. We live in open worlds in which not everything that's going to happen, you can anticipate in advance. How do you get from the airport to here, right? You had to figure that out, and unless you already have been here before, you didn't actually know that answer to that question before. The other thing is things are going to change. So I hear that they're thinking about building a train between Keflavik and Reykjavik. So maybe the next time that I come here, there'll be a train, right? So the world's going to change. So in both of those cases, we're thinking about agents, general autonomous agents, AGIs, that are going to encounter situations that are potentially outside of the scope that the designer thought about. And so what should an agent do in that situation? So the first thing I want to do is just kind of think about, okay, well, what does that really mean? We had a couple of talks this morning that talked about out-of-distribution situations. And an out-of-distribution situation is, I understand the world that I see. I can recognize it. I understand the dynamics of it, perhaps. But I just don't have an existing policy that was really designed for that. So imagine a car trained on North American roads where the speed limit is 55 miles per hour, 60 kilometers per hour, and now all of a sudden it's on the Autobahn. So how is it going to do with that? And we can imagine that there's ways of accomplishing that. But now the next step up in terms of less familiarity is what we call out-of-design feature scope, which is I have relative features in my world that are sensing that could be relevant to my situation, but I've just never learned those concepts. So that same car that was trained on North American roads, maybe it was trained in the south of the US and Florida, has never seen snow, and now it's on a car in Reykjavik in January, and it's got a whole new set of problems, but it can probably detect snow through its cameras and stuff like that. It just doesn't have a policy, and it doesn't have these conceptual features. And then the last category here is something even more out there, which is just it's the sensors and sensory capabilities just don't allow the agent to actually understand the state that it's in. So I made my way out to, I will not try to pronounce the eruption site, right? And but I made my way out there and then saw this, extremely hot lava, but it looked like rock, right? And I could detect that there was little heat waves coming off the rock. And so even though there were signs and stuff, and I'm not the kind of person that would go beyond the bounds, the lines that were drawn. But you could imagine if you didn't have that capability of wandering out onto the hot rock, right? Because if you don't have the sensory capability to recognize that. So those are these three categories of out-of-design scope that we're interested in. And here's an idea about what a solution might look like. And the top row of this picture is really like an agent just going about its business. It knows what's going on. It can kind of look at the world, come up with a model of the world. This is the world I'm in. I've been trained or taught how to deal with this world. I choose a policy, and that's great. And then there's a separate process that's independent of this domain-specific process, the green process, that's more like a domain-independent capability that's just saying, what kind of situation do I think I'm in? And what should I do in this situation, especially if it turns out to be one that I'm not familiar with? And you might have policies for that as well. And so the agent is kind of constantly doing this. So in the paper, we thought about, what are the requirements for that green set of boxes? And, the requirements are pretty straightforward. You got to survive. Ideally, you'd like to be able to continue your mission. So that's kind of a sort of a zero-shot notion of adaptability. I'm in an unfamiliar situation, but I got stuff I need to accomplish. And so I need to figure out how to get into an environment where I can get those things accomplished. You have to accommodate irreversibility. Once you start taking action in the world, you can't go backwards, which is an obvious to us, but sometimes is not the assumption in many kinds of machine learning work. And then you want to be able to scale. You want to be able to adapt to that changing environment. The world's changing all the time, and that means generally improving with experience. So far, so good. And there's lots of people that have thought about aspects of these requirements. And we kind of, in the paper, group them into 3 rough categories plus ensembles that kind of look at both combinations of these. So one is just to seek more knowledge. So if I'm in an environment I don't understand, maybe I should ask somebody if they can help me understand it. Maybe I've got good first principles knowledge and I can try to plan my way out of it. Maybe I don't have any of that stuff and I should just run away, right? So there are people out there that have built default behaviors into their AI systems that essentially say, if I ever encounter a situation that I don't understand, I just return to base, I go home, I'm done. And then a third category would be to make some kind of assumption. One of the common assumptions that happens a lot, evidently, in some of the material that we looked at, is just you assume that you've made a mistake, maybe your sensor's not working, and you're just going to go like you understand the world even though you don't. So those are other approaches to the problem. And it turns out when we tried to kind of understand where people have thought about this problem and sort of those requirements that I mentioned on the previous slide, no one really covered all the requirements. And you can look in the paper and see the details. And so the question is, because this is my bias as where I come from, my intellectual tradition, I want to know, well, what do people do? What do people do when they encounter a situation that they're completely unfamiliar with? And there's lots of different accounts of this in psychology. The one I'm going to talk about today is this notion of appraisal theory. And it's closely associated with Scherer, but there are other people and some people precursors to Scherer who have talked about appraisal theory. And the idea behind appraisal theory is people are constantly evaluating the situations that they're in and asking sort of what are some of the key features of this situation. So is it novel? Is it unpleasant? Do I have control in this situation? Is the situation conducive to my goals or non-conducive to my goals? And we can think about these appraisal processes, these assessments, as kind of meta-knowledge or meta-understanding of the situation that you're in. It's not necessarily specifically about the situation, but it's sort of commenting on the situation. Turns out these appraisal processes are generally pretty rapid. They're hierarchical, so some of the assessments depend on earlier assessments. And one of the things that's really important for us in terms of thinking about these as a potential solution is that they're knowledge lean. They will leverage knowledge if knowledge is there, but they don't always have to have knowledge. And then the appraisal processes do things like feeding this fight or flight response. And in psychology, they really care about them in terms of emotion. So here's a situation now I want you to put yourself in. You're in this situation now. And so think about this situation, and then what kind of questions come to mind? Do you have any spidey sense about this situation when you look at it? And chances are, you have at least some ideas. You might say, well, one is that this doesn't look like a situation I've definitely seen before. Maybe I can think about it as pleasurable or painful. Do I feel like I'm in danger? How does this impacting my goals? Do I feel some kind of pressure to act? It might be part of the danger. What kind of control might I have in this environment? What can I do? And how might it impact others? If you think about that thing that looks like it might have an eyeball, who knows whether it's sentient or not, but if this was Star Trek and there was a prime directive, then I probably shouldn't shoot it, right, before I know. So what I hope that vignette does is kind of sort of give you an idea of where we're going with this appraisal processing stuff. So we really would like to incorporate that kind of processing in an agent, and where these appraisals are really producing a kind of meta-knowledge, meta-understanding about the situations that don't depend on having seen the situation many times before, don't depend on having explicit instruction about it. And what we really want to use those for as inputs to strategy to say, how do I go about making a decision in this situation? So those different categories that I talked about before, right, they're all really relevant to this situation, but which strategy should I choose? Should I stop for a minute and look for more information, think about the situation? Or no, this is a situation where I really should run away. So that's the kind of idea behind the way that we're exploring using these appraisals. So here's our current vision for what that solution might look like in a little bit more depth than what we talked about before, where again, sort of the blue stuff on the top is just all my domain-specific knowledge, all my domain understanding I can apply to the problem. And then now, along with that, there's this appraisal process that's asking questions like, how relevant is this situation to the things I'm trying to do, and including things like my health? And then if it's relevant, what are the implications of that situation? Is the situation I'm in really something that I can expect? Or is it a situation where I really don't have any idea what to expect? And then that feeds into a process that looks at sort of what kinds of things might I do? And eventually, again, kind of that prime directive example, sort of what are the normative expectations associated with the actions that I'm considering? So that's what it might look like. So in conclusion, once again, I'm excited that we're kind of look at what a human does and kind of think about this human technology been developed by, many, well, not eons literally, but by a long time process of evolution. And so evolution is kind of steering us here saying, well, evolution has kind of figured out some of the important cues. And so we were thinking about how to leverage those cues. We really, one of the things that's exciting to me about this specific problem is how it's at the interface of architecture and knowledge. This morning, I kind of gave this really simple picture of architecture's over here and knowledge is over here, right? That's an oversimplified picture. And this is a potential process that's both going to really challenge that notion of how to build architectures that are modulated by knowledge, but yet you can still have these architecturally independent, domain-independent choices. And then finally, there's a lot of challenges here. One of our challenges is like, do we go deep or do we go broad? Because it's a really big problem. That large body of related work gives us a lot of stuff to look at it, but it may make differentiating difficult. And then one of the things that I think is particularly relevant to this community, and I'm looking for Kristen, but Kristen's comments this morning about science versus engineering is how do we build in a scientifically rigorous way an environment in which we want to test an agent that is operating outside of the domain, outside of the design assumptions that I gave it, right? And so from an engineering perspective, that's a really simple problem to solve, but from a scientific perspective, it's a much more challenging one to solve. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. We have time for a question or two.
Great.
Excellent, Connor.
Great presentation.
Thanks.
I was curious of what the idea of what an agent actually is. I mean, one super popular idea right now of an agent is the LLM idea of an agent, but the idea of being in danger or a scenario, or it's kind of completely separate from the idea of an embodied object, organism.
Yes, so for me, and I didn't mention this specifically in this talk, but for me, when I think about agent, I'm thinking about something in an that has an embodiment. This was I'm looking for folks I had lunch with, but this is a topic that we talked about at lunch, is that sort of somebody this morning mentioned brain in a vat, and right, it's really hard to understand how LLMs could produce the kinds of responses to experiences that we have as humans without sort of that epiphenomenal capability. And I don't know, but I don't think about LLMs as being the answer to this problem. So that's the LLM folks' problem to solve.
You mentioned out of observation. Do you do any work on how to solve that? I mean, I understand out of distribution, there's a sampling effect that you can input there, but if you don't have the sensor to input it, do you have some kind of orthogonal approach in your paper?
So the paper, the approach that we would argue for in terms of the way that we are attacking the problem, I do not have a solution to this problem today. But the way we want to attack the problem is, again, this notion of appraisal. And it might be that if you recognize that you're in a situation and your sensors and your perception is not sufficient to tell you what you need, the thing to do is to run away, right? And there are people out there that have said that's the thing to do. So the question is, how do you run away, and are there other things that you could do? But yeah, that's why I find this an interesting problem, is because it actually has that characteristic of really pushing beyond sort of what we are designing our systems to be able to handle, right? Can they handle things on their own? It's true autonomy.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So next we'll go to a video from Tyler Cody presenting his paper on Meta TMPAL, which is a meta-based architecture for a self-writing process algebra of learning. Again, we're going to go from this video, we're going to go straight into Rich Sutton's presentation, so if you need to take a break or grab coffee, please do that on your schedule. And we're looking forward to this meta-based process learning video from Tyler Cody.
Hi, I'm Tyler Cody, and I'm happy to be presenting this work on using systems theory and the metaprogramming language to implement an algebraic learning process. At the heart of this work is the question, can AI write itself? One way to think about what it means for an AI to write itself is what that would mean in terms of the capability for acquiring new tasks. Here, we look at tasks given on the y-axis and a scale of intelligence on the right, and I'm depicting a kind of plateau that occurs in our ability at least to measure intelligence in terms of the number of tasks. I think if we look at the current methods, we see a kind of increase in the number of tasks leading up to research on how to do large-scale machine learning pipeline engineering and how AutoML flavored approaches could scale that to as many tasks as we have data for. But there's been a kind of phase transition where now we're looking at foundation models and large models, and moreover, a process of generalization which goes from larger models to smaller models as opposed to data sets, and in particular large data sets, to models. Either way, this seems to put us in a kind of new arena, a kind of self-writing arena, where the focus shifts from generalization performance to the generalization processes performance. While we do have task theories that help address the limitations of looking at intelligence in terms of figures like that shown on the previous slide, these task theories focus on the tasks themselves, not their nature as a kind of function that a system performs. And from a process algebraic viewpoint, lack the fundamental definition of the learning object that we could then define operations over. This can be seen when we look at foundation model theory. Foundation model theory canonically looks at loss functions and the relationship between loss functions and parameter spaces. But if we drew out the learned system, or really the parameters and the function it represents, and then viewed these different steps as operations applied to that object, we would be much closer to a process algebraic framework for learning. So now let's take a look at how we can use systems theory to define those objects and operators and implement them in Meta. The Meta temple architecture has three simple steps of establishing the rules of the process algebra, instantiating well-typed learning systems, operators, and process expressions, and third, executing those processes on the Meta client. These three steps we'll use to structure the rest of the talk. We'll briefly go through each one in order. Process algebras consist of objects, operators on those objects, and axioms that govern the objects and operators. It's been used in applications in computing processes and communicating processes, in particular for concurrent systems. It also is well aligned with the overall operational semantics of Meta. We can think about a current need for this kind of thinking in modern machine learning, where we have complex machine learning pipelines that are currently composed ad hoc, but it'd be very useful if we could compose them using formal methods and have pre-execution or runtime guarantees about the behavior of execution. For the learning system object of the process algebra, we use abstract learning systems theory, which defines learning systems as a cascade input-output connection of a learning algorithm, which takes in data and produces parameters, and hypotheses, which are indexed by those parameters and take inputs X and produce outputs Y. This generic structure allows for minimal specification of a learning system or an AGI system without specification of the solution method in particular. Given the learning system object, we could extend it to define specific classes like transfer learning or meta-learning systems. However, that would lead to a very structural view of the learning system. By taking a process algebraic approach, we can look more directly at the behavior. There, we would formulate these different kinds of learning as operators with particular axioms. And in past work, we defined a transfer meta process algebra for learning called Temple, which had the central axioms of a transfer learning operator, which does not alter the system's learning algorithm, and a meta-learning operator, which does not alter the system's hypotheses. Taken together with basic parallel series and feedback compositions, this provides a very general basis for learning process algebra. In order to express the operators and the objects with Meta, we focus on the idea of atoms, types, and atom spaces. The idea is that well-typed learning systems and well-typed learning operators lead to well-typed learning process expressions by construction. Naturally, in order to construct such well-typed spaces and expressions, we have to define the types, which we do as atoms, and shown in this table here. Importantly, we're able to define the learning systems both with a native representation in terms of their component sets, as well as a composition of input-output systems. Given those atoms for the types, we can then have construction functions and related space management functions for creating well-typed spaces. In the figures below are shown different network representations for the spaces. In A, for example, there's 4 learning operators and 2 learning systems, and in B, 3 learning systems and 1 learning operator. A, for example, could represent a case where we have multiple different approaches for performing transfer learning, as well as an operational and a backup learning system that those operations are applied to in tandem. B could represent a case where we have an ensemble of models which all receive a uniform update from the same learning operator. The architectural components responsible for the creation and management of these spaces are depicted in the following slide. The 3 main components are a set of standard scripts, namely alst.meta, ls.meta, and lop.meta, which provide type definitions and checking methods for the system objects and the operators. The second component is where the user customizes the script to populate their and self space with those atoms from the standard scripts, and then binds learning systems and operators to instances of their implementations and expresses processes for evaluation. That evaluation takes place in what we call the MT space, which is a combination of the and self space and all the learning system spaces and learning operator spaces that belong to it. In the context of a larger meta program, one would expect the MT space to be a subset of the larger set of spaces running on the client. With all that in place, it becomes fairly simple to express a self-writing learning process. We can express a self-writing process very parsimoniously. A minimal self-writing learning process would include 1 learning system space, 1 learning operator space, and the and self space, which coordinates them. And the expression would simply be a while loop that evaluates the learning system to be the output of the learning operator applied to the learning system. So this kind of very lightweight formalism puts a lot of emphasis on identifying the correct properties to keep this kind of learning process running smoothly. Desirable properties for learning operators may vary by application, but following the general concerns of learning theory, it's probably the case the learning process ideally would converge. It would be energy bounded in some way so that there wasn't unbounded growth of the atom space, and the performance would increase as the operators are applied, or at least not decrease. Further study of properties has both purely formal reasons as well as practical and applied. The formal and applied motivations meet in this question of, can the learning process itself keep itself running smoothly? Or in other words, can it be metastable in the sense that its own stability proofs are rewritten alongside it? If these axioms for the operators and the objects are expressed as predicates in meta, then they themselves can be introspected, modified, learned online, or otherwise rewritten. And so it seems that this is possible. While more mathematical analysis is likely needed to reach those heights, already this paper provides an architecture to implement a learning process on meta that could at least have near-term benefits for the kind of canonical machine learning pipeline operations, while at the same time being aligned to the long-term research areas in AGI and this kind of self-writing interop layer between advanced learning systems.
Excellent, fantastic, wonderful. That was great. I'm always excited to see people using meta in new and innovative applications, and it's great to see Tyler's previous research come together with this language and expand how it can be used. Tyler is in the YouTube channel, available to answer questions. He is not available to answer questions on his video, as it was a recording and not him live. So. We're going to go straight into Rich. We're going to begin his keynote. And I'm very excited to introduce him today. So welcome very much, Rich. Of course, needs little to no introduction. And we get to hear today as he speaks to us about sharing his vision of superintelligence through the oak architecture. So thank you for joining us virtually today and sharing your vision of superintelligence and getting back on.
I believe the second AGI conference at which Rich has spoken, and it's interesting that the field of AI has advanced tremendously since you last talked at an AGI conference. I believe John Laird spoke at that same one, and there was a sort of a neat versus scruffy dynamic, which was quite fun, and many of the core ideas are still around now, as I think we're about to hear, but they're sure doing a lot more interesting things now than last time, huh? So yeah, take it away, Rich. It's really an honor to have you here again.
Thank you, Ben. It's my pleasure to be here and have a chance to talk to you all and present my ideas about the mind. Today, I'm really going to present sort of a vision. It's not a complete worked algorithm, but and it sort of can't be because it's got some prerequisites, and the prerequisites are not available yet. And so prerequisites are basically a working deep learning algorithm, an algorithm that will be able to continually learn and improve the way it learns over time. It's a small ask, I always thought, but it's something we strangely don't have yet in our family of algorithms. Okay, so before I start, I just want to mention among my many jobs is I founded something called the Open Mind Research Institute, where we do basic research on reinforcement learning related approaches to the mind. And if you're a young person interested in something in that area, you might want to check us out at openmindresearch.org. Okay, so let's get started. Basically, what I want to talk about is my quest for a simple general architecture for an AI agent. And I'm going to spend some time talking about the goals and how basically we want learning from experience in a very big, complex, unknown world. And then we'll get into the oak architecture itself. And I'll have several ways of talking about it, explaining it, four pictures, and go through it step by step and talk about this vision. So it's like the holy grail of AI, of AGI really, is to have a quest for mind that's a little bit hard to look at. Let me just get rid of the background. A vision of mind that's general. And by general, I mean it contains nothing specific to any world. So there's no domain knowledge. And secondly, it's experiential. We learn from runtime experience and not from a special training phase. So runtime experience is in red because in the diagram, I don't know, maybe you can see my cursor. These things in red, the observation, the action, and the reward, those are the experience. Experience is unlabeled information, uninterpreted information, because we have we're seeking for a general design. And so there's nothing specific to the world. The observations are just bits, distinctions, and you have to, through your experience, make sense of it. And finally, perhaps most important, is the idea of open-ended abstraction. We want the agent to develop concepts, ways of thinking, common patterns in its behavior that are unlimited in their sophistication, other than, of course, by their computational resources. So abstraction tends to really be of two kinds, just to help you think about where I am. Abstraction is like finding features of the world, features of your understanding of the world that are helpful to you. Features, I mean cues, ways, concepts, a way of organizing that a signal that you form in trying to understand the world that then you use to help you make your decisions. So you can search for good features, which are sort of like state, and it's good. The good adjective to add to feature is a state feature. And then the second thing we want to find is good temporal abstractions, ways, things that you could do that are at a larger scale than a single action. So like abstractions like walking to work or opening the door or picking up the object. Okay, so we'll talk all about that. That's the quest. And I talk about it's useful to have these two words, design time and runtime. Design time is when an agent is designed and before it's sent out into the world to obtain its reward. And at design time, you build in domain knowledge into the agent. So of course, I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to deprecate that. Runtime is when the agent is learning from experience and making plans that are specific to the particular part of the world that it's encountering. I'm going to emphasize that, runtime, learning from experience. Now, in a big world, a complex world where things can't all be fully anticipated, then building things in at design time alone is insufficient. And in particular, if you are interested in open-ended abstractions, then you have to be able to discover them at runtime. They cannot have been only anticipated ones, non-open-ended ones could have been built in at design time. Really, we have to discover things at runtime. Everything has to be done at runtime. So if everything has to be done at runtime, really, why don't we just not do any of it at design time, because it will just complicate the design. So the design is, you might want to think of it as a way of understanding intelligence rather than as a way of producing a product. So for producing a product, you might want to build in a bunch of information, a bunch of background knowledge. But for understanding the mind, you want it as simple and pure as possible. And so for understanding it, you don't want to leave out all those complications. Okay, I'll say a little bit more about that right here, in fact. So I'm saying that this agent architecture, an ideal one for this goal, understanding intelligence, should make no design time commitments to any particular world. From my bitter lesson blog post, as I say there, the actual contents of minds are part of the arbitrary, intrinsically complex outside world. Arbitrarily complex. Their complexity is endless. They should not be built in. Instead, we should build in only the meta-methods that can find and capture this complexity. So we want AI agents that can discover like we can, not which contain what we have already discovered. Well, that's the basic idea and why we deprecate domain knowledge in the name of generality. Okay, so let me ask you a question. Should the agent learn from special training data, or should we restrict ourselves to only learn from runtime experience? And for me, the answer is clear. I think this is what the power of intelligence is, and particularly the power of reinforcement learning, is that we can learn from unprepared runtime experience. So let me just be clear about my commitment. My commitment is that the agent should only learn from runtime experience. And that's what I mean when I say the agent should be entirely experiential. Okay, and I mentioned the big world perspective. So here's our agent, like the person, and it's smaller than the world. In fact, it's much smaller than the world. The world has all those other agents. Maybe it usually looks like this. The world contains all the objects and places and complexities of the physical world. It also contains a myriad of other agents, and what's going on in their minds is totally important for the agent. The agent's correct behavior is interacting with people, its boss, and its spouse and its friends. What's going on in their minds matters to them, just as what is going on in your minds now matters to me. So the implications of the world being much, much more complex than the agent, and inevitably so. Yeah, nothing the agent learns can be correct, can be exactly correct. It can't be optimal. It's just any theorem you have that has to do with optimality or correctness, really, you have to know that it's irrelevant to the real situation. All your value functions must be approximate, your policies must be approximate, your state transition models, particularly your model of the world, has to be much simpler than the world. So it's going to be wrong, it's going to be approximate. Even a single state of the world you can't really keep in your head, because the state of the world includes what's going on in all those other agents' minds. And of course, what's in your mind can't be much more complex than all those other minds. Okay, another implications of this, a little bit more advanced, subtle, is that the world will appear to be non-stationary. Because you don't know exactly what's going on in it, it's going to appear to sometimes be one way and then sometimes be another way. Just like if you're driving down the street and you see the car ahead of you, you don't know whether that car will turn right or turn left. I mean, it's not random, really. What's ever in the head of that agent who's driving the car ahead of you is maybe deterministic, but it's going to appear non-stationary. And sometimes the car will turn one way, and sometimes the car will turn the other way. It will appear to vary. So with all these effective uncertainties about the world, you have to learn at runtime. You have to plan at runtime. You have to be able to find any needed abstractions at runtime. You're going to be born and grow up and encounter the world, and you'll have to figure out what are its objects and its people and the ways that the world works and the way the social institutions work. You'll have to figure all that out at runtime. You can't be designed in, so we deprecate that. Okay, so let's get going now to the oak architecture, which is addressing all these things. Let me approach it. Just talk about the general AI problem. It's to design an effective, purposeful agent that acts in the world. And in reinforcement learning, it's the same problem, except we formulate it in a particular way. We specify the purpose as a scale in terms of a scalar signal called reward. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. And secondly, perhaps in special to reinforcement learning, we assume that the world is general and incompletely known. So the world could be anything from a grid world to a complex human world, stochastic complex, non-Markov, nonlinear. And its state space, as I've said, is effectively infinite, and its dynamics is effectively non-stationary. We have to work at runtime, and we have to apply at runtime without some special training signal from a teacher or human. And this is a problem. Is great. I think we don't need to change it. The reward signal is enough. We just have to solve it. And I also want to mention that I'm going to assume that the agent is limited by compute, not data. The data is rich. And we want streaming algorithms so that we will exclude things like replay buffers. Now, I've said the purpose is specified by a scalar signal. I want to spend another slide on that. This is what's called the reward hypothesis. The reward hypothesis is that all of what we mean by goals and purposes can be well thought of as the maximization of the expected value of the cumulative sum of a received scalar signal that we call reward. And I think this is not a limitation at all, but this is in fact just a great, clear way to specify the goal, and adding additional things doesn't make it better, would not make it better. And there has been some theoretical work on this, and I encourage you to check out this paper by Michael Bowling and others on settling the reward hypothesis. And also we know that even a simple reward can lead to all the attributes of intelligence. And maybe I shouldn't say we know that. I and others have argued that in a sufficiently complex world, a simple reward can lead to all the attributes of intelligence. That's the reward is enough paper. Okay, now let's get started, the oak architecture. And I like to start with a prior architecture. And this is what I call the common model of the intelligent agent, and it's common to many fields. It's common to AI and psychology, control theory, economics, neuroscience, operations research. Everybody uses this standard, uses a model of the agent that has certain basic attributes. Number one is the red things, the experiential interface, the fact that you have reward, the fact that you have action, the fact that you have some kind of signals from the world that are your observations, and the fact that the observation, in general, the observation is not sufficient to totally disambiguate the state. So that's the outside view, those three things, the red things. Then the other, but really the common model, much of it is about the inside things and the four components. Okay, first look at what interconnects the components. What interconnects the components is the blue thing. It's the state feature vector. It's how you represent the state of the world, and it's a feature vector, so it has components, and each component is a feature. And this state feature vector is created, it's basically your understanding of where you are. And so when you create this sense of where you are from your input and past actions, that a good word for that is perception. It's how you perceive the world and represent and represent where you are now. And it's the basis on which you, for example, pick your action. I'll assume you can see my cursor. Here, this state representation flows through, and it's the input of your action. Your policy will reactively, which means without much deliberation, it will pick an action. So those are the first two components, the perception and the policy, and they together make up a full agent. But in order to learn that agent, to improve it, you want to learn a value function. The value function says, oh, I'm doing well now, or I'm doing poorly now, things have gotten better or worse. So it has to know the rewards, because the value function is essentially a prediction of reward. And that's used to learn the policy, which we suggest by doing this diagonal line through the policy structure. And the fourth component is the transition model, which we use for planning. Well, the transition model, it basically takes the states and it tries to predict the next states if you act in a particular way. And I can't show all of how it works, but in one way or another, by the process of planning, we have a diagonal line through the policy, and again, we change the policy. And we also change the value function in both these cases. Okay, that's the common model. We start, does learning and planning, has these four components. And I think it's kind of interesting that we can take this single view to cover all these different fields. Like control theory will use different names. It won't talk about action, it'll talk about controls. It won't talk about reward, it'll talk about payoffs or costs. And psychology, for example, we might say reward, but we would, instead of saying observations, we talk about the stimulus. And so anyway, all these fields really have the same ideas, sometimes with different names. Okay, so and we have to ask the question, what is missing from the common model? Why aren't we done? And the key thing that we're missing is that it's kind of it's low level. The actions are the momentary actions. The reward, momentary. The observations are momentary. We have to get higher level abstractions. We have to develop concepts. We have to develop ways of thinking that are at a higher level. And so basically, I think what we need to add, and what the oak architecture tries to add, is open-ended abstraction to this view. Okay, so here's the oak architecture, and I've tried to show in purple all the things that are new. Okay, it's this oak architecture, and it's adding auxiliary subproblems. So subproblems that are auxiliary to the main problem. The main problem is getting reward, and the subproblems, well, we're going to see this phrase a couple of times. They are reward-respecting subproblems of feature attainment, which means they are about, each subproblem takes a particular feature and tries to attain it, but it respects the reward It says attain this feature while still, getting a good amount of reward and not suffering too much in terms of your reward. The picture here looks almost the same. The policy, now we have behind it a bunch of more things that are called options, and they are like further policies. And behind the value function, we have more value functions. So we have a whole bunch of value functions. Of course, we have to have one value function for each subproblem because it's a separate problem, and we have to know how well we're doing with respect to it. And so we need more value functions. So now we have 4 kinds of components because, well, these 2 are the same, but these 2 are now multiple. We still have perception much the same, produces a state feature vector, which will be used by all the subproblems. And now the policy, we also have form all the options, and they produce a way of behaving that's appropriate for the subproblem. And value functions, many value functions for evaluating how well we're doing on each subproblem. I don't show the subproblems here. It's interesting. You don't actually need an object in your architecture for the subproblem. You just need to have the value function and for it. And this pulling off little tendrils of the feature vector represents the idea that we are each value function has a separate feature that it's trying to optimize. Okay, now let's dwell on just for a second on the transition model. The transition model is what I'm going to use the word knowledge for. Anything that's, all of our knowledge is in our transition model, how we believe the world would change if we did different things, and in particular, if we did these larger things called options. Let me talk about that now. So the name Oak, the Oak architecture comes from options and knowledge, and an option is this higher level way of behaving, but it is just a pair of a policy and a way of terminating. Just those 2 things grouped together. A policy is just a map from the states to the probability distribution over the low-level actions, and the termination condition is just a map from the states to the probability of terminating. Now in Oak, we have a lot of these options, well, like one for each feature, each numerical feature, and then it learns the knowledge about what will happen if you followed that option until it terminated. So that's the form of knowledge. You'd have, things like, if I picked up the object and held it in my hand, what would it feel like? If I walked downstairs and looked in the kitchen, who would I see there? If I traveled to Iceland, what kind of people might I meet? If I attend the talk, will I learn something? That is your knowledge about what will happen. It becomes a high-level transition model of the world that enables planning to look at larger jumps and hopefully carves the world at its joints. So the Oak architecture involves these 8 steps that we'll be talking about. They're all done in parallel at runtime. I'll be talking about them bit by bit, but you might just look at them. I'm going to learn policies and value functions, maximizing reward. I'm going to generate new state features. I'm going to order the features. I'm going to create the subproblems, one for each highly ranked feature. Then I'll learn solutions to the subproblems. I'll learn transition models for the solutions of those subproblems. And then I'll plan, and I'll have to maintain metadata on the utility of everything. Okay, so hopefully some of those words made sense to you. Let's go through it step by step and assess, are we able to do it now? So the first step of learning the policies and the value functions for maximizing reward, well, that is classic reinforcement learning, and we have millions of algorithms for doing that. But still, I'm not going to give it a green check because I don't consider it totally solved. It would be solved if we could really do continual deep learning well. And as I said at the beginning, this is the major prerequisite that we don't yet have. So let's look at that. So here I'm just going to focus on that first step for a moment, and noting that it requires reliable, continual, deep learning. And can we do this yet? I mean, because we've needed to do this for at least 40 years. And I've always been, or I am rather disappointed that no one's figured out how to do reliable, continual, nonlinear learning. We can do it for linear networks. Linear networks can learn reliably and continually, but conventional deep learning, fails catastrophically once we ask it to continual learning, to maintain its learning ability. So most famously, we get catastrophic forgetting. This is going back to the 90s, and more recently it's come to the fore the fact that we just lose the ability to keep learning. This is called loss of plasticity, and it's been shown by other folks in my lab and in others. So, and one of the solutions, maybe we have partial recent solutions. We can do deep learning and learn continually, somewhat, continual backprop. Another idea that might help is continual discovery of new features and step sizes. And I do believe that one way or another, we will get reliable, continual, nonlinear learning in the next few years. And so I think it's sort of fair to assume that it will come along and to rely on it existing, as I do in the oak architecture. Okay, going back, that's the second step. We need to generate new features from existing state features. So here I'm not talking about finding the best ones. I'm talking about generating a bunch of candidates. Okay, so I think this is not really clear. This one, there are lots of ideas. Let's talk about this. So oak will require the discovery of new state features, and it's an old problem. It's going back to the 60s. You're probably familiar with it if you have been around. It has many names. So the whole idea of representation learning, or the new terms problem, or meta learning is often used for this idea. And this is what backprop was supposed to solve. But really does not. What was the paper? Learning representations by gradient descent or something like that was the original backprop paper. And there were some papers sort of claiming that it does, but I think nowadays we acknowledge that it doesn't really find good representations, except in the desperate sense that it eventually solves the problem, and that may require some representations, but it doesn't generalize well, particularly, and it really isn't finding the representations. Other methods have been based on generate and test. Again, things going way back into the past, like try a bunch of candidate features and then select the one, just see which ones generalize better and keep those. And the continual backprop again is one of these new algorithms based on generate and test. And so this I'm holding out as really an unsolved problem. We need to do it. We need to have a good way of generating new state features from existing features, and I'm going to rely on it. I have my own personal favorite idea for solving this problem, which is the IDBD algorithm. And I think that's going to be part of the solution. So I'll give you the name here at the bottom of the paper if you want to check it out. Okay, next, we've got all these features that we've created, candidate features that we've created. Now we want to rank them. And this, I think, seems easy. It's easy to rank them by are they proving useful to the subproblems and to the agent and to the learning of the model. All you can just see are the features being used and use that to rank them. So you can rank them, and then the big problem is, or the big substantial step is to create the subproblems, one for each highly ranked features. So I want to talking about that because I actually think this is easy to do, and we have done it. So how do you create subproblems? Well, first I have to acknowledge there's a long history, again, of people working on auxiliary subproblems, and there's some issues that are largely settled, and there's some issues that are still open. And so let's talk about the open questions. Open questions like, what should the subproblems be? Where do they come from? Can the agent generate its own subproblems? And how do the subproblems help on the main problem of getting reward? And the oak architecture offers answers to all these questions. So subproblems, I think, are what we're looking at in play. And if you just think about the life of an animal or even a human, then our life is full of subproblems. So here is a young orangutan, and I think he's focused on the subproblem, just the sensation he gets when he swings. He's trying to enjoy that and reproduce it. So can he get that to happen again? What does he need to do to get it to happen? You can think of what the play that he's undergoing here as is trying to obtain that feature, the feature of swinging, his vestibular system saying what that feels like, which is something that doesn't normally happen to him. Okay, similarly, here is actually an orca, sometimes called a killer whale, who's in an aquarium, and someone's thrown this float in with him, and he's been playing with it, and he's found out that he can carry it on its back. It's just sort of an interesting thing that he noticed that he could do, and then without being trained at all, he learned how to do it reliably. So this is what I think of play is, and we can think of it as being focused on obtaining a feature. Here's a human example. Here's an infant playing, and its behavior is not random. Its behavior is sped up a little bit. I'm sure you noticed. But it interacts with the toy, it learns some things, and then it moves on, when it stops being able to learn more, to look at the next opportunity for learning. And this is what we call curiosity, of course, but we can think about it as having subproblems of feature attainment. Certain experiences it can have, colors or feelings or sounds, and it's trying to be able to reproduce them. It's one way of thinking about the process of exploration and curiosity in terms of subproblems. It's gaining control over its world. Okay, so obviously an agent must create its own subproblems. There's no way for all the possible subproblems to be built in. The infant encounters its world and sees what's available to be done, and then it learns how to attain the things that are there. So the possible subproblems are too various and they're too world dependent. We have to give the responsibility for forming the subproblems, for posing the problems, to the agent. And we have a lot of the necessary algorithms for doing this. We have options. We have the idea of value functions in its full generality. We have off-policy learning and planning methods. And so we have to create subproblems in a domain general way. And so how could you do that? I mean, what possibly could they be a subproblem? And I think I'm going to offer the solution, this reward respecting subproblems of feature attainment. And the best rationale for it is just that there's really almost nothing else one can think of other than attaining the features. You can't talk about states because the agent doesn't have states. You can't talk about objects in the world because we don't have a priori objects in the world. All we have is the features and concepts, which are concepts, which we have formed to understand the world. Okay, so if we haven't checked my timing too much, I do wonder how I'm doing. If I have time to go through the specific way we create subproblems in OAK. Basically,
Yes,
we start
please.
with a feature.
Please do,
So
yes.
that is an index, a feature number, like feature 53. And kappa is how intensely you want the feature that you have to specify. If you specify those two things, we can automatically have a subproblem. The subproblem is to drive the world to a state where the feature is high without losing too much reward. And so the solution is an option. It's a policy and a way of terminating that maximizes the value of the ith feature at termination while respecting the rewards and value. So you want to maximize, you want to choose the option so as to maximize the expected value of the total reward you'll get during the option, some of the rewards from the current time, because it's all conditional. I'm starting at time t in the designated state S. And then we start following the option and we'll get some rewards. And we'll end at time capital T. And so we're interested in the rewards received between those times. And we're also interested in the value of the resultant state. We don't want to be left in a state where bad things are going to happen. So this is our estimated value of being in that terminal state. And this is the feature attainment. Of course, we want, and when we stop at time capital T, we want to be in a state where the feature phi I is high, so that value is large, and it's multiplied by kappa, which is how intensely you want the feature. So these are reward respecting subtasks of feature attainment. And there's a paper on this in AI Journal a year before last. So that's what I think the subproblem should be. And we then have to learn the solutions and learn the models of the solutions. The solutions are the options. And so these two things, I think, are relatively straightforward, but again, they are rely on us being able to do continual deep learning well. But if you grant me that prerequisite, then we can do it. And so this is where we really get to the heart of Oak. So just pay attention to the overall structure of the argument now. And basically, we're going to do all these learning processes, and they're going to use features, and they're also going to drive the creation of new candidate features. So basically, we're going to have features, and that carries over here. Once we have features that are interesting, we can create subproblems to achieve each one. So once we have those subproblems, we then solve them. If we have 1,000 subproblems, we would solve them to produce 1,000 options. Okay, each one of those options will then be the foundation. We ask the question: if I did that option in this situation, what would happen? So that's the transition model. We're predicting the consequences of behaving in that way. Now, this is different than, solving the problem is finding a good way of behaving. And that would be a way which hopefully achieves the feature. But there will be many other consequences of behaving that way. You may achieve the feature, you may, other things will happen. If I go downstairs to the kitchen, I may get to the kitchen, but I might also see my spouse, or I might trip and fall down the stairs. Many things could happen, and I need to predict the possible consequences. So that's the transition models, and then once I have the transition models, I have to use them to plan, which improves my behavior and will hopefully get me highly adaptive behavior. Okay, now let's look at the same with a different picture. So we're talking about perception giving me the features. So now I've got the state features. Then I solve those subproblems. I play with the world, and I get the options. The options, I predict the consequences of the options, and that gives me a transition model. The transition model, through planning, gives me improved values and policies. And then all of these later steps feed back, and they inform perception. We tell perception, in order to form this model, I had to use some features and not use other features. In order to solve the problem, I used some features and didn't use other features. So these processes inform the feature construction process, and they could say, these features that you've offered me are useless, and you should throw them out and get me more features. And these other features are very useful. Maybe they should be the basis of future subproblems that are posed and solved, and thus recursively improve in an open-ended way the abstractions of the agent. Okay. So I need to say a little bit about planning, because it's one of the key steps. So and planning is a big topic, and I'm going to give it the green check because assuming we have the models, I have a specific plan for planning, a plan for planning. Well, first, why do we plan, and why do we want to plan with sort of these large-scale steps, jumpy steps? We want to plan because the world changes, and because the world changes, our values change. Another way of saying it is it's easier to get the model right than the values right. So at any point in time, if the world changes, the values change. Finding my way to the restroom is really important, but the value for being in the restroom changes. Sometimes I want to go to the restroom, sometimes I don't. But the model of the option for getting me to the restroom, I want to retain that even as I change in my desires about whether I want to go there right now. So it's as if, yeah, the values of the states change, most of the world dynamics remains the same, and to prepare for this, you have to get ready, and this has implications. But let me just go into planning, just to give you a rough idea of what I'm thinking of. The idea of value of planning is that it will be done by value iteration, in which you improve your value function so that you know which states are good and which states are you want to be in or don't want to be in. Which features do you want to obtain? Do you want to be true? Now, this expression in classic value iteration, and what's for the equation written here is classic value iteration. Classic value iteration is expressed for the case of discrete states where you could have a table where you can store the value of each state. So we'll do this. I need to do this case first in order to understand the idea. So in value iteration, continually, all the time, when you have spare time to think, what you do is you select a state, and how you do that is an important question, and then you perform a backup at that state. So the backup of the state will improve the estimated value of that state. And you take a max over all action, all the things that you might do, and you want to look at the reward that you expect to get. R hat is your expected reward. Okay, this is from your model. Over here in the upper right, we have the model. What is the model? The model of the world, it's two things, R hat and P hat. And the model takes a state and an action and guesses what will be the probability distribution over the next state, and also what will be the expected reward. Those are the two. This is what a primitive model does. This is not a high-level model. This is a primitive model. Value iteration is defined for primitive models, low-level models. Okay, so you have the expected reward, and then you have basically the expected value of the next state. You're summing over the probabilities of each next state and the values of that next state, discounting it by a little bit. You're basically sitting here at the state S, and you're looking at all the actions you might do and all the states that might result, and then you sort of figure out what's likely to happen, and you back it up and change the value of state. And all planning methods have the same idea within them. Some of them, this is value iteration looks exactly like this, but even things like A* and Monte Carlo tree search and model predictive control, they all involve the basic idea of looking ahead and seeing the consequences using your model and updating your sense of the value of your different states or different choices, and then making your choice according to them. So this is value iteration. And then when we make it abstract so that we can make jumps, we can make large steps in the world, that's the next step. Okay, so life is lived one step at a time, but you plan your life at a higher level. You plan to go to the talk. You plan to stand up. You plan to go to the restroom. So this model, the knowledge, your transition model, this is the transition model, which I'm calling knowledge. It's about these large-scale dynamics where your actions, where your choices, which are options, are purposive. So our knowledge is not conditional on single actions. It's conditional on things like, calling an Uber to get to the airport and traveling to Iceland, or going to the restroom, or picking up the object. So these are larger ways. These are knowledge about the options. And so the option model, this is the conventional model repeated from the last slide, and we generalize that to an option model. We just replace action with option. So the input is all things that I might do, these extended ways of doing, and I get, it's not the next state, but it's the state at which I will stop or terminate when the option stops. And instead of the expected reward on one-step reward, I have the expected reward that's summed over from when I started to when I terminated. Okay, but with those two changes, the valuation is the same. we have the same sum over possibilities, and we get the reward and the expected value of the state of stopping now, and it's the same idea. Okay, so we can do planning at the abstract level using value iteration, and the other thing that I need to do is I need to provide some insight into how we generalize this to handle function approximation, because the world is big and we don't have a V of S. We don't have a value for each state of the world, but we have a value of each state of the world, which is determined by our weight vector, by our parameters. So this we can have. We have some approximation. The state of the world will be presented to us in our observations and our feature vector, and then that will be involved with our parameters and give us an approximation. Okay, and so of course the model will also become parametric. We will predict the reward along the way, and also the transition probabilities to the next states at termination. Those will also be parametrically represented. And so instead of doing this conventional thing with the table, we're going to do we're going to update the weights. And that's shown down here by a gradient procedure. This thing in here, the thing in brackets, this is replaced. So we have the reward, expected reward is now based on a model, and a transition model, and a parameter of that model, and the transition probabilities are based on a parameter, and then we have the estimated values. So this backed up value is analogous to the thing in brackets, and so that becomes the target. So here we move the estimated value for the state we're looking at, S, is moved towards the max of the backed up value for for our choices. Okay, so we've gone back to primitive actions now to do the function approximation. This will also generalize to the full option case. Okay, so I have to move on and finish up. And so I can take some of your questions. The very last step is to acknowledge that everything needs to be, we need to keep statistics or metadata on the qualities of everything, the quality of the transition models, because the model will be approximate, and we have to learn where it will give me reliable answers and where it won't. We have to keep statistics on the features so that we can inform the feature generation process about when it's doing, which features are good and which features are bad as it generates new features. So with that, I'm just going to wrap up. Oh, I have one more figure to remind you, to give you a sense of what it is. One more time, Oak is open-ended because it has its cycle of discovery, and this is the ambitious new idea of Oak, that is to be open-ended in its possible abstractions, limited only by compute. And the basic cycle is this cycle. We start with the state features. From those we construct subproblems. From subproblems we solve them to produce options, and the options we then can produce models of the options which improve the options and the policies through planning processes. And all of these steps, these three steps here, will use the state features, and so so the arrows go in one direction, but really there's a influence the other way, which is we're informing the state features which ones are useful and which ones are not useful. So that involves the ranking, and then so that will lead to, oh, here's a new feature that I didn't realize was really important before, but everyone's making a high use of it. This is a good concept, and then that concept, that feature becomes the basis for a new subproblem, and that's really what makes it open-ended and possibly getting better and better abstractions through time through this cycle. But everything is ultimately tied to reward. So remember the quest. The quest is to be general, experiential, and have open-ended abstraction, which I think maybe, I hope you can see this vision gives you a way you might hope to achieve all of these things, even though it has some missing prerequisites. So Oak has a vision of how to grow superintelligence from runtime experience. It has all the most important capabilities. It can act, learn, and plan. It can learn a model. It can form subproblems, these abstractions, different things to work on, and the options. And it can do this with function approximation, partial observability, non-stationary worlds, stochastic worlds. It can discover state features and thereby discover the subproblems, options, and models. And this all feeds back to motivate more abstract features, this virtuous open-ended cycle of discovery. While at the same time, the architecture is completely general, it doesn't have any domain-specific components, and thus is scalable and of potentially lasting impact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rich. It's wonderful to have you here. Of course, congratulations on your recent Turing Award, and thank you for all your contributions to the field, and of course to reinforcement learning. Hopefully you can also help us with this robust, continual, deep learning as well. And we have a few questions from the audience if you have time. So we have one over here.
Yes, looking through your list of requirements there for Oak, I noticed that in the chimpanzee example, the orangutan example you used there, it seems like the create subproblems for highly ranked features can consume the second and third states because you already have a reward function built into the mechanism of the chimpanzee to enjoy the swinging, let's say. So it's some sort of chemical reaction that then says this is a highly ranked feature because of your experience. And so the generating state functions comes from the formation of the system itself in its embodiment of how it gets rewards from the environment. And then that rank ordering then becomes that like the benefit of the reward rather than necessarily a taught K, to your point of biasing features. So I guess my question would be, is there a way to maybe skip steps between 1 and 4 by assuming that subproblems come from play based on generated, fun, let's say, in your terms, to say, well, the thing that is getting the reward is tuned to get that reward by the function of how it's built.
Well, see, you're rightly focusing on how we select features to become the basis of subproblems. Now, some of that can come from our prior design. Like our design may say bright lights are likely to be important, or loud sounds. And maybe our design can tell us that things that activate our vestibular system are important. But many things are not like that. So, if you think of your work in science, you study a problem and you become aware of very subtle distinctions, and you still might want to focus on them and work towards them. Or maybe you play chess and you have things that are superficially subtle, like the structure of your pawns, and then you can make a goal, or the safety of your king. You can make goals for that. So I don't think you can anticipate. You can expect them to be anticipatable. But it could come about by you just noticing that these subtle things are important for answering some of your questions. And they could be useful for answering your basic reward questions, or it could be for answering other subproblems. So maybe a good example is to think about an infant, and the infant becomes very aware of its caregiver. Let's say its mother, and I don't know, maybe the smell of its mother is a subtle thing, but it be through association with good outcomes, it becomes important. or the sound of their voice or the sound. Yeah. Also, I also think of the example of, playing with a rattle. Maybe you move and you make the sound of a rattle. The rattle is some particular sound, but it's novel. And just because it's novel, you might want to focus on it and be able to reproduce it. Anyway, it's a wonderful, interesting question of how the subproblems become chosen. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. One more here.
Yeah, hey, this is Ben. So we've had a few talks at this conference on predictive coding as an alternative to backpropagation for training deep neural nets. And I know there's some research going on trying to use this to solve the catastrophic forgetting problem and make neural nets able to continuously learn. So I guess my question is your intuition that the continual learning problem can be solved using backpropagation, or do you think we'll need to go to backprop DC or some other perhaps more biological or else other innovative way of doing the training of neural nets?
Thank you, Ben. I don't think it's a problem with neural networks, the structure of neural networks. I think it's a problem with the weakness of simple backpropagation. The solution, and the solution, I think, will still involve gradient descent, but the gradient descent alone is not enough. This is sort of the lesson of the continual backpropagation algorithm. But this is the new algorithm that was proposed by Dohare and studied in the loss of plasticity paper. That it's a simple thing. It's just the same as backprop, except instead of initializing with small random weights only at the beginning, you do it as you go along. A small fraction of the units that are not being used very much are reinitialized with random weights. So this is a very simple idea, a simple modification. It's actually just making backprop more continual, doing more of what it already does. And so it's a small modification of the algorithm, which makes it much more capable of continued learning. And so I think the space of algorithms is large, and we have just done so little to explore it. And they'll be small or maybe larger, but anyway, there's a wide range of possible ideas to make it more effective at continual learning. And they will involve still gradients. It's just the gradients alone are not
Predictive coding
enough.
also involves gradient descent. You're just learning it, using it for different things. I mean, you're doing gradient descent at one neuron to predict what some other neuron is doing locally. But so you're not propagating the same way as in backprop, but you're still doing gradient descent locally. It's more like in the direction of Bengio's difference target propagation, but a little more extreme, right? So yeah, as you say though, there's a lot of ways to organize it.
The key thing is that you need a random component. You need a search component. Gradient descent is deterministic and follows the gradient. That's not enough. You need something that will generate variety, and this is what the initialization with random weights generates variety.
That's a good bit of wisdom. I would agree. A random component is going to be one of the critical elements. So yeah, thanks for that.
Thanks, Ben. And we have another question at the back of the room.
Hello. I had a question about how continuous observations on the world get turned into new possible actions, how that sort of process occurs. Like if the child's playing around and they discover this heavy thing that's a hammer that they can pound on stuff with, and slowly they discover nails and boards. How does using the hammer to put the boards together come into being in your learning mechanism?
Now you said continuous, and continuous has two possible meanings. I just want you to clarify which one you mean. Continuous could mean like it's a number that takes a continuum of values, or you might mean that it's ongoing in time.
Yeah, I'm referring to the ongoing in time, just creating new possible actions that you can take based on observations. You know, is there a reification that turns into an abstraction of here's a tool I can use? You know, how does tool use get discovered is I guess what I'm asking.
Well, that's a big question.
Yeah.
But
even
yes,
like a simple tool like a hammer.
I would offer that this has us as a hint of how it's done. Let's see, how would so you would find, maybe you find the hammer and you realize you can use the hammer to make a noise, so you could become skilled at making a noise with this hammer, and then you might. I mean, what I'm pointing out is that you're hammering in a nail is a pretty advanced concept. It's a skill, advanced skill, and you won't expect it to be successful right away. But you could use the hammer to make noise, and then you could use the hammer to break things. And probably in order to become skilled at hammering a nail in, you'll have to watch someone else do it. And if you watch someone else take a nail and a hammer and do this really interesting thing where the nail went into a board, you know, that's kind of an unusual observation. And that could be the basis then for, you know, can I use the hammer to get a nail to go into a board? Okay, and then one could work on that for a long time. And then once you had that, you would, you know, maybe you would have the idea that you could, you know, assemble something by the tool. I don't know. That's a bit hand wavy, but I think there's a progression from detecting interesting novel features and wondering if you can reproduce them. And so then, you know, the key is that you just want to be able to hammer it, even though it's not getting you reward. You want to make you want to reproduce something that you saw it being done, rather than, even though it doesn't get you any reward immediately, but you learn how to, and you also learn how to hammer the nail into the board without hurting yourself, for example, without hitting your thumb with the hammer. That's the sense in which you want to be reward respecting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question.
Hi. How do you think a new agent will go about discovering and understanding the boundary between itself and the world? Like, what is itself and what's the environment?
Well, I think it's kind of interesting how that blurs. Because where is the boundary? First of all, you know, where would I draw it? I would draw it around your mind, which you might think of as around your brain. So in particular, your body, like your hand, is part of the environment. It's something that you can't control completely, and you're interested in controlling. And you know, we can think of how a child doesn't initially know how to control its hand or its other limbs. And you could see a young infant, in fact, you know, will often just look at their hands and figure out how they can control them. And, you know, first you can find them, like, you know, hey, here's my hand, and I can see that. Now I can't see it. And I say, well, hey, can I get that? It doesn't say, here's my hand. It says, here's an interesting sensation. Can I get it to happen again? Can I bring my hand up to my field of view? Can I get my thumb back in my mouth? Here's an interesting object. I wonder how it would taste if I put it in my mouth. So there isn't, where's the boundary? And that reminds me to say something, because it's often unclear to folks who haven't been doing reinforcement learning for a long time about the reward. The reward comes from outside the agent, but it doesn't come from outside our body, right? The reward is computed inside our head, in fact, inside our brain, but it's a part of the brain that is not considered part of the agent, because the agent is not allowed to just set its reward to be high. There's a part of hypothalamus, I think, that computes the reward signal. And that is technically outside the agent, just as the body is outside the agent. I have to, of course, refer now to the extended hypothesis, how as we get more familiar with controlling something, like our body, it becomes almost, it becomes more useful to think of it as part of the agent, or as we driving a car, we start to think of the car as we're controlling the wheels, and the wheels are like our choices. And this is changing the abstraction, and it is a useful way to think of it. But formally, there we want to have a clear line between the agent and the environment, and a clear definition of the primitive actions that are available before we introduce higher level abstractions. Thanks again.
It's wonderful. Thank you very much, Rich. Such a clear explanation. Great discussion. I don't know if you can hear the applause, but we really appreciate you being here and joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very. Thank you.
So our final session for the day, we have one last contributed paper session looking to address optimization and reinforcement and machine learning, following on Rich's talk, of course, covering value under ignorance, robustness in multi-agent communication, retrospective learning, and variational inference on curved geometries. So first we'll have a virtual presentation from Cole Wyeth, discussing value under ignorance in universal artificial intelligence.
Great. All right. So this was joint work with Marcus Hutter, which I'm calling Value Under Ignorance in Universal Artificial Intelligence. It proposes a formalization of decision rule for artificial general intelligence. If you're familiar with Marcus's work, then you probably know he invented the AGI or AI-XI framework. This is can be viewed as a universal reinforcement learning agent. It's not computable, so it's kind of a mathematical formalism for AGI that's based on maximizing a numerical, real valued reward signal. And what we were interested in was in the abstract, was generalizing this framework to arbitrary goals that don't necessarily require this reward signal to be specified. And instead we can potentially specify the goal of the agent in a modular way, or encode some kind of knowledge of the goal in advance. So in general, we want to be able to use some utility function that's not necessarily a reward signal. Sort of the typical approach would be to maximize the expected value of that reward signal, because AGI is this Bayesian agent, which sort of has a probabilistic belief distribution. But there turns out to be this some technical issues here, which require us to introduce a slightly more complicated decision rule for general utility functions. So so in order to understand this, it's useful to start with the sequence prediction method, which underlies the AGI or AI-XI agent. And then we'll eventually get back to the utility functions. Okay, so the problem of sequence prediction actually contains a huge part of intelligent behavior. And we can view this as just binary sequence prediction. The binary sequence prediction problem, sometimes called the prequential problem, is that you see some prefix of a sequence, so you see how a sequence starts, and then you're asked to predict the next bit of the sequence, and then after you do your best to make that prediction, often there's some loss, but you always want to give a probability for 0 or 1, and you'd like to have the highest probability you can on the correct answer. And then once the next bit is revealed, then you again you would have a larger prefix, and then you'll again predict the next bit. So for example, you can see the first sequence is just all zeros, and you expect probably that the zeros will continue. The second one has a simple pattern, sort of periodic zeros and ones, and you again expect a 0 and then a 1. The next one's slightly more difficult. You have 0 separated increasing numbers of ones. So maybe I would at least continue this with 4 ones and then a 0. Okay, and then the final example shows that this can kind of be ambiguous sometimes. It's not actually so clear how this sequence should continue in my mind. Maybe we expect a couple of ones, then another 4 zeros, and sort of a periodic pattern. But there's actually an alternative rule, which is that we could the way that I actually generated this sequence was just reading down the columns of the previous 3 sequences. So sometimes there's multiple possible rules that could have generated a sequence, which is why we kind of need to use these probabilities rather than these kind of absolute 0 or 1 predictions. And in particular, when it's really kind of unclear which rule is generating a sequence, we might just call it random. And this is basically closely related to the definition of algorithmic randomness in the field of algorithmic information theory. Okay. So Ray Solomonov proposed a solution to this problem. So informally, this solution is that you assume that the infinite sequence was generated by some randomly selected program for a computer, and the computer has some this program is written in some programming language, so that the computer can be seen as an interpreter or I suppose a compiler, which we call U, and formally this is a universal Turing machine, and the program will then be in binary. We call the program P. It's generated by random coin flips, and then if we want, so then the thing that we ask about directly is sort of how likely is a certain prefix? Since we're only ever going to kind of be making predictions about some finite part of the sequence, we need to assign probabilities to the prefixes. So here X is some prefix of the sequence of a certain length. And then the formula for this prediction rule that Solomonov proposed is to use this probability distribution, which is generated by these random programs, and then just take the conditionals for prediction, the conditional probabilities of the next bit. So here we can see that basically what this says is you're taking all the programs that could have generated the prefix you've seen so far, and you're adding up their cumulative probability, and that's the probability you assign to that prefix. And then you do the same thing for the continuations of the prefix, and you can take the fractions, the conditionals. So I'm not going to go into too much depth about this in particular. Of course, there's some details about the way that the Turing machine's set up, and the length of the programs should be viewed as the part of the program that's actually used to generate X. So in some sense, the programs are sort of infinite probabilistic programs. Okay, so this M is called this universal distribution, and this is what we use for prediction. However, it's not properly a probability distribution because some programs will stop producing output after some finite time, which means that the total probability of seeing a continuation with a 1, a continuation with a 0 is does not add up to 1. There's also some chance that the sequence just ends. So M is then called a semi-measure. I gave here a formal definition of a semi-measure, but it's probably easier to just look at the diagram. Say the semi-measure has this property where the conditional probabilities don't add up to 1. There's some missing some measure, probability measure, and we call this the semi-measure loss after the prefix x. Now, we would like to maybe just remove the programs that don't always produce infinite sequences, and that's kind of an informal statement, but we have studied this option, and you can do this formally. That the only problem is kind of makes the computability level of M very or of that renormalized version of M very bad, because it's harder than the halting problem. Okay, so this is kind of a difficult issue to get around. Okay, so generally speaking, what we would like to do is somehow convert this semi-measure M into a real probability distribution that we can use to make predictions and take expected utilities and so on. This diagram just illustrates that there's multiple possible ways to do this. You can redistribute the semi-measure loss kind of arbitrarily, while still respecting the kind of lower bound of the probabilities of 0 and 1 according to M. So it's not clear what's kind of most philosophically justified. What Ray Solomonov proposed was just taking the kind of renormalizing in a way that preserves the ratio between the probabilities of 0 and 1. I've written the formula for this. What this can be interpreted as using all the programs as predictors, which are still producing output. So kind of using all available predictors. But it's actually not so clear that this makes sense from a Bayesian standpoint. Normally, Bayesian assumes that one of these programs is actually the ground truth that's generating the sequence. And if so, we shouldn't have included any of the programs that don't generate an infinite sequence, so at least assuming that we want to predict an infinite sequence. So it doesn't make sense to use them initially, and just throw them out later. On the other hand, if we're just interested in sort of outperforming all of the potential programs that we could use for prediction, then this is kind of an optimality property, which isn't strictly Bayesian, but this does make sense. And this is discussed in greater detail by Tom Sturkenberg in his thesis. And also, this kind of mathematics of doing this conversion is addressed in a more general setting by Marcus Sutter in one of his papers, offline to online conversion. Okay, so now we can ask, how do we interpret this fact that this probability distribution loses measure? So the literal interpretation is that the sequence that we're trying to predict may actually just end. Seems a little bit unnatural to me. The conservative interpretation would be that we just haven't fully specified our probability distribution. We kind of any choice of redistributing this semi-measure loss is kind of equally valid. And this suggests an object called the core. And the core of a given semi-measure is just the set of probability distributions that we could obtain by redistributing the lost measure, so completing in any of the possible ways in the diagram I showed earlier. And then you can come up with a complete probability distribution by just multiplying out these conditionals. So in this case, this can be viewed as an imprecise probability distribution, and imprecision, sometimes called ignorance. And there is sort of an idea of an analog of an expected utility for this sort of imprecise probability distribution, which is given by the Choquet integral. So here I gave one expression for it that applies in our case. It's not usually taken as the definition, but for our purposes, this minimum over the core of the possible integrals of a function can be viewed as the definition of the Choquet integral. So it's sort of a pessimistic rule. And so how do we convert this to a decision rule? Well, we can take the one particular prediction problem that we can treat is this interaction between an agent and an environment, where the agent sends actions to the environment and receives percepts, and we adjoin these to form a history. You can see in the top right, and the percepts usually include an observation with like a camera image or sensor image and so on, and a reward, and then the probability distribution of this history is then decided by the interaction between the agent's policy and the environment's kind of I guess you'd say transition rule. So with this reward framing, we can encode very general tasks, but unfortunately, the agent still has to learn what we want it to do from the rewards, which is potentially risky and may incentivize the agent gaining control of the reward mechanism. So the AGI agent is designed to address this setting with a slight variation on M. We'll call here Xi, which works in essentially the same way, but for these environments. So now what we propose is if we use any general utility function, U, which is going to be a function of the infinite history. So we require some regularity from U. We want it to be continuous. Then we propose choosing the policy that optimizes this sort of pseudo expected utility, the Choquet integral of U with respect to the joint distribution between kind of produced by the agent's beliefs about the environment given by Xi and the agent's policy pi. So we proved various nice properties of this, which I don't have time to discuss, because I believe I'm actually already a little over my time. So one of them is that when you substitute for U the standard reward sum, under some reasonable assumptions, you get back the normal Bellman, the normal recursive value function, and which comes from the Bellman equations, and kind of is consistent with viewing the end of the history as the death of the agents, resulting in zero reward. So some nice properties of this kind of more allows more general solutions to alignment, since we can build the agent to already know what we want from it. And it also suggests some approximation, maybe a more practical approximation to AGI. This is a little bit more technical, but basically, when you're trying to approximate the AGI agent, you'd really like to run all of these programs and see what output they have, but you can't necessarily afford to do this because some of them might be very computationally expensive. If you don't run them, you can just view this as you can just treat this in the same way as if they hadn't produced output. So your belief distribution is just less precise, and then you can use the same decision rule that we've proposed, this Choquet integral. Okay, and I think I'll leave off there and return for questions at the end.
Thank you very much, Cole. That was excellent. We will do a little Q&A session at the end with our paper presenters who are able to Q&A today. But for the moment, we'll go to another virtual presenter. Pull up my notes. Yiping Kang with IBGP, Imperfect Byzantine Generals, Problem for Zero-Shot Robustness in Communicative Multi-Agent Systems. So Yiping.
Hi everyone, I'm glad to present our AGI-25 paper, IBGP, Imperfect Byzantine General Problem for Zero-Shot Robustness in Communicative Multi-Agent Systems. I am Yipeng Kang, and this work is a collaboration with Yihuan Mao, Peilun Li, Wei Xu, and Chongjie Zhang. This work explores the intersection of distributed system and multi-agent learning systems. Consensus algorithms have long been a fundamental challenge in distributed system and have been extensively studied. These algorithms primarily focus on achieving agreement among different nodes in the network, which may be exposed to attacks. However, in multi-agent systems, consensus problems have received relatively less attention, although they are commonly encountered and critically important. For instance, in collaborative tasks like encircling and concentrating fire in combat scenarios, reaching a consensus on whether to act collectively is vital. Another example is stressful public good game, which is a multi-layer variant of the classic public goods game. The introduction of a threshold means that contribution to the public good yields no benefit unless the total amount meets or exceeds the threshold. This model better reflects real-world scenarios and is frequently used to study collective cooperation, such as international coordination on climate change. We can abstract the aforementioned multi-agent collaborative task into the following form. Completing a task requires K agents to act simultaneously. These agents will communicate to decide whether to act together based on their current ability. If the number of agents acting together falls short of K, they incur a penalty. If it meets or exceeds K, then they will receive a reward, or they can simply choose not to act. When communication is free from the risk of attacks, then the scenario is straightforward. Agents share their proposals, check if enough can act, and then make a decision. However, when the communication is exposed to attacks, meaning that some agent's message may be tampered, we need additional redundant agents. By ensuring the proportion of attacked agents stay below a certain threshold, you can employ methods like Byzantine fault-tolerant algorithms to guarantee the task success. In the classic Byzantine general problem, the algorithm must ensure that all benign nodes reach a unified consensus, as the system demands very high consistency. However, in many multi-agent problems, such a high level of consistency isn't necessary. It is sufficient that only part of the nodes to reach agreement. We refer to this as partial consensus, which requires fewer redundant nodes and can tolerate a higher proportion of attacked agents. Let's formalize the problem to make it clear. Assume each agent has a binary action space. 0 means not acting, and 1 means acting. Each agent starts with an initial action proposal M, and after communication, it outputs a decision A, that is, whether to act or not. For the traditional Byzantine general problem, i.e. BGP, a protocol is called to be able to solve BGP if under that protocol, all benign agents take the same action, either all 0 or all 1. Also, if all benign agents have the same proposal M, their actions must match M. This prevents trivial solutions. For example, all benign agents always choose 0. For our imperfect Byzantine general problem, i.e. IBGP, we have a slightly different definition. Here, we interpret M as whether an agent is capable to act. Only agents with M equals 1 can meaningfully act. A protocol solves IBGP if among benign agents with m equals to 1, either at least k of them act or none of them act. This ensures the group to avoid penalties. Also, if all benign agents have m equals to 1, then at least k of them must act. This is also for preventing the trivial solutions like before. It is challenging for IBGP to be resolved through a single round of signaling and counting. For example, k equals to 3, meaning that we need 3 agents to act simultaneously or none at all. In the left diagram, our protocol involves agents exchanging proposals and counting the number of received proposals with a value of 1. If this count exceeds 4, then an agent acts. In the diagram, the blue node with m equals to 1 sends proposals with the value of 1 to others, and the gray node sends proposals with value of 0. And the red node is the attacked node, sending different proposals to different agents. As shown, 2 nodes received counts greater than 4, so only these 2 nodes act. The amount of acting node is larger than 0 and fewer than 3, resulting in penalties. Suppose we adjust the protocol as in the right diagram, raising the counting threshold from 4 to 5 in an attempt to be more conservative about acting. However, this still doesn't work, as it remains possible for 2 agents to receive counts greater than 5, leading to penalties. To address the IBGP problem, our paper innovatively proposed a multi-round communication protocol capable of handling the IBGP with a cooperation threshold of k and a maximum of lambda attackers. Similar to some BGP protocols, we assume that each agent can obtain a global random signal in each round of the protocol. In our protocol, this signal indicates whether the communication should terminate in the current round. In the initial round, each agent broadcasts its proposal to others. In subsequent rounds, the activated agents, which means the agents that sent 1 in previous rounds, count the number of received signals with a value of 1 from previous round and determine whether this count is greater or equal to k plus lambda. If so, they send 1 to other agents, otherwise they send 0. An exception occurs if the current round is the termination round. In this case, each agent compares the count of signals with a value of 1 from the previous round against k. If the count is greater than or equal to k, the agent decides to act. Otherwise, it decides not to act. This figure provides a clearer illustration of the per-round broadcasting and the counting mechanism in our protocol. Here, we give a brief proof of the protocol. Firstly, it's easy to prove the lemma that the number of activated agents non-strictly decreases with the increase of round, since only the activated agents from the previous round can decide to choose to continuously be activated in the next round. So there are 3 possible cases of the amount of activated benign agents in the initial round. First, This amount is less than k. In this case, the count of received one of all agents will be less than k plus lambda, no matter what the attackers send. And all benign agents will send 0 in the next round and finally decide not to act. This result is acceptable. Second, this amount is larger than k plus lambda. In this case, the count of received ones of all agents will be more than k plus lambda, no matter what the attackers send. And all the previously activated benign agents will continue to be activated in the all following rounds. So in the final round, more than k plus lambda agents will decide to act. This result is also acceptable. Third, this amount is no smaller than k and smaller than k plus lambda. In this case, it is hard to predict the number of activated agents since the messages of attackers are unknown. We only know that the number of activated agents is non-strictly decreasing according to the lemma. When the final round comes, if this number is still larger than k, then more than k agents will act acceptable. If this number has already decreased to less than k in previous rounds, then the case go back to the first case, and all agents will decide not to act. Acceptable. The only exception is if the number decreases to less than k for the first time when the final round comes. There might be some unexpected result in this case, but the probability is very low because of the randomness of the termination round. So our protocol has been proved to solve IBGP in comparison to the previously mentioned one-round trivial protocol. Our protocol can be added to MARL framework as a communication module before the agents really act. They can first generate some action proposals according to their policy, then pass them through the IBGP protocol in order to be communicative robust. We did our experiments on multi-agent tasks like Predator-Prey, Hallway, and StarCraft 2. It is shown that our protocol provides a much more robust performance than other algorithms, which are basically originated from adversarial training. Thanks for listening. Please visit my personal website and BigAI's official website for more information.
Excellent. All right, we will go to Ashwin De Silva, who's also got a recorded video on perspective learning in retrospect.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashwin and I'm a biomedical engineering PhD student at the Johns Hopkins University. My co-authors and I are excited to present our work titled Prospective Learning in Retrospect. I will begin by presenting a quick overview of prospective learning, a recently introduced framework addressing the limitations in contemporary machine learning paradigms. Conventional machine learning, predominantly framed within the probably approximately correct OPAC framework, operates under the fundamental assumption of independently and identically distributed data. This premise implies stationarity between training and inference data distributions. However, real-world applications frequently encounter dynamic environments where data distributions and learning objectives may evolve over time. Such temporal shifts often lead to suboptimal model performance and significant challenges in out-of-distribution generalization. To address these challenges, prospective learning offers a novel mathematical framework. Diverging from the fixed distribution assumption, prospective learning posits that data originates from a stochastic process. A core innovation is its loss function, which explicitly incorporates future performance. This implies that the optimal predictive hypothesis is not static but dynamically adapts to temporal changes. Specifically, a prospective learner, having observed data up to time t, outputs an infinite sequence of predictors for all future time steps. This forward-looking objective is mathematically encapsulated in its prospective loss, which is defined as a weighted cumulative loss across future data points. The corresponding prospective risk represents the expected future performance. This formulation represents a fundamental conceptual departure from traditional risk minimization, which typically focuses on past or instantaneous errors. We consider 4 distinct scenarios pertinent to prospective learning based on the data-generating stochastic process. First, IID data reverting to the pack setting. Second, independent but non-IID data, where marginal distributions change over time but samples remain independent. Third, neither independent nor IID data, such as Markov processes, where future states are conditioned on the past states. And finally, stochastic decision processes, where the agent predictions directly influence subsequent data generation, a scenario highly relevant to reinforcement learning. Throughout our work, we utilize 3 illustrative stochastic processes in our experiments. First, the periodic process, a binary classification task with a periodic switch between 2 distinct ground truth functions. The linear process, where the decision boundary shifts linearly with time, generating an infinite continuum of unique tasks. And finally, the dependent structured task process, featuring complex transitions between tasks governed by an underlying Markov chain. These diverse benchmarks are instrumental in rigorously assessing a learner's capacity for generalization to future tasks that possesses predictable temporal structures. We now turn to prospective multilayer perceptrons, a practical implementation of a prospective learner. These models are adapted to directly incorporate time as an input using a time embedding concatenated with the input feature vector. The objective is to minimize the prospective empirical risk over the past observations. In our work, we experiment with 2 choices for the time embedding. The Fourier time embedding, which comprises of sinusoids and cosines of different frequencies, and the monomial time embedding, which comprises of a sequence of monomial functions. We will now discuss several empirical observations on prospective MLP. Our first empirical observation highlights the robustness of prospective MLPs to heterogeneous data sampling. We model heterogeneous sampling by drawing the number of samples per time step from a Poisson distribution with rate equals 1. Contrasting this with a homogeneous setting of 1 sample per time step. By comparing prospective MLP against a time agnostic baseline, results indicated that prospective MLP consistently maintained a favorable prospective risk, demonstrating its resilience to variability in data availability over time. This finding is crucial for real-world deployment where consistent data streams are not guaranteed. Next, we examine prospective MLP's effectiveness in infinite task scenarios. We evaluated this using the linear process where the underlying task continuously evolves. The procedure involved comparing prospective MLPs with different time embeddings, a Fourier time embedding suited for periodic data, and a monomial embedding, which is more suited for polynomial trends. The results demonstrate that the prospective MLP with the monomial embedding significantly outperformed others on the linear process, while the Fourier embedding was superior for the periodic process. This underscores a critical insight. The choice of time embedding is important and must be compatible with the underlying temporal dynamics of the stochastic process for optimal generalization, rather than being a universal solution. Finally, we explored the online training feasibility of prospective MLPs addressing memory-constrained environments. The procedure involved an extreme online setting where the learner observes each sample only once, performing an immediate parameter update. This contrasts with batch training, which allows repeated data exposure. While online trained prospective MLPs successfully converged to optimal risk, they required more samples to achieve the same performance level as their batch trained counterparts. This demonstrates that online prospective learning is viable, providing a solution for environments with strict memory limitations, albeit with a recognized trade-off in the convergence speed.
My name is Yuxin Bai, and I'm second-year PhD student from Johns Hopkins University. And now let me move us into the section of prospective forest. The tree-based method like decision trees and random forests play an important role in the pack learning framework. And the ensemble of trees such as random forest and gradient boosted trees are especially attractive because they keep things interpretable while still reaching performance close to neural network. And in this section, we will start with decision trees as an example to show how we define supervised learning problems within the prospective learning framework. So first, we want to define what we call prospective cart, building upon the classification and regression trees introduced by Bryman in 1984. And let's see, Z is a finite family of stochastic process, and for HT, our hypothesis class at time t, we let HT tree be a subset of it, and HT tree contains all cart models. And then we can define the prospective cart as a learner that minimizes the empirical risk using all of the past data up to time t. And after our definition about prospective cart, it's natural to move on to ensemble of trees, building using backing or the boosting. Here we focus more on the boosting approach. Similar to our definition of prospective cart, the learner now returns a model that is a linear combination of trees, where each tree's parameters are iteratively updated by minimizing the empirical risk as well. Now, after we defining the cart and the GBTs in prospective framework, we ran simulations to compare our methods. Here, what happens in our simulation. We are looking at 3 learners, prospective GBTs, gradient boosting trees in red, and the original version, plain GBT in blue, and the prospective MLP in green. And on the left panel, where the data is independent but not identical distributed, the prospective GBT reach a convergence rate similar to the prospective MLP. And on the right-hand side, the harder setting, where the data is neither independent nor identical distributed, like what we introduced in the previous section, the prospective GBTs actually converge even faster than the MLP. The plain GBT in both cases, on the other hand, is just around chance, which means it's basically not learning at all. And this clear gap in the performance shows that the prospective framework adapt well in the distribution changing scenarios where the original machine learning or pack learning algorithm cannot achieve.
Hi, I'm Cecilia, and I'll be introducing how we apply prospective learning algorithms to solve a real-world decision-making problem called foraging. Foraging is basically the search for food, water, and mates, relying on predictions of environmental fluctuations and resource availability, and it's vital for survival and reproduction for all organisms. However, standard machine learning and reinforcement learning algorithms are ill-suited to the real-time single-life risks of foraging. Therefore, we introduced perspective learning framework in which agents perspect into possible future states under a one-life constraint, and we implemented it in a simplified OpenAI Gym foraging scenario. Our simplified foraging task looks like the top panel of this figure, a 1x7 linear track that contains two reward patches, A and B, positioned 3 grid spaces apart. The reward availability alternates between the two patches every 10 time steps. Once the reward availability starts in either patch, the reward amount decays in exponential fashion. The reward can be collected at time t only if the agent is at the patch that is available at the moment. The agent moves 1 grid space per time step, and traveling between A and B takes at least 3 time steps. The goal of the agent is to maximize the total amount of reward in its single lifetime, which means there is no reset in location or time within each run. The advantage of using this simplified foraging game is that there exists an optimal strategy, which is the agent should stay in the patch when the reward amount is high, but start moving to the next patch when the reward amount becomes so low, and by moving early, you can arrive at the next state or next reward patches when the reward amount is maximum. The prospective aspect of this task is that to maximize future reward, agent has to give up the immediate little reward to able to get the bigger amount reward in the next few time steps. Here's how we define the problem. At each time step, the agent observes xt, which includes its current spatial location and also its action history. And the agent receives the scalar reward yt from the environment. We employ the standard generalized advantage estimator for the actor-critic algorithm, but for notation consistency in the perspective learning framework, we can also say that we minimize the loss, which is the negative advantage. We then define a perspective forager as the agent that minimizes the sum of weighted cumulative instantaneous losses on the observed trajectory. And we integrated perspective risk minimization with an actor-critic architecture in this right panel. So here's our formal definition of a perspective forager. Consider Z to be a finite family of stochastic process. Let a series of hypotheses be this expanding class. We employ an actor-critic architecture. The critic evaluates any hypothesis at time t, whereas the actor can select from these hypotheses. We define perspective forager as the learner that minimizes the empirical risk over the past data. We compared the standard actor-critic reinforcement agent with our prospective agents in the foraging task. So the retrospective agent here is just the standard actor-critic algorithm. We have 2 prospective agents, one with time and one without time. The one without time is just what I described in our formal definition, and the one with time is just use time as an additional input to the agent. As we can see from the left panel, the perspective risk over time for all these 3 agents. Well, all the agents are performing above the chance level, which is the yellow line. Only the prospective agents start approaching the optimal risk level. And only the prospective agents with time eventually reach the optimal strategy. I also visualized the 3 agents action plan for 100 time steps after their performances have been converged. We can see that the dark blue line is the optimal agent action plan. Comparing that our agents with the optimal agents, the retrospective agents do not really follow the optimal action plan. The prospective agent without time kind of follow the plan, but leaves the current patch prematurely. And only the prospective agent with time exactly follows the optimal action plan. This shows that our prospective agent significantly outperforms the standard actor-critic algorithm in the single life foraging task, and the inclusion of time further improves the performance to near optimal.
Thank you for listening, and our code is available in GitHub repo. Thank you again.
All right, wonderful. And our last paper of the day, no pressure, no pressure. Kenrick Nelson presenting variational inference optimized using the curved geometry of coupled free space. Thank you, Kenrick. Welcome.
Got a little bit better title here now. What this is all about is the ability to learn near infinite entropy distributions. I'm going to show you how to do that. First, I'll review robust variational inference. I'll explain what the coupled free energy is, and then we'll apply that to a variational autoencoder. So variational inference is a very broad area of machine learning in which we're going to use Bayesian methods to learn a complex distribution, but with a family of distributions that's sort of known, and we're going to learn the parameters of those using an optimization method. One area we're really interested in trying to apply this to is the predictive coding theory, where higher level layers make predictions about the lower layers, and then lower than that are sensors that bring in information, and you're going to compare those two in order to adapt. The challenge is, how can we apply these methods to heavy-tail distributions? So there's a variety of ways that people have tried to make variational autoencoders and machine learning more robust. Some examples are the Wasserstein metric and the beta VAE. And the basic architecture of VAE is to take a complex data set encode that into a statistical distribution that it forms your latent distribution, and then you're going to sample from that distribution, decode it to make new samples. And what we're going to do is we're going to draw from some new theories in complex systems to be able to make that latent layer a heavy-tailed distribution. Now, the way we do this is I've defined something referred to as the coupled exponential family that is a broad family of different heavy-tailed distributions. For example, in red is the Cauchy distribution with a heavy tail. That's a generalization of the black curve, which is your Gaussian, you're all probably familiar with. And then you can also have compact support, which has a sharp tail and cutoff, but we won't be addressing that today. And the cool thing about the way I've framed this is that it turns out that the shape that forms the tail is exactly equal to what I refer to as the nonlinear statistical coupling, because I can associate it with a nonlinear source of uncertainty. And so for that reason, we can think of this as a metric of complexity in the system. We've framed this in the information geometry domain as a generalization of the exponential family. And the key thing here is that rather than using an exponential distribution to frame the parameters, we now have this generalization which has a 1 over the coupling factor that forms the shape of the tail. And then if you take the inverse of that coupled exponential, you get the coupled logarithm, where you see directly the nonlinearity, x to the power kappa, or coupling. And then we'll make this monthly dimensional, and there can also be an alpha parameter that controls the nonlinearity, and we'll be particularly interested in alpha equal to 2, which is equal to the student t distribution. The key thing here that makes it difficult is that as that coupling parameter grows, more and more moments become infinite. And under normal techniques, you can't measure the moments that you need in order to learn. So we're going to show how you can get around that problem. This is shaped in a curved geometry now. If the exponential family is Euclidean and has straight lines for its metrics, the coupled exponentials are on a curved geodesic and have curved metrics. Okay, so now we dive into it, but just at kind of a high level, the innovation here is the coupled entropy. It has two components to it. I'm going to use this generalized logarithm to put quite extreme penalties on the tail. And so that'll account for the fact that these are heavy-tailed distributions. But then the trick is I'm going to average that not over that exact distribution, but a modified distribution that's called the independent equals. And it turns out that that distribution is particularly designed to measure the scale or the width of the distribution. And I recently have a proof that this is a unique function that separates the nonlinear uncertainty from the linear source of uncertainty. And in making that proof, I also discovered a flaw in the current standard, which is the solace entropy. This has given us some new capabilities in machine learning. And just to dive into these independent equals a little bit more, what we're doing is we're raising the original distribution to a power and then renormalizing that. And that has the effect of modifying both the scale of the distribution by 1 plus 2 kappa and also critically the shape. And so now if my shape, kappa, or coupling, goes all the way to infinity, so that would give you infinite entropy in the distribution. The distribution I'm going to sample for is guaranteed to just have a coupling value of 1/2. So that's kind of the neat trick here. Now, we don't need to know the details of this equation, but this is the generalization of the free energy function that's very common. It's also called the evidence lower bound. It has two components. It has a divergence on the latent distribution. That's a measure of making sure that we don't have a model that's too complex. We want to ground that in a simple model. And then the other component of this is the reconstruction loss, which is your log likelihood loss. And the innovation here is that even though we're using these heavy-tailed distributions, what we're measuring is still the same. We're going to measure the differences in the covariance of the latent model, and we're going to measure the mean square difference in the image reconstruction. And then the mathematics just has some different constants in it, and then that caveat that we're measuring over this modified independent equals distribution. And so our first examination of this is with the CELEB-A dataset, but I'm hoping that you'll have some more challenging data sets that you can encourage us to take a look at. And we used a batch size of 64, a learning rate of 10 to the minus 4, and a dimension of 10. And then the data is split between a 70% training, a 15% validation, and 15% testing. And again, just to reiterate the variational autoencoder, so we're still going to learn this. We're going to learn this heavy-tail distribution in the latent layer. But when we do the training process, we're going to sample from a modification of that. And so what we see here is that as we increase this coupling value, we're able to get better and better coupled free energy measurements. Now there is a caveat here, so we have some other metrics I'm going to show in a minute. Because we're modifying the metric as we modify the coupling, these are not a one-to-one comparison. But what we do see that's interesting is that we are reducing the variation in the models, which is a key feature to help make this robust. And then you'll notice too, we're going, kappa equal to 0 is the Gaussian, which would be the standard variational autoencoder. We're going to show that even just going to 10 to the minus 5, so a tiny little change, provides a very big performance improvement. And then we can go out to as high as 10 to the 5th is what we measured here, which is our near infinite entropy. And all of this is stable training. So our reconstruction with just 10 dimensions shows reasonably good reconstruction visually of the images in the SLEB-A data set. And then we get a slight improvement visually in that. As we go to learn, see the metrics of it, there is actually a 30% increase in the performance measured by the multi-scale structural similarity index, which is a metric that's trying to get at human perceived reconstruction. And then another one of this is the learn perception image patch similarity, where we see a 10% improvement. And again, one of the things that's interesting here is that we get that improvement on just a slight heavy tail, 10 to the minus 5. It's pretty stable across all of the values we've used. So we are now wanting to look at some other more complex data sets and sort of tweak out when things would change over the different coupling values. So in conclusion, we have now achieved a way of training robust models in the sense that the heavy tail allows us to the model to know that there's this likelihood of outliers. At the same time, we can keep the training process stable, and that was the weakness when in some earlier designs of this, is that eventually, you know, you're trying to sample during the training process with those outliers, and the training process itself becomes unstable. We've solved that problem now by properly incorporating the independent equals distribution. And so this gives us a nice balance between these two issues of robustness. And then in a separate paper at another conference this month, I'll be showing the theory behind the coupled entropy and this recent proof that it's quite unique in separating linear and nonlinear sources of information and provides an improvement over the solace entropy. So these are the papers that document this work over the last several years. And I'd encourage you to download the current paper, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. I'm not sure if Cole's still on, but at least we can do some Q&A with Kendrick. Oh, we found a phone in the restroom. Is this somebody's phone left behind? Okay, I'll be up. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Oh, good.
And Cole's here too.
Super.
Wonderful. Thank you for sticking around, Cole.
Of course, thanks.
Thank you, Kendrick. That was really interesting and I think relevant to a focus that we have here on predictive coding. And so I wanted to ask you to sort of help us understand how this translates into predictive coding work, or how you're thinking about that right now.
Yeah, so I'm eager to dig into that and the architecture of that. I think where this is sort of critical is that so almost all machine learning right now is done with the entropy function. And although not explicitly, indirectly, that's assuming distributions from the exponential family. And the problem is you have these very sharp tails that are basically assuming that outliers don't occur. And of course, that's never the case because we always are putting algorithms out into the field where what happens out in the field has some sort of outlier that wasn't part of the data set we trained against. So what we're seeking is models that can be robust against things that weren't in the training set. And now what we're doing is we're giving you the ability that you can basically take that risk all the way out to infinity, if that's what you need for your application, and still be able to learn the data, but have this precaution. Now, where that comes in with the predictive coding, I think we'll need to dig into the details. But what I'm envisioning is things like exploratory learning, where I want to not just kind of search locally, but I want to make jumps in my search algorithm so that I don't fall into a local minimum in my search for knowledge. Other questions? It is the end of the day.
It's the end of the day. Thank you for a very energetic presentation for
Thank you
ending the
for
day
hosting
on.
the
Thank you very
talk.
much, Cole. And this has been a great first day, kicking off a bunch of great research, deep diving into a number of important topics. I just want to remind everybody that the reception is starting at 5:30, so shortly, or I think we're ready now. So yeah, there's a dinner, small dinner. I didn't order it, but yes. We can walk together. We can walk separate, conversational. Yeah. So straight out the kind of the back doors of the university, couple minutes walk across the paths and grass back there to the restaurant. If you go to the schedules page on the website, there's now a link and an address should you need it, perhaps for your +1. And then also, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that the proceedings are available for download. You should have an email as an attendee telling you how to download that, but it's very easy. It's the conference website, agi-conf.org/2025/thank-you, thank you, so THANK-YOU. And so it's in a 2-volume set. The proceedings are available so that you can download them, read the full papers, prepare questions for tomorrow, or find these great researchers over the course of the next few days. We'll start again tomorrow, same time, 9 o'clock, same room, right here, V101. And we're going to start off with some presentations from some of the young and upcoming researchers in the field to share what's new in AGI. Oh yes, shuttle will. I actually don't know what time the shuttle leaves. 7:45 tonight, and 8:30 a.m. tomorrow for the shuttle at the Hotel Aska. 7:45 tonight from here. We'll make some announcements over at the reception as well. From the restaurant, I believe. I'm not sure. We'll make some announcements. Philip might know, but he's not telling me yet. All right, wonderful. Thank you all. Thank you, Kenneth.